gentlemen, to the Upsurge Minor League Playoff Finals here between Omega Gaming Resistance as well as Exertion Gaming. My name is Orbital. I am joined here by Rebel Fox, and we will be bringing you, I believe, our third potential 5-game series here throughout this entire week, which has been fantastic overall.
Yeah, you come into this week thinking about all the possibilities for a five game series, and this might just be the one you expect the most. These two games, they love to take it the full distance. They've done it last week. They did it weeks before. So we're expecting a long one in this game.
Yeah, I know. I believe the Upsurge Contenders League and Upsurge Premier League, they were fantastic series, although a little bit shorter. This one, though, both these squads have, they ran through the round of 16 as well as the quarterfinals, and then as soon as they hit that semifinals, I mean, one of the big ones we got to talk about is Omega, excuse me, Omega Gaming Resistance versus MSU, going the distance.
That they do. Yeah, Omega Gaming taking number one in Infernal. They had to come through one of the hardest opponents we have in the entire UML, which was MSU, undefeated in their run to try to get into finals, into semifinals. And OMG beats them in that semifinal matchup in a 3-2, where they were down a significant chunk of gold in game number 5. One fight would have put them out of this tournament, but they have the resilience, just as their name states, to come back in that one. They're looking dangerous coming into this one now.
Yeah, and on the other side of the bracket, it's pretty much a mirrored setup with Exertion Gaming versus 8K Esports. They also went the full distance with, Exertion Gaming really putting on that pressure. 2-3 in that series, and I mean, same thing, almost an exact same pattern with Exertion Gaming going down 1-2 at the third and then running it back, pretty much.
Yeah, Exertion's run was really cool to me because they placed third with some kind of inconsistent results out of the Cloud group. And they played in the first round, swept the first round, but they played against not only the number 2 that had beaten them in Goth Boys, they also played against 8K, another one of those top teams who we were expecting to get into this final, beating both of them in that full series game. They brought back with a roster that they kind of played with a lot through the majority of the season, but they found what worked for them in a lot of ways. And now they've reached the point where they feel comfortable. Having taken games over both of the teams that beat them in the group stage has to feel great for Exertion.
Yeah, and coming into the series now, as we're about to get started with Champion Select and get everything underway for our first game of this evening, I mean, I gotta talk about these last two series. We were talking about the roster changes coming through, and I mean, yes, they settled, but I mean, these squads, I mean, they just got put basically through the ringer. Does either team look a little bit stronger than the other, or do you think they're pretty much evenly matched, considering that they were both technically underdogs?
I think it's a tough question to answer because, like, Omega Gaming, they came into what should have been like a playoffs where they were expected to be one of the top 4, being a number 1 in their own group, and they've beaten one of the top competitors in one of the few in MSU. MSU being, like I said, I would have put money on the fact that they would have ended up winning the season given how their regular season went. So them beating an opponent like that's insane. But Exertion looks so good with their new roster. We didn't get to see them like stress test it over the course of the split like we saw with OMG. But my goodness, if they would have had an entire split, they might have been just as good as MSU. So I think that's too hard of a question to answer with the low sample size we've gotten from Exertion. So I would say OMG's whole season kind of speaks more to how talented they are, but don't count Exertion out by any standard.
I agree with that as we are into the pick and ban phase here. For game number 1, for OMG, we do have the Silas Lucian banned away so far on EX's side, the Cassiopeia and Olaf. So both teams really putting pressure into spots where it seems that they are, a little bit uncomfortable. And you can actually see that in the kind of imbalance or staggered ban phase here.
That they do, making sure to take out really strong champions in multiple positions. The Silas is a little bit more flexible. The Kindred, I really like to make sure Obelisk doesn't say something powerful for him. OMG did this in their previous series as well, taking the Varus first overall. That's a pretty important pick. It's very powerful right now. You usually have to pair it with something defensive, but it can get aggressive. You can build it in a couple different ways. It's a very flexible ADC to start your draft off with.
Yeah, a lot of people have been, a little bit criticizing the Varus poke build of old with the lethality, but it is still powerful, as you said. So we'll have to see what it gets paired with and what they decide to run it, whether it's utility or the main DPSer. On the other side, Exertion have decided to lock in the Maokai, which again, seeing a resurgence of this champion in that top lane against some such as the Set and the Aatrox, coming out as a steady tank going into the mid to late game.
That it is. It's a little questionable for me just because of the fact I like Maokai. I think it's a good pick, but it's better into of some things than others. And now you've given Tanzo the ability to counter pick really well here, and he is a phenomenal top laner. Can play things like Mordekaiser, Aurelia would have been another choice. Could still flex that Renekton. All options that aren't really bad into the Maokai and can scale pretty well as a damage dealer coming in. Love the Braum pick coming through as well. Once they saw Misfortune, they also deny Ornn as a potential pick as a flex. They really want to get crazy with throwing Maokai at support or something along those lines, but Braum puts a stop to all of that nonsense right quick.
Yeah, it really does. And looking at it now, I mean, we see the two jungle bans. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a jungle pick come out here. It is going to be the Gragas coming out, so a little bit staggered. That is going to allow OMG to potentially just target ban the support role, give themselves a stronger bottom lane. On the other side, Exertion might just target ban that jungle, as it did seem like a priority in the first ban phase.
That it did, and OMG certainly have quite a few. The Olaf being taken away was the preference pick coming through from Supermark. The Rek'Sai, the Warwick is also something they could potentially look at. It looks like they're trying to take mid laners off the board to ensure that they don't have any of that safety there. The Orianna is quite strong, but I don't know that it's the preference pick coming through here for your Nurse. He has plenty of champions in the arsenal, and I wouldn't want to touch that pool with 5-foot pole just because of how much he's able to do with a lot of his champions.
Yeah, and so both these squads definitely looking to hammer in that jungle, the mid lane, and then actually swap, it seems, to the jungle role here. So 3 bans thrown the mid laner's way, and all of them pretty high priority champions. The Kassadin and Yasuo. Kassadin, honestly, sneaking in there and has started to rise in relevancy, I would say, in the current competitive meta.
That he has. Really strong champion, has decent base damage, and is a lot stronger, I think, earlier than you would have expected for a champion that scales so well. The Yasuo taken away also from the Gragas to make sure that combination doesn't come through. True is somebody that really, really does enjoy playing some melee, like mid laner, so your things like Diana, you could see Renekton, FaZe. Kassadin is one of those champions, which is why they take it away, but the rest have some questionable viability. Leona is a great pick for Seawolf. He loves the aggressive melee supports and wants to get on top of this Varus.
Yeah, it's one of the few champions that can actually circumvent the Braum wall, I would say, with the Solar Flare, so very nice pickup still within the meta standard, and now OMG do have to blind pick their mid, as well as counterpicking their jungle, and we'll have to see what they decide to go for here.
Curious if Ahri is an option here. Yeah, Glacial Augment on the Ahri, certainly something that your Nurse has played, not only in this time with OMG, but back when he used to play in other amateur leagues on other teams. I recognize this Ahri as one of the best that you see at this level, so love that pick coming out here. Also, really hard to counterpick an Ahri. There is not much weakness in this champion in terms of what the design brings. You've got good wave clear, good roaming, good single target burst, decent team fighting, great mobility. It's a pretty well-rounded champion.
Yeah, I would say the only one that I would fear coming up would be that Syndra. It has been left through the entire draft phase here, and it's one of the few champions that I, as a mid lane player myself, feel is one of the best counters to the Ahri just with the early game stun. But instead they do go for the Corki, so battling mobility with more mobility. I do like this kind of challenge, I would say. You know, hey, you're going for that utility, I'll match you and we'll see who's a little better at it.
Yeah, the big thing is that the Corki can build a little bit defensively with the Hex Drinker to start the game off and deny the burst coming through from Ahri. And once that happens, a lot of Ahri's damage is based around hitting the charm. So the mobility on Corki combined with a Hex Drinker means it's difficult for Ahri to poke him down or to burst through that shield, which gives Corki, who's all consistent damage to start the game, a much better and easier laning phase. Not to mention, once he gets to that point, his wave clear starts to ramp up quite well. Ahri's entire wave clear is tied to that Q alone, so Corki is usually able to push the wave a little faster than an Ahri can once he gets to that point.
Yeah, and now switching over from the mid lane, you know, one of the big things is we call the battery synergy between the mid and junglers. We did not get to see the Rek'Sai locked in. We didn't talk about it just yet, but the Rek'Sai last pick into the Gragas does signal a little bit of an early game hectic battle, it seems, because Rek'Sai, again, not the greatest mid to late game by any stretch, very squishy, very easy to deal with, but again, great early game potential. Same with the Gragas. It seems like OMG are definitely throwing the challenge out there to Exertion Gaming.
What I do very much like about these two junglers, so for the side of OMG, you've got 3 lanes of potential gank assists coming through. You've got Mordekaiser E, Ari Charm, and you got a lot of CC in the Braum to combine with the Rek'Sai knockup and all the damage he brings. So this early game for OMG is very exploitable. Doesn't mean that they fall off entirely. Rek'Sai can play a decent frontline. Mordekaiser, Braum can soak a fair amount of damage themselves. But the early game is something they can play to very easily because of the way that their lane setup applies to Rek'Sai's jungle pathing. Now, on the opposite side with Exertion, Corki doesn't have that same kind of gank assist because he doesn't have any of the CC into himself. So in my mind, you want the Gragas paired with the Leona coming into either mid or into the top lane, or just throw it bot lane altogether. Those two combined with one another have a ridiculous amount of CC to add into the Corki or the Maokai to make sure whoever they're focusing down does die.
Yeah, it's always really scary whenever you see the jungler run in with basically locked in for about 6 seconds, and you're like, well, this is Dota 2 pretty much in a nutshell right there. This is great. But we are taking a look here as we do get into the champion select. So the client champion select, as we do see that Mordekaiser going in the top side. So you mentioned it before, Tanzo, this kind of solid, player in the top side, not really fluctuating between having good or bad days. And this Mordekaiser pick was the counter pick. Do you think this is a solid matchup here in the top lane against the Maokai?
I think it's a pretty good matchup for the Maokai, or for the Mordekaiser, my apologies. So the big thing about Maokai is that it sustains really well by being able to take abilities and then to be able to trade back, but Mordekaiser can do a similar thing with his W shield, while also dishing out a little more damage, being able to pick an engagement against the Maokai when you would normally want to. Not to mention, Mordekaiser scales really, really well for somebody like a Juggernaut. It's a little bit harder for something like Darius to get into late game fights, but with his E and his ultimate, Mordekaiser kind of comes past a lot of those struggles that you would usually have in another matchup against the Maokai. So not only is the laning phase pretty strong, but you've also got stronger later stages of the game as well. So that's important to me. This top lane matchup, I put a lot of stress on for the beginning part of the series because Tanzo and Tentakai, both really good players that are vital to their team's success. Sometimes top laners, they like to complain they have no agency. They don't feel like they're actually people. Even a great top laner thrown onto a team that can't win doesn't always have the most impact, but these two are actually some of the lifeblood for these two teams, and I think this top lane matchup is something we're going to have to keep our eyes on.
Yeah, I mean, I'm super excited to see what they can do in terms of, entering these team fights. I think watching the teleports are going to be huge, obviously, especially with the change, the home guards buff now being applied to teleports, which I think is great. They took it out, I think, back in, like season 6 with the enchantments on boots. And they're like, you know what? Teleport needs a little bit back. We'll give it right back. So watching a speeding tree or speeding just Iron Juggernaut is a terrifying thought. Looking here, though, we do see some variety, it feels like, on the side of OMG. They have a few ways that they can, interact with these upcoming team fights and how they want to play the game. On the other side, it does feel like it's pretty much a front to back, right? You just have your two tanks followed up with damage. Looking at the win conditions here, do you think one side will have an easier time in this matchup, or do you think it's pretty much a stalemate in that term?
So on the side of Exertion, they have a much more standard composition, as you were alluding to. The Maokai, really great frontline. Gragas, Leona does the same thing. Good consistent damage and a lot of teamfight damage from the Corki and the Misfortune with their ultimates, all their auto attacks, things like that. And as you said, they play more front to back than anything else. They can play more flank if they want to have Maokai teleport, or they want to have Gragas come around. You can do things like the package from Corki, things of that sort. On the opposite side, though, it's a little harder to execute this composition, but you have a few ways to do so. Number one, you can play standard 5-on-5. You've got the Braum to block the Misfortune ultimate, block some of the Corki missiles, and you have the Ahri to pick people out around the side. So if Corki or Misfortune get a little too frisky in these fights, you're going to see them get eradicated. But how I'd prefer to see them play is Rek'Sai needs to gank early, get an advantage not for his lane, but for himself. Maybe put some gold in the pocket of Tanzo and play 4-1. Control the first 2 dragons of the game and allow this super mobile Ahri alongside the Varus and the Braum with good disengage to play the 4v4 and force either Tentakai or Corki to constantly respond to Tanzo. They're not going to be able to match him in that later stage of the game, and he's much less important to the team fight than either Tentakai or Corki are at the side of Exertion.
Yeah, That is very much the thoughts running through these players as we do load it into the Rift, we will be taking a very short intermission as we do want to preserve competitive integrity between these two teams, but don't go anywhere. We'll have a short ad from one of our sponsors, Sector 6, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with game number 1 between Omega Gaming Resistance and Exertion Gaming.
Started with a vision. A vision of quality, a vision of uniformity. We took the time to create something familiar yet refreshing, something with a bit of change.
Designed to fit any brand's unique vision.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we get into yes, best thing ever. But again, during this pause, we do get to talk about a little bit about the players coming into this game. Again, on the blue side, we do have Omega Gaming Resistance. In the top lane, we do have Tanzo on that Mordekaiser. In the jungle is Supermark. On the red side, your Nurse going up in that mid lane with the Ahri. And then in the bottom lane for OMG, we have Minmax and Cleave.
And on the red side, we have Exertion. We have Tentakai in the top lane, Obelisk in the jungle, True in the mid lane, Projecti at ADC, and Seawolf in the support role. Actually, I'm going to say hi to Projecti. I think we played a tryout together once.
Well, we obviously see how that went.
It wasn't for Exertion, okay?
I'm sorry. I love doing this, but again, these guys battling it out in game number 1, and I mean, talking about game number 1s in general, right? It's always fantastic to see how the teams like to play it out and how that has influence over the rest of the series.
That it does. Game number 1 sometimes can set the tone for not only like what we're going to see between the two teams in terms of aggression or how they need to change, but specifically like in best of fives, especially metas develop specifically between two teams. You'll see champions that otherwise wouldn't have any priority on them. For example, in this game, if it's the Corki or the Ari that get pop off, you might see that ban next game, something else pops up that you lost in the previous. So like it's always a battle of trade-offs when you come into these best of fives in terms of what the pick and ban changes, and that's a pretty big deal in terms of this game one, just because this will dictate, unless there's a salty run back, what we'll see in game number 2.
Yeah, and we will be getting underway, and talking about it right now. I do want to kind of comment on the summer spells that we do have selected here.
Mhm.
As we do get underway, we do
Mhm.
see that cleanse coming out from min-max on that Varus, which is very understandable when you go up against this composition here. And then also the cleanse coming out on Corki, which is kind of surprising to me.
To me, the cleanse on Corki is a much more laning style rune. Not to mention now it prevents him from having to take QSS into the Mordekaiser, which is nice. If he already has to build Hexdrinker for defense, nice flash. Oh my goodness.
You ever seen a tree just amble forward in love? Like, man, it's it's just unfortunate. But again, that is going to be the flash coming out of Tentakai, which, surprising enough, that's, I feel, not really going to affect the laning phase too much. If it were something like the Corki losing flash, I would be much more worried for Exertion.
That's the case. Yeah, you can play a very, very defensive style on this Maokai pick, especially with your sustain, with your Q. There's plenty of things to work with there. Something I want to note for everybody that plays this game, if you're going to 5-point, you're walking into your tri-brush, walk past the tri-brush. You can see everything from your left and your... Anybody who plays Clash, if you 5-point and you stand in the tri-brush, that's going to happen to you every time they invade. Walk into the river, don't walk into the tri-brush, or just leave a ward. That's fine too. Follow that rule, and you won't have to worry about burning your flash like Tentakai just did.
I feel that's some unbridled hatred coming out. You know, you had a bad experience in Clash, and you're bringing it out on the Rift.
Well, funny enough, I've casted this game long enough to have seen exactly that play happen so many times that I was like, why don't people just walk into... Yeah, I've seen countless people burn their flash on that initial invade towards the Travis. Super popular invade. Easiest solution. Walk into the river. You see them approaching from their own river. Like, that's the...
It is so true, but again, burning that flash once again is going to set him back only barely. Again, a Mordekaiser at the early stages doesn't really feel that dangerous, as, again, it does take a while for his abilities to ramp up. However, Tanzo did opt for that Doran's Ring in that laning matchup, so the only reason that I do point that out is because Mordekaiser doesn't use mana.
That's correct. Not all about the mana anymore. The mana per second certainly less important, but you still do gain some of the execution for minions, 5 additional damage for minions on hit. Not to mention a little more health in the early game, pretty nice, as opposed to taking something where like Doran's Shield probably not as effective against the Maokai because he's not hitting you over and over again. It's really a lot more burst, so pretty nice to have the Doran's Ring for a little more of that harass with the AB you get. Wow, Supermark is low.
Yeah.
He was down to like, I think, double digits HP there for a second.
Yeah, it's kind of surprising to see, especially with, and this is why Rek'Sai is a little bit of a conversational piece between a lot of junglers right now. It feels like the Rek'Sais generally get a little bit further behind because, I mean, you look on the other side of the map, Obelisk is doing quite well on the Gragas, pretty healed up and already clearing out his next camp.
That he is. Finishes his 5th camp right there. The big thing is the Gragas is currently... That's a pretty interesting pathing because he decided to clear blue, wolves, and then full red side clear. Typically, you see full red side clear into a back because it allows you to buy boots for Predator early to take it. But instead, he waits 2 more camps for an additional Dark Seal. But now he runs the risk of potentially losing both Scuttle Crabs. It looks like Supermark's going to get greedy and go for this Gromp. But he could have turned right up towards the top side and gone for that Rift Scuttler on the top side and double scuttled against the Gragas instead.
Yeah, you see the pings come out. Obelisk has sniffed it out. Supermark does get bumped off of the tunnels. He is going to flash over the wall. Double flash is coming out. This could be first blood. He does get a shield from the Guardian, but he is going to go down. First blood to Exertion Gaming, and they're not done yet. Leona does dive in. That's a flash in as well. Cleave. You tried to save your jungler, and you pay for it. That is going to be a quick 2-0 in favor of Exertion Gaming. Only 4 minutes and 20 seconds into this game.
Yeah, Supermark just getting a little bit greedy right there, coming into the jungle. Again, he could have taken double scuttle, walked back, and then waited for the rest of his clear to come through. He would have been a pretty decent amount ahead of 2 camps entirely, plus all the golden experience that Rift Scuttler gives you. Instead, he opts for an invade, more than likely to try to track where the Gragas is going to be for the Predator boots or to find him on his blue buff, but doesn't get there and gets caught with his hand in the proverbial cookie jar right there, trying to take the Gromp away. And that gives a little bit of pressure in the early game, especially since Corki picks up the kill. It's pretty important for this team to have one of those 80 carries getting some gold in their pockets.
Yeah, and for all that, not only that, Projeki and Seawolf didn't really lose any experience. You actually see that Varus is up, or down, sorry, about 5 CS in that bottom lane. So, I mean, usually when you see an invade like that, especially with how far it was pushed up, usually they lose a little bit. Here we go, though. Dragon fight coming out. This is an Ocean Dragon. That's going to be a teleport coming in. This is a 4v4, but no, another teleport follows up. This is a full 5-on-5. Only 5.5 minutes in. They're going to dive all the way in, but immediately Projeki burns off Supermark. He's going to go down, flash out by min-max, and that leaves Cleave and Hanzo left in the Dragon Pit. They're going to burn down as well. Exertion just running the map. So happy about this fight. They make their cake and eat it too.
How they do. They burn the TP a little bit later, so Tanzo's in that fight first. The big problem I have with this, Min-Max got there so late. He was picking up minions, as you said, he was at a deficit. Must have felt like he needed to collect it before he walks up to Dragon, but they commit to the fight before their ADC has even started walking towards the Dragon, and that's going to be a mess from minute number 1. Yorners tries to get some picks on the opposite side, but they have outnumbered very quickly without Varus there. And even worse, he approaches and just dies pretty much instantly to a team with a lot of CC in a direction. So they pick off the Varus, pick off the 2 remaining in the pit, and it's too easy of a play for Exertion to make.
Yeah, it really is, and now they sit with 1.6k lead this early into the game. That does mean that you can already see a BS sword coming out for Projeki in this bottom lane. And looking at it, yeah, just to the Vamp and Longsword coming out of min-max. Huge wins across the board for the side of Exertion Gaming.
Most definitely. Now, here's the thing. If the side of OMG wants to get back into this one, they got to play around Tanzo. Now, he's the only one with some gold advantage over Tentakai. Still is on the Mordekaiser, who can create this split push pressure. And it's the one place I think that the absolute definitive ability to gank is still in existence for Supermark. Everybody else going to be a little bit questionable. You have the cleanse and the W on the Corki to get away. You have a very powerful bot lane that might just 2v3 you. So in my mind, Supermark has to put some more effort into fighting around the top side of the map. Otherwise, he's going to fall to obscurity.
Yeah, nice little charm under the tower, and True is going to eat a little bit of a combo. But again, this is a Glacial Ahri, so electrocute damage not flying through just yet. It's going to be on the top side, though, a little bit of fighting as well. So again, even though they're down 4 kills, a little bit of gold, we still see Omega Game Resistance saying, okay, we can still tango with the best of them.
Yeah, like I said, they never have really that weak of a team fight. They have a decent pick opposition mid lane now.
Oh, Yorners, no mana, no nothing. Even burn the Ignite and just dies so freely in that mid lane.
The rotation there coming through from Projeki and Seawolf absolutely that set that one in stone. They were on their way up to help out with the Rift Herald, and I guess it just mistimed by Yorners. I don't even know if the communication from bot lane was there, because it looks like they weren't even to make sure that they knew they were coming. As you said, no mobility, no ult on the Ahri available because of the lack of mana, and that rotation from Obelisk and Seawolf on their way up to take Rift Herald was pretty much just gifted a free kill there.
And also looks like there weren't many wards along that side too. Usually you see 1 or 2 wards come out, and it just wasn't there. So no wards there. We do see the package actually being used, but Supermark was ready and waiting. That's going to be the package back out, but Chain of Corruption whiffs. It is going to be True going down, though, so just unfortunate gank path secures a kill back in favor of Omega Gaming Resistance.
Yeah, we finally see, so the initial setup was from Supermark there to make sure that he gets a gank on the bottom lane because the Misfortune was by herself, making the play opposite the map from the Rift Herald play, but they didn't expect True to just show up and hand them a kill by Valkyrie in. So that's literally nice of a pickup, especially since I believe he had he had a shutdown gold on him, so that's a nice little reprieve for Supermark there. The problem is now this Rift Herald goes over to Obelisk, who counter jungled at least the wolves away from Supermark, so we have to see where he's going to put this down. This could be the kill blow onto Tanzo to make sure that Tentakai is tanky enough to never die in the 1v1 to Mordekaiser until that damage comes through.
Oh my gosh, Tanzo trying to lay down the beatdown, but Maokai's are just tanky and already sustaining through Tanzo's damage. He is going to win that top lane trade. Even though he's down in CS, he's happy about the state of his lane.
That he is able to get quite a bit done. And once the remainder of Magic Resist comes through, specifically if he gets like Spirit Visage for additional healing, or even I just can't remember the Magic Resist item that helps over time. Oh, here we go.
I believe that is not the Abyssal Mass. That is gonna be.
No, that was my first thought.
Man.
Yeah.
Oh man, we're gonna get in so much trouble for this. I feel we're getting in trouble, but you
A
know what?
captive's home.
Yeah, there it is.
There it
We got it.
I would assume it's Spirit Visage anyway, but I think Captain's Home might help against the Mordekaiser also.
We're in so much trouble. We're in so much trouble. We do see Seawolf getting caught out here with the blighted arrows, blighted ground, a little bit of a stun going out or cuss of blows. And Seawolf actually takes a decent chunk, loses about half health. Mid lane, we see a decent amount of damage going on that tower, so Yorner's still holding supremacy in that mid lane.
Yeah, I think if the Chains of Corruption had come out right there, they would have been able to, but they didn't have it at the time. Min-Max is still waiting on the cooldown to come back up. Both junglers just hovering around this bottom side as well, knowing both sides have their strengths and their weaknesses. I think Varus with the on-hit build is pretty strong later into the game, but he can still capitalize on some nice CC from the Braum and from the Rek'Sai. Yorners, though, you got to point out the fact he's been in a losing lane here, but he still managed to push down 3 plates himself, so...
Yeah, and he's actually spent about half a minute to a minute sitting down here. That's going to be a throw out. Good heal comes out, but Chain of Corruption does land. They knock him up. They stun it. That's going to be the Solar Flare directly on Supermark. He goes in. Void Rush does claim the goal, but it's going to be returned over. Cleave is going to try and move his way back, but no. One more auto attack secures it. Gust Blows does land. Min-Max trying to get a 2-for-2 here. Might get it. No, he doesn't get it. That's a triple kill for Projecki. He gets it on the back end of that Fiesta bot lane. Horrendous mistake coming out of Omega Gaming Resistance.
Yeah, so Cleave's positioning right there, I don't think he was able to put the shield up in front of his jungler, and then the ultimate comes out from Supermark to get the kill on Leona, which was nice. Dodges the last bit of damage from the bullet time that was already out, but all that did was set up the play afterwards for Projecti to clean up everybody, and again, the lack of mana from Min-Max right there really did define the 1v1, because he could have killed him easily with one ability.
Yeah, we see a fight on the top lane. Tentakai pulled into that shadow room. Double flash coming out here. Tentakai able to dodge out most of the damage, but still trying to run away. Is able to survive just barely, but we're starting to see some life coming out of Tanzo in that top side.
That's the case. Tanzo flashed preemptively right there to try to set up the Q. Again, maybe guess that Tentakai was going to flash away from his Q, because it would have been more than enough damage to at least knock him down, if not kill him. And Tentakai flashes the opposite direction and ends up going to his side, and that's what cost that right there. So it's flash for flash on the top side. Neither one of them is super valuable, but it does make sure that the first real all-in from Tanzo doesn't succeed against Tentakai.
Yeah, and while every single lane was pretty much in an all-out brawl, we did see the second dragon, the Cloud Drake, going over in favor of Exertion Gaming, and Infernal Soul potentially on the table. So that's going to be a huge dragon and soul coming on for both sides, considering Infernal is so good in the likes of poke comps as well as all-out damage. Very scary thought there. That is going to be the Rift Herald taking a chunk out of that bottom lane tower. And everyone backs off once again.
Yeah, not even a chance, though, of that Ahri roaming whatsoever. There's not just one more. Look at that entire river from Exertion, putting all their vision resources into Projecti right now because of his massive lead right now on this Misfortune over the Varus lane. Such a strong place to be.
Oh, but they do get the Chain of Corruptions onto Seawolf, but he is running the interference. It comes the Bullet Storm, but it is not going to get any kills, and that's just going to be a solo kill over to Min-Max.
That it will. Once again, a gank. Ooh, True is here. I don't think they can commit to this one. They do have high health, and they have very high damage right now to siege up on this tower, which is already pretty broken. Might be able to look for this one.
Yeah, Obelisk actually running interference in that mid lane, trying to keep your nurse clean. It is going to be bottom lane still forced out, and they're going to claim another tower plate. No? Yes, they do hit it one more time. That is going to be taken, but again, everyone pretty much trying to clean up. Oh, deep roam coming out of your nurse does find Seawolf, but this might be a little bit dangerous. Obelisk saying hello, does Spirit Rush over the side. Might have to Spirit Rush one more time, but Obelisk with the big play. I don't know if that was intentional or not. That is going to be a pull in Tonzo. Not having a fun time, but on the bottom lane, we see a big jump. The pressure is there. They get the shutdown on the Projecti. Tonzo now getting bounced around like a bounce house. That is going to be the Glacial Augment being thrown out with the Hextech GLP. But it is not going to claim anything as Tonzo goes down. So a 1-for-1 across the entirety of the map. Actually, that was a 2-for-1 as Corki actually went down on the back end of that as well.
Yeah, punches being thrown into both directions from both teams. Pretty nice to see in this early game. The Rift Herald, I believe, is still up and available. No Dragon on the bottom side for that play to come through. It was an interesting place for Yorners to be because he did get quite a bit of damage. Wasn't expecting Obelisk and Tentakai to collapse so fast and actually baited Tonzo, unfortunately, into a fight there. But you can see the power of Yorners is actually insanely high right now. I don't know, did he break that mid tower himself? Yeah, that mid tower was broken entirely by the Ahri exclusively, which is just the strength that Yorners has on this Ahri pick. So you want to see that gold start to get spread. You saw at half health a Seawolf with the Leona with the Aftershock. I don't know if it was proc yet or not, but certainly plenty of damage on the Ahri with that Glacial Augment rune. Should be able to help start setting up some plays for this map.
Yeah, really should. I mean, now that we have a little bit of breathing time, I do want to talk about that CS differentials. I mean, we're looking down the line, top lane. And bottom lane are relatively even, but I mean the jungle disparity, Obelisk sitting 109 versus 82. I think that's about 4 to 5 camps total. That's the difference, but in mid lane it is such a huge disparity, looking at 30 to 31 CS difference.
Yeah, what's shocking to me actually now is that the beneficiary of those 3 bot lane kills was Minmax. He picked up every single one of those and is now actually in an advantage over this Misfortune, which is shocking to me just how well those two were playing with Projecti and Seawolf on the bottom side. For Minmax to come back this easily into the game and become a threat, he looks like he's building into crit probably towards that Essence Reaver or one of those attack speed items like the Rune Ants Hurricane, maybe the Phantom Dancer for dive potential, but certainly is looking for some crit in this kit to try to match some of the damage coming through from Misfortune. Wow. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, big damage, but Minmax actually took the tower shot. This might be dangerous. Clean. He goes down. Tentakai gets the solo kill, and he's actually going to survive. Huge mistake. Grants Exertion Gaming a window back into this game and a window back to gaining control of this entire flow.
Yeah, somebody tell me that Maokai is a low-skill champion right there, and tell me you can make that play come through. That W dodged a little bit of damage, the nice auto attack to get reset, and the Q to put Braum under the tower further, cause him to take an additional tower shot. So well played from Tentakai. They lose the tower, but that could have been an easy kill for this bottom lane to put the Varus even further ahead, and he denies it and generates his own advantage.
Yeah, and because of that, not only did the bottom lane fall, but Exertion Gaming also pick up their 3rd dragon. So only 17 minutes in, and already sitting on a 4th dragon potential coming out. This is not looking good for Omega Gaming Resistance. Ooh. Nice little knock up on that top side though. Tentakai did stick around a little bit longer than he wanted, but True is here to help out as well. But in comes your nurse. They're gonna throw. All True picks up that 1 kill, but it's a 1-for-1 so far. That's going to be the double flash in. Obelisk getting the knockback. Minmax now getting stunned up, but pulls a Captain Jack. He is going to keep trying to run, but he's going to go down. That's going to be a 2-for-2 so far. Cleave trying to get the knockup, but Glacial Fissure does whip, but that's going to be Seawolf getting found out here. Does jump over the side, but that is going to be a traded kill. Q goes out. One more Q from Tonzo as well. Pulled into the Shadow Realm, and Seawolf just going to get hunted down. An overall 3-for-2 plus a tower, but so much blood and just death going around for pretty much a very small global win.
And they're striking back and forth constantly between these two teams. It was a shocking early game coming through from the side of Exertion where it looked like they had complete command. But right now, they're sitting on only about a 600 gold lead over their opposition. They just pick up a little bit more with that tower take, about 1,500 roughly in that area. But still, this game is back and forth really heavily. They're playing well on the side of OMG around the Varus because of the power that got instilled in him in those bot lane plays. So while that first initial few plays came through from the side of Exertion, the response for first tower, the Rift Herald getting 2 on the top side of the map, Varus picking up some kills, have been their way back into the game, and playing around that strength as it adapts is a very impressive feat for a team at this level.
Absolutely. We are looking at Baron coming up in a minute. Both of these teams do have I'm fairly certain they have an inkling that they want to try to do it at 20 minutes, but I don't think they will. But they definitely could attempt to. We do see Eve trying to get some vision down, and we're starting to see the battle back and forth here. Supermark going directly over the wall, and they spot Seawolf. Seawolf not moving, actually gets a stun off. That's going to be the Soul Flare missing as the Void Rush is able to take Supermark, but the big explosive pass means that everyone else dies. The cleanup, Min-Max picks up a double kill. They left the damage dealer ejected, and Projecki actually turns around, gets a single kill for himself. Tanzo flashes sword, is able to drag everyone else back in, but this is a battle coming out. Both sides bleeding heavily. Yorners finally showing up to this fight, and they have to run. They say this might not be good. This could be a dangerous game. Glacial Augment is able to slow everyone down. There comes the Spear Rush. Dies all the way in the back line. Is able to catch two. Tentakai saying, no, help my team. And this is just a back and forth. He survives. Tentakai gets a huge heal off. But look at the damage. Look at the moves. Projecki is going to stay alive right there, but they have to run. OMG, burning their health bars, and Projecki standing top above, losing most of his teammates, but able to hold that fight.
Maokai isn't even on 2 items yet. How is he living that long? That was nuts. He just kept healing over and over again for half of his health bar. How do you kill him? There's no grievous wounds yet on any member. It looks like the Morello is going to come through from Uriners quite quickly. And if it weren't for that reinforce for this bottom lane, that could have been a rough play. I think all in all, it was a 3-for-4 for the side of OGM, or my apologies, Omega Gaming. Really, really impressive stuff between both teams, and this team fighting is coming down to which damage dealer can put out damage longer, not even live longer. Projecki and Min-Max were both alive the whole time. They just couldn't constantly put out damage because of the threat of somebody like Yorners, like Tanzo, on the opposite side, like True, like Obelisk, like Tentakai, coming through. Gotta love the way that all of these surrounding, supporting cast players are playing around these ADCs.
Yeah, that is very true, but something to keep in mind is, again, Jordan was about 15 seconds late to that fight. That is a huge shift in change if OMG decide to group up a little bit quicker, especially around the upcoming Dragon. They're pulling a Death Rush right now, which I really do like. Oh, but they weren't able to clear that ward. That is so big. That's why you always place your wards in cheeky little positions. You get information that you might not get otherwise. But again, this could be a full 5-on-5 fight. Very dangerous.
Oh, the charm!
Oh, that is such a big jump over the wall, but Obelisk does go golden, but they get on the Projecki. That pulls a kill, and that's going to be a shutdown for Min-Max, and OMG have found the kills that they want. There is no 22-minute soul coming out. They will claim Dragon.
Projecki is sitting there waiting behind Obelisk to help support the fight against Yorners. Yorners brings down 90% of his health bar in just one combo. That's the strength of the Ahri right now, and the Zonius buys him enough time, but all it does is give Supermark a way to get into the fight on top of Projecki. So now you lose your ADC and your jungler, and they're trying to have both ways right now. They're Dragon and the Baron eventually. The Baron is their first target. They have no competition for it. Looks like it's going to be traded for the Dragon Soul. That might actually be a win for Exertion. I think that's...
Oh,
no way!
Oh,
No!
no! What?
He did not!
He's still... Tentakai with the most amazing play I've ever seen. The walk-away steal. This is disaster for OMG. Tanzo picks up Seawolf in the back-end fight, but no, they're so low. This is disaster. Exertion Gaming coming back. Double kill coming out for Tanzo. Yorners in the backline is able to find the execution onto True, but this is so damaging. Tentakai, he pulled a winner. He's trying to clean it up, but no. Triple kill for Tanzo. He is huge. He does go down, but still, that's all he needed to do.
Oh my
He is going... No! Tentakai still trying to get it out. No, there is the ace. And it's such a crazy back and forth extension. The Baron was stolen and snatched away in the same breath. Exertion Gaming, OMG, what are you doing to us right now? This is only game number 1.
Tell me that Maokai's a low-skill champion again. I want somebody to say in the chat, because that was an amazing steal with just the ultimate alone. Although, I'm going to say it before anyone else has a chance to, I think Exertion just made a massive mistake going for the Dragon immediately afterwards. I think they needed either one of the two to make themselves into a good place in this game, secure themselves a lead. What they just did was they lost their Baron by getting ace, and lost the Infernal Soul. They could have traded one for the other and been in a perfect situation, but they lose both somehow, all things said and done. So while, yeah, amazing by Tentakai, and he is playing out of his mind on this Maokai of all things, really, that was a fantastic set of events coming through from Omega Gaming, and it puts them in a much better position to continue playing in this game.
Yeah, amazing job. And again, I say amazing, but again, both these squads showing extreme and major mistakes, I have to say, because again, going for Baron at 22 minutes without your 5th member is so difficult when your damage dealers, especially with an RE Glacial Augment, just isn't outputting as much damage as you would assume. So, you know, these little mistakes are what's going to cost these teams big leads, and we're starting to see it.
Yeah, especially when you get outsmited by a sapling.
We don't talk about that. We don't talk about that.
Super
Mark will be kicking himself.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, but here we go. Minmax super dodges. The fancy footwork is there, but he does get zoned around the side. Beautiful flash around the side, but a teleport brings him all the way back in. Chain Corruption misses though. Tanzo directly in the middle of all of them. He does pull Projecki in the middle. This could be a kill. Projecki not able to get away. Just barely gets it. The shield is up. He wants through. He gets the kill. Projecki goes down, but that's a trade. True is able to pick it. This is a two-sided fight. Nurse in the backline going for True, but look at the kill. Shutdown. Going over to Obelisk. He is able to clean up the kill, but now they're caught between a rock and a hard place here. Obelisk very, very low. Seawolf as well. Tentakai, the only one fully healthy. Flash over the wall. Nurse is able to find the kill. 6-1 and 6 for him. That's Obelisk trying to turn it around, but he is on the wrong side of the map. Triple kill for the Ahri. 7-1 and 6. And again, a brutal, bloody fight going in the favor of OMG.
So I don't know what happened in the beginning of that fight for the Mordekaiser to be able to get onto Projecki. It looked like Projecki was just standing there waiting for the TP to come through, even though he knows he's probably going to get ulted by Mordekaiser pretty much immediately. I don't know if that was... It looked also maybe like Tentakai had cued him into the range of Projecki without Projecki being able to respond. That's also possible that miscommunication came through. But still, these fights are so elongated. It's really nice. Tanzo locking in Projecki wins the fight for the side of Omega Gaming, but Exertion still able to get a kill onto Minmax somehow with none of their damage dealers. It wasn't True and it wasn't Projecki. That was Obelisk, Tentakai, and Seawolf getting that kill against the ADCs. That's a miracle coming through. And if that can continue, both these teams looking to get onto the AD series, it's going to be more important that you've got your Nurse and True to back up the damage that these two are putting out from Projecki and Minmax's standpoint.
I have to agree. And in looking at these fights overall, I think a big thing to talk about is the fact that, you know, looking at these two squads, we talked about it before, right? Exertion Gaming is pretty much, you know, a pure front-to-back team fight composition. They want to kill the front line. They want to get it down, and that's pretty much what they do. They bulldoze with the Maokai, with the Leona. That's what they force with first, and then from there, they make their way forward. However, on the flip side, we do get to see that versatility coming out. We get to see your Nurse pretty much never be there when a fight starts up. He is always off on the flank, ready to go to try and get that catch out. And I feel Exertion is not giving, you know, the flankers of OMG the respect they deserve.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. And honestly, also, if it were not the Ahri pick coming through, if this would have been something like Diana or something that could have potentially split pushed, this game might be in dire straits for Exertion because your Nurse has not been responded to the majority of the time in a side lane. And these fights actually don't look too bad from either team when you have that option coming through. So like if your Nurse had had the opportunity to split push, could have been an inhibitor down or something. We do see applause finally comes through.
Yeah, very short technical difficulty. We will get that under control, but this is finally the time to breathe. Because, I mean, taking a look at the kill count, this is 43 kills in 27 minutes. That's very close to, I think, about 1.5 kills per minute, which to me is absolutely insane for a game number one. Usually we see this, and I would say maybe the second or third game, once it starts getting a little bit close, once a team starts feeling pressured. But in game number one, to come out fully swinging, just back and forth, I think is absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, I would agree. It's 43 kills in 27 and a quarter minutes. That's 55. Wait, what? No.
Ladies and gentlemen,
right.
Very
Hold on,
quick tip to people.
1.58.
Don't do math on a cast, by the way.
It's 1.58. I just told you what the number is.
Okay. Did you bring out the calculator? Because I was not able to. Okay, but again,
somebody check it. I guarantee it's probably almost right.
I agree with that absolutely. But again, very bloody game to start off this series, where you know it definitely feels like they're already caught up in this frantic pace of the finals here, right? You know, they're kind of throwing caution to the wind. Whereas again, we stated at the very beginning of the game, the first game sets the pace for the entirety of the series. It feels.
Yeah, I think the most important thing that I've seen from both these teams is it doesn't matter what mistakes they make or who wins a fight, no matter what happens, they don't let anything phase them. They
Mhm.
consistently try new things, try to take fights, try to go for objectives. And I can appreciate that from two teams coming into a final. Sometimes you see this hyper reserved style where you're like, you're giving away like plays. If you're down gold, you're like, all right, let's sit, let's wait, let's sit in the back. No, neither one of these teams is being patient with how they play the game. They're always finding new ways and avenues to get back in, win another fight, and potentially take the first game for themselves. And we've seen that already. In fact, you have a 3,000 gold deficit sitting here from the side of Exertion. They're also the one with 3 Drakes. They're 1 Drake away from getting this Infernal Dragon, which could break fights open for them. Like this game, it's been so back and forth. And even though Omega has been kind of in the driver's seat for the last 2 minutes or so, all it takes is another one of these plays to break Exertion back in.
Yeah, and I mean, what better way to do that than to force OMG to sit around this upcoming dragon that's coming up in about 48 seconds? This is Infernal Soul.
Mhm.
This is a dragon soul that you do not want to give over to your opponents no matter what.
Mhm.
And to keep into mind, once again, last time Exertion kind of overforced it when they didn't need to. Again, only giving 1 dragon is not that big of a loss here.
No.
Uh, I I honestly think, like you said before, getting that Baron was a huge steal away. Why risk it? This is kind of the same thing. They don't have to go for this dragon, but I mean, if they get it, that propels them pretty much to be on even footing with the squad of OMG.
Yeah, there's a lot of trade-off here. So the thing is, they could go for Baron and they give up the second Infernal Drake, and what that would allow them to do is siege, which isn't a terrible thing. The problem is that Tanzo still commands a side lane, so you can't run a 1-3-1. So you're running basically like probably all 5 in one lane, if not maybe one split pusher, somebody mobile like True. That's not ideal because you're probably not going to break open most of it. You might get like mid to top outer tower or something along those lines, but you're probably not breaking into the base or anywhere close to it with the first Baron. And you're giving up yet another Drake, making this game longer when you're already starting to lose engagements to the side of Omega Gaming. The opposite though is you take the Infernal Drake, give the Baron, and then you have to sustain through that few minutes of advantage with the Baron, that sieging that comes through from a composition that's already ahead in gold, and try to use that Infernal Drake to remove some players, remove some of the pressure. And once that's done, you now have a commanding grip over everything else in the game because of your Infernal Soul's power. So it's a trade-off, and you have to kind of assess what you would like to do as a team and pick which one. And personally, I think the Infernal Drake is absolutely the sell, but they're not going to give it away for free on the side of Omega.
Yeah, definitely not. With 48 seconds, right? It's you still have time to set up. We see on your map right now, you see your nurse and Supermark kind of setting up on that top side. And a big problem for OMG is you actually see where the vision control is. If you take a look at your mini map right now, you see the multiple wards. I think that's about 5 regular wards sitting on the top side.
Mhm.
So OMG are not prepped for this upcoming dragon, I don't think. If they can get down within 48 seconds and be able to ward everything up, you see the pink wards in their inventory, they have a chance. However, uh, you know, I think this is the first time, honestly, that OMG have really had control
Mhm.
over the vision control around this area because again, Exertion Gaming was really on top of it at the beginning.
Yeah, they actually have pretty decent warding pushed up into the jungle of the side of Exertion,
Mhm.
despite not having the most ridiculous advantage off the back of some of these plays that have come through, which is interesting to me. So the problem I see with this is that they can commit to 1, but I don't think they can commit to 2 because they don't have the clear speed for it. They really don't.
Mhm.
Yeah, Varus will pump out plenty of damage, but like I mean, the Mordekaiser isn't really known for it. Oh wow,
Oh,
flash!
big flash at
Immediately.
27 and a half minutes. That is a very big change. That's going to be the bullet time coming out as well. And Seawolf is caught between a rock and a hard place right now. Does jump all the way back in.
Oh, oh,
Landing on everyone as well. Look at the damage coming out as well. And that is going to be Exertion Gaming winning that fight in a beautiful, beautiful wombo combo.
True is a hero right there. There are basically 3 entirely whiffed ultimates coming through from the side of the Exertion. I thought they were really in a bad place, but that massive Valkyrie, the package coming through from True right there, put out so much damage. That is one of the highest damage abilities in the game. You don't hit it for a reason, and it was sitting on top, and that's more damage than a Rumble ultimate right there. That was game-breaking, and you see that come through. Min-Max goes down, Tanza goes down. There's a lot of your team fight coming through right there, and they can't come close. Now the Infernal Soul in possession of Exertion, and they should have first track on this Baron as well.
Oh, they really should. And what a beautiful, beautiful way to come back in this game, right? We were wondering how they're going to do it. And again, in this style of play, it's really, which team can capitalize on the mistakes of the opponent. And that was it. The entirety of this OMG squad funneled in on top of the Corki package, and just the burn damage was so large. Now they can contest with this upcoming Baron. It's such a dangerous game.
Ooh. There's a little bit of
little
chip
bit of
damage
clip.
on the Tentacat there, but nothing crazy. Yeah, they do have control around this Baron pit, and this would be the ideal situation if they were able to get the Baron and get something back for their trouble, but giving the Infernal Soul over is a pretty risky strategy. They're actually pulling off on the side of Exertion pretty heavily. Are they just willing to give this Baron up?
Seems like they are. They don't want to test it too much. Again, not being able to see the rest of the opponents. And I think without the Corki package, it's a little bit difficult for them to do anything. Baron is burning down. We're now sitting right at the 29.5-minute mark as of right now. The rest of OMG actually cuts off from the Baron, so it seems Exertion Gaming have exerted their pressure and stalled out the Baron here.
They do get the mid lane priority, which is pretty important to make sure the push doesn't come through immediately. And again, I think the problem plaguing the side of OMG here is they don't have the Baron damage necessary to just bring it down. And I'm not sure, is it Nashor's? It's not Nashor's on the Mordekaiser, so the DPS is relatively low, and it's really just Min-Max that has it. He's trying to solo it right now, and he actually was doing a good job of it as well, but gets spotted out there by Obelisk. But that's the problem. You don't have the pure DPS to bring down the Baron fast enough, even with the opposition not committing anywhere near a fight. They were too afraid of what was going to happen, and they have to pull off of it.
Yeah, I mean, you saw the damage count coming out of Projecki even with that Infernal Soul. I mean, just 2 auto attacks took Tanzo down to, I think, about half health. So, I mean, it's so scary to even get close to the squad right now. Your Nurse trying to posture for a little bit of a pinch here, but gets zoned out. True, taking a big chunk of damage back. And this could be the mid lane fight that they're looking for.
That it could. Still just playing around this GLP quite nicely, making sure there's no engagements that can come in from this team. The use of the GLP, I think, is going to be important as well, because it's what denies Tentakai, Obelisk, and Seawolf access into the back line when some of this CC does land. Now they have the instant priority here onto the Baron. Yorner's still pushing up mid lane. Let's see if they want to commit to a fight here.
Yeah, Projecki running a little bit of interference. Out comes the Grasping Vines. Baron burning down to about 4.5K. But the big jump in, that is going to be Your Nurse trying to jump in the back line, but look at the split fight here. Burning down Min-Max, able to claim the kill. 1 kill left so far, and a big bullet time comes out on the other side. That is going to be a 2-for-1 in favor of Exertion Gaming. Make that a 2-for-2, but Your Nurse now on the side gets the charm. Big catch onto True. That's going to be Min-Max now burning to Projecki. Projecki wins that trade back and forth. He goes Golden Tanzo, able to burn down Projecki. That's going to be the exploding cast, keeping Projecki alive. And in a bloody fight off the back of a Baron attempt, Exertion Gaming win it 3-4.
Inches, man. Games of inches, little things here and there. I really thought at the beginning of that fight, the overcommitment of True and Projecki onto Supermark to make sure that the Rek'Sai had died for the Baron was going to be the death of the side of OM, or yeah, for best of the side for Exertion. My apologies, I confused the teams for a second there. But the thing is with your damage and with Obelisk around, you have a lot of burst potential to come out onto this team. So Tanzo can't frontline the way that Tentakai does and continue to sustain through the fight. He has to get an engagement directly onto somebody or he's going to get kited, and that's exactly what happened. You run out of people to throw into this team when they're just getting obliterated by your damage, and that's, again, it was really fearful because I thought they were down to 2 members. I didn't think they were going to be able to Baron, but they pull out the clutch with Projecki being able to kite away from Tanzo and win that fight in the end. Baron still goes neither way, but the Infernal Soul still in massive possession of Exertion, and they're going to continue to use that in these fights to great avail.
Yeah, they really are, and now we're getting into that late game mode, 32 minutes, and closing in on the 33rd. I mean, look at the itemization. We're seeing 2.5 completed for just about everyone. Multiple Spectre Cals actually coming out on the side of Exertion Gaming. I think this is the second one for Tentakai right now. Really doesn't want to deal with all that AP damage coming out.
On the top side of this.
Yeah, Baron started up once again, dropping down to about 7k. Yorners on the flank here, trying to run interference, and that route actually collapses most people. That is going to be the jump in, though. Hextech GLP does go out. Yorners getting soloed out by True. Might go down. One more auto attack gets in. That's going to be the Baron take from Exertion Gaming, and the all-out fight is upon us. Look at the burn damage. So Min-Max absolutely chunking people. Tanzo keeping Obelisk in the way as well. So a 2-for-2 taken by both sides, but Baron does go over to Exertion Gaming. Very, very key right now.
And now with Infernal Soul and Baron buff, they're going to be able to push out both mid and bottom lane, and because of that, you get a first priority on the Elder Drake. There's no vision on either side right now. In fact, if it were me on the side of OMG, I would back right this instant, fill your wards, get some control wards as well, and put vision in your jungle. Not in the river, in the jungle, because it's important to be able to approach this Elder Drake and compete for it. If they get Elder Drake alongside Infernal Soul and Baron, this is going to be the game very quickly. That's 3 insanely powerful buffs to play against.
Yeah, Projecti just used bullet time, so there is going to be no bullet time for the upcoming Infernal if they so choose it. Tanzo dragging in the tankiest member right now, and Projecti is might have been off more than he could chew.
Walk away.
Yeah, Projecti is there and just immediately dunks down. Such a big loss. Exertion Gaming very happy about that pick. As the Elder Dragon is up, look how fast it burns down here. It looks like OMG just might have to give this one up.
That they will. Looks like they're going to get denied it pretty quickly. Pull off of this one. Again, they got to weather this storm. It's Elder Drake and Baron sitting on top in front. Oh! Ouch. Okay.
Riot balance, ladies and gentlemen.
Try to weather that. Okay, in fairness, they're sitting on Infernal Soul, Elder Drake, and Baron right now. That is so much raw power that they've gotten their champions without any... You might be able to win this game right now if you're on the side of Exertion with no items in your inventory.
That is so true, but they have so many, some of them so much as possible 4-item completion. For the side of Projecti, great stun coming out onto your nurse possibly burning down. There it is! Corki gets his second Elder Drake kill. The middle inhibitor is down. Baron and Powder Minions are available. This could easily be the game number 1 for Exertion. They dive all the way in there. Projecti throwing out the ultimate. That's going to be the kill. Tanzo dragging in Tentakai, but that's just a brute force wall, and Nexus is open. They're going to get one more kill on the board as the Nexus is going to burn down. Game 1 going to Exertion Gaming.
Well played from Exertion. Both teams throwing what seemed like everything in the kitchen sink at each other for game number 1. And in amazing fashion, you see Exertion end up taking this one. Their early dragon control was the most important thing. If they had lost even one dragon during the course of that early game that they had dominated in, would have been a completely different story. They wouldn't have gotten anywhere near the Infernal Soul or the Elder Drake. The Baron fight might have gone completely different. Like, that early game didn't win them the mid game or the late game. It was the dragon control that got them this win. And that's what's so important, is that early game from Supermark could have been a lot different had he not invaded in that first set. And his death snowballed the dragons in terms of Exertion. That little tick, that one little mistake might have actually been the difference in taking some of the dragons, having bot lane priority, and winning this game.
Yeah, absolutely. But again, one of the big fears I think for Exertion is, even though they were sitting with 3 dragons, right, and even though they were able to get the dragon or the Baron steal at one point, they were very, very close to losing, and that is something, in my opinion, unheard of. When you have a Baron, when you have 3 dragons to your name, you are usually still up in towers, kills, and everything.
Mhm.
It is so scary to me that OMG are this resilient, right? Like, true to their
Mhm.
name, they almost won with nothing else except their raw skill, the champions, and the items in their back pocket.
Agreed. Yeah, I thought the contributions from everyone in this game were massive. Min-Max, 16 kills on the Varus, was trying to front to back as best he could. Did end up with the Executioners in the inventory, but the damage coming through from Gragas, from Corki, and from Misfortune from so far away ended up being his demise. Cleave wasn't enough to protect him in that sense. Your nurse was constantly flanking. The flanks were nice, but not a ton of damage on the Ahri when you're running the Glacial Augment. Again, I'd like to see something that's more aggressive towards either split pushing or really makes that massive impact in a flank like that. Something with tons of damage that will win a team fight if you're able to get it in the right position.
All right, well, there you go. Both goods and bads from this game being taken away by both. But we will be getting into game number 2 here very shortly in this thrilling series between these 2 finalists here in the Upsurge Minor League. Don't go anywhere.
The vision is always 360 when it comes to selfish goals.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to game number 2 between Omega Gaming Resistance and Exertion Gaming. Both these squads put on one hell of a show for us, whether it be the circus or a professional performance. But I mean, they took each other the whole 9 yards and then some.
That they did. Wasn't the most clean game from either side, but certainly was a very exciting game to say the least. And that's game 1, so you can only imagine how games 2, 3, 4, and 5 inevitably will go.
I mean that, and going back to it, right? We had so many things to talk about that we wanted to touch on, right? And we could only have so much time, but I think the biggest thing that we had discussed was, these minute mistakes that might seem small to them, but overall, it seemed to really hammer down the fact that, these teams might make mistakes, but they can easily pick up on the enemy's mistakes and really run with it.
But they can. They did a good job for the most part of being able to take advantage, especially of like fighting mistakes on both sides. I thought that both teams had their advantages in a game like this. Also, it was like Projecti and Minmax both had a lot of gold, so the game was almost nearly kind of like who can smash the opposing ADC faster.
Yeah.
Just trying to do that. And the problem in this game was just that, like, again, with True being on another marksman and something like that, and Tentekai being this massive damage soak for the front line, alongside Gragas having a ridiculous amount of damage to combine with all of that, it felt so hard for Tanzo and Yorners to have the same kind of impact, because while their damage was high, their damage soak was there, it just wasn't matching what we saw from the opposition side. So maybe you require a little bit more. You have to play to your composition a little bit better. So if you have the Mordekaiser, you might have to find more creative ways to get him in. Those TP plays were actually really nice from Tanzo, and I want to see more of those.
Yeah, they're really close. And I mean, Tentekai as well, having those great roams and being able to be in the right spot at the right time. Not only that, soaking up a lot of damage. We'll have to see if they can do it here in game number 2 as well, as we are underway on draft here. Exertion Gaming will be on blue side, as OGR are going to be on that red side this time around. But Cassiopeia Taric taken off the table, and OGR immediately say no misfortune this time around. We're not letting that one be a big power point for you.
Yeah, that leaves either the Kindred or the Lucian up on the board. I would imagine the Lucian is something they can give away relatively freely. It's like even a fantastic Lucian player can get aggressed on relatively easily. Lucian can fall off and has lower range than most ADCs, so the damage isn't always quite there. You can force him away. So in my mind, the Kindred is something that's a lot more aggressive. I felt in game 1 like Obelisk was so good compared to Supermark's early game. Having something like Kindred to invade and to aggress with could be a massive mistake.
Yeah, and actually, you were talking about it before, talking about the ability to use all those weapons available to them. The Diana banned away, not wanting to give True that option to be able to use that. So Exertion Gaming just say, okay, use it last time, we'll use it this time. Varus picked up in the first round.
They are able to get that one. Misfortune taken away as well means that the next few sets of ADCs are more preference than anything else. I'm curious if if like an Ezreal or an Ashe come out here. The Kindred is the hover at the moment. Interesting champion takeaway, just to make sure they don't give it over to Supermark, because again, you don't want to give over Varus and Kindred in the set follow-up as well.
Yeah, so 2 high priorities and immediate growth. Yasuo lock in for Obelisk and True. This is... Man, you see this in solo queue, you just press Alt F4 and get the hell out of there.
Okay, so I'm gonna make an important. I'm gonna make an important distinction. Yeah, you do. That's terrible. I'm gonna make an important distinction. Okay, so Omega Gaming last week played against the Yasuo and Gragas. The response by Yorners was the LeBlanc, which is pretty interesting because LeBlanc is actually pretty well recognized as countered by Yasuo because the wind wall denies the chain, the Q, and the ability to break her combo is just so. It's harmful very heavily to a LeBlanc player, so it's a little surprising to see that happen. So, and they did win last week with this LeBlanc over their opposition in pretty convincing fashion. I'm pretty sure the LeBlanc had like 9-10 kills, something like that by the end of the game, was putting out a ton of damage. So Yorner's feeling comfortable in a matchup that probably should be losing.
Yeah, and I personally have some qualms. We'll have to see what they do. Again, Ornn and Braum taken off the table. Leona banned away as well by OGR's side, so not allowing that power lockdown to be allowed through. So we'll have to see what the last ban is here as well. But, with the Kindred lock-in, I always have some doubts and criticisms, right? Because of the fact that it really kind of forces your composition to be taken into a well, right? You need to have CC. You need to have that tank ability on your side. If not, Kindred kind of gets left high and dry.
Agree. Ooh, okay, interesting. They might be setting up Kog'Maw here, and there's not really a way they could take that away because the Varus has been locked in. So it could be the Lulu Kog'Maw to follow up. That's a decent bottom lane to be able to respond. My big question, though, is can you resist an Alistar Varus lane? Alistar is my assumption for the support because he likes to play those tanky frontline, engage supports. They were already hovering the ban earlier in the first rotation, and I wouldn't be surprised if these two.
Yeah, Nautilus is still available. We have seen some crazy ones in the Blitzcrank as well. If you section 1, that's the way to go. So the Blitzcrank locked in here. Definitely a very big choice here. So Blitzcrank being locked in.
Oh!
And the Malphite. So pure knockup. Exertion just says, all right, we're done. Throw it home.
Making sure to get a counter pick for the set and more setup for the Yasuo, so they're putting a lot of eggs into the true basket in this one. Again, one of the champions he does like to play, so not shocking to see. I'm not a big fan of the Blitzcrank pick. The laning phase is pretty good for it, but I'm going to point out the possibility that if you pull somebody and the Lulu was not pulled, then you just engage them into your team for the opposition. So, you get that big ultimate from the Lulu. You could land on a 5 members with the incorrect Blitzcrank code coming in. The Vayne is the grab instead of the Kog'Maw as well. They see the front line of the Malphite, the Gragas, the Blitzcrank, and they say, we need true damage now.
Yeah, but this also goes back to the tried and true, hey, let's do some Vayne spotting. This is pretty much the composition that this is either going to be really good for one side. It's not. I don't think it's going to go even by any stretch. One team's going to get the lead, and that's pretty much going to be it, I feel.
Yeah, it could be rough. And given the way the rest of this composition has played out, I'm not in love with the Kindred pick as you were not earlier on, just because of the fact that, Kindred's a lot of damage, doesn't have a lot of CC. The early game can snowball against your opposition, but if the level 6 is reached before any pressure gets put on by the Kindred, doesn't have the marks, this Gragas Yasuo can run over the map. The Malphite sets up ganks well, the Blitzcrank Varus sets up ganks well, and you don't really team fight against a composition that has a pretty much immediate fight win button so long as Malphite or Gragas land that ultimate.
Yeah, it's we're gonna have to see how Min-Max is able to play this, because last game his positioning honestly was very, very good. In a lot of the team fights, he was able to maneuver himself off to the side, didn't allow himself to get caught out as much as often.
Mm-hmm.
This time around, it's very much a composition sectioned on, we want this one singular person out of the team fight, and we will make sure this person is out of the team fight.
Agreed, yeah. The one thing that I do want to point out, I don't think that I'm not going to say that it's unimportant where Min-Max positions himself, because obviously if he gets engaged on it all, then he's going to die. But as long as Min-Max is able to do things that a Vayne player of this caliber should be capable of doing, I think you should pay a lot of attention to Cleave's positioning and whether or not he's going to sit behind Vayne and play exclusively the, hey, let's protect Vayne strategy. So I don't think that's right this time. What I want to see is a setup where Vayne plays front to back and the rest of the team sets up camp in the middle of this squad. You want to play into the Blitzcrank, the Yasuo, the Gragas, the Malphite, wherever they set up camp, because it buys forward space to Vayne to work forward, not to mention set Kindred can aggress forward. And that ultimate from Kindred can give them the time they need to set Vayne up for some of these plays, to set up LeBlanc for some of these picks onto the backline. So in my mind, OGR doesn't want to play passive and play backwards, because that's exactly how Exertion is able to take these fights. Instead, they're the ones that need to be taking the fight to Exertion.
Yeah, absolutely. And we talked so much about that mid to late game, the lane positioning ready and how to play it with the squad. We didn't even get to laning phase, because this Blitzcrank Varus feels like it is going to be an insurmountable wall in the early game. Both Lulu and Vayne obviously not having the largest health pools by any stretch of the imagination. So do you think that the Vayne and Lulu will even be able to make it to that mid to late game point?
Like I said, I think even in the laning phase, you have to pay very heavy attention to Cleave's positioning, because of the ability of his to you can transform somebody, you can E the Vayne to set up more play, you can poke these two, and that's the position you're going to punish or something along those lines. So if you see a pure trade between the Vayne and the Varus early on, the Varus is always going to win it because of the abilities that follow afterwards. Even if press the attack and a Silverbolt's proc does not get matched by Varus's ability to just auto attack 3 times, hit WQ, and chunk Vayne for 75% of her health. There's not much you can do there. Support's completely disregarded. So Blitzcrank should be the target of affection from the side of Omega Gaming because of the fact that he's the only melee in this range. So if you can dodge the hooks from these two, especially Cleave dodging the hooks, it's a lot harder to play if you get knocked up and chain CC'd as the Lulu. But as long as that does happen, you can get a little bit more aggressive, a little more feisty than you would normally, and play more towards that melee support.
I do like that thought process, and it'll be fun to see if it's played out that way. I do want to turn our attention, as we do wind down the clock here, looking at that top lane now. Because the Malphite was locked in so far into the draft, right, I believe it was actually pick 5 all the way in the back there for them. Looking at this top lane matchup, you know, do you think the Malphite's going to have an easy time, or do you think Set is actually going to run over that lane?
So Malphite plays pretty well into a couple of like the AD bruisers. So like Wukong is actually like one of the best matchups for Malphite. Malphite does great into the Wukong lane, and Set's similar in some ways. Being able to deny attack speed from Set is pretty nice because it denies the knuckle down, which is a really great thing. One of the best trading tools that Set has. Not to mention Malphite can use his Q to slow down Set. And that just takes all the wind out of his sails because he has no mobility to be able to get onto Malphite whatsoever. So really, this laning phase shouldn't be super heavily favored for the Set like most laning phases are, just because of the way Malphite likes to play. It could be a little bit rough if it's isolated entirely. Tonzo could try to just bully Malphite anytime he goes for farm, push him under his tower. But so long as there's any pressure applied whatsoever early on in the game by Obelisk, it's possible that that just offsets. Like, you don't have to worry about that. Tentai could be down, or Tentakai could be down 50 CS. As long as the Gragas Yasuo are rolling, he's really only an ult bot.
Yeah, and I mean, ult bot he is. I mean, setting up, that is, I believe, all the lanes and every single player, aside from Varus, obviously, has a way to get Yasuo in the air with that last breath. You know, this is pretty much an all or nothing composition here. Do you think Exertion Gaming have what it takes to pull this composition off?
I think from what we saw in their early game last time, they have more than enough to press an early advantage. And especially, like I said, that level 6 mark for the Gragas Yasuo, being able to spread that to other lanes is going to be big. Not to mention, you have some like soft counters, like Gragas into the Kindred can knock everybody out of that ultimate, so you can deny all that healing and the death denial as well from this team. So it's really important to notice those little things. To me, it just screams that Exertion wants to play more to mid lane, and they want to play more to that early aggressive style that they were trying to design before. Also, by the way, that Blitzcrank has a knockup, but you know who has more knockups? Alistar. Sorry, just had to point that.
Unfortunately, Alistar is not in this game, so we'll have to see if Exertion Gaming can make it a situation, or if OGR are going to be able to run it back and bring it back to a 1-1 series. But before we go to that short break, I do want to talk about one of our amazing sponsors, Kono. If you're looking to take your game to the next level, it all starts with your peripherals. From keyboards to keycaps, mice, and more, our friends at Kono have got you covered. Kono works with the world's best designers, inventors, and makers to bring you some of the best gaming peripherals around. They have been huge sponsors of us here at Upsurge and have made generous contributions to our prize pools. If you need to find a new keyboard, check out the Hexgear's X1 RGB low-profile Bluetooth mechanical keyboard. It is on their store right now. And if you do, you can use the discount code UpsurgeGG for 7% off your first order. For more information, head over to kono.store to check out all they have to offer. Now, we will be going to a very short break, but don't go anywhere. We will be right back with game number 2, between Exertion Gaming and Omega Gaming Resistance. Don't go anywhere. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to game number 2 between these exhilarating teams. One side, this time Exertion Gaming, coming out with the Yasuo or Nothing composition, and on the flip side, the Vayne or Nothing composition.
That's correct. It's just carry versus carry in this particular one. I think it is a little more of a struggle, though, if your nurse is able to have some success for himself. Because of the fact that you can pick off some of the carries. I do want to point out Projecki is playing the lethality style to be able to follow up all of the damage coming through from the Tentakai Obelisk True combination. So they're playing a little bit further back with that than normal.
Yeah, and Supermark trying to lay down some damage here. Obelisk just... This is kind of a walk in the park here, and Supermark walks a little bit too close. Throw down some damage, and the ADCs on the bottom side are also throwing some haymakers.
That they are. Obelisk sitting at about half health, not too horrible in the Gross because we get the passive that you've got being able to heal you quite a bit. The important part, he does get a ward on the red buff of Kindred and doesn't get a chance to back because it did cost him quite a bit of time. So the Kindred's going to come back with that red sweeper to maybe buy himself some more vision control or at least get him into the lanes to gank. Now this Lulu and this Vayne will have to start the blue buff exclusively for him, but it shouldn't be much of a time loss here for Supermark.
Yeah, again, though, you're taking a look at everything, and I mean, August sains through this jungle phase pretty well. On the other side, you know, the Kindred might not have a great time. We see a little fighting Tentakai and Tanzo trying to duel it out, and both of them drop, I think, about 200 health right there, but Tentakai already chugging down one of those charges on the Corrupting Potion.
Yeah. Importantly is Tentakai A had his shield up, so that was a much better trade for Tanzo. Not to mention, Tanzo has higher base regeneration on this set pick than the Maokai or the Malphite, my apologies. They all have the same name, I swear. Every tank does. But yeah, so the higher health regeneration does force that out. I think it was a little bit preemptive there from Tentakai. I don't think he needed to burn that, but he does have biscuits as well, so not going to be too scrapped for early game sustain.
Yeah, very happy to get that started up as much as possible. And again, the Comet is one of the most annoying things I think I've ever seen on a Malphite. It's just, you know, you throw down a little slamming fist and, hey, there's a Comet.
Yeah, you throw the Q out, it's an immediate like 60% slow, and you can't dodge the Comet afterward. It feels pretty bad. Like sometimes it's indicative of the fact. So the funny thing is I've originally it was indicative of like AP Malphite. Now if someone takes Comet, it means they're not playing because any AP Malphite will take any other rune but Comet. They'll take Electrocute, they'll take Predator, and you'll be like, oh, thank God it's a Comet Malphite and not an AP Malphite.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I have entertained myself with playing Malphite mid. I think that's one of my favorite things ever to do. It is, again, for the record, I am playing in very low gold here. This is not anything good.
Yes.
We are having some technical difficulties. Just letting everyone know that will be taken care of here very shortly. But again, mid Malphite is probably the silliest thing I think I've ever played because I play it with Electrocute, and it's surprising. I know that will get me hate, but talking about it, I think the craziest thing is his base damage is actually extremely high, which I think is why Malphite top against a set, which is known as a top lane bully, makes him such a viable pick.
That's correct. Like I said, the ability to slow down the attack speed of Set is really detrimental to that the combination of Set's like Q and his passive coming through. Not to mention, again, that Q coming in as constant trading means that you can't feel comfortable. Here's a gank in the mid lane.
Yeah, a little gank here as True dodges in the backline. Very nice wind wall, but not going to be able to drop most of that damage. So he does burn the flash there. Very unfortunate on his part.
Yeah, I think he was a little bit early on that wind wall. If he waits just another minute or two, he probably doesn't have to burn flash, or at least he burns flash a little bit later and tries to preserve it. Instead, he throws it very early, trying to anticipate the chain or maybe the last auto from coming through from Kindred, but it's not able to deny that much, and it still forces his flash out, all things said and done. So a little bit impatient, but does protect himself for that.
Ooh, Tanzo getting a very nice trade right there. And Supermark is able to claim his first mark, but nice stun against the wall. Min-Max says, now we can fight this. There's the first exhaust coming out, double flash forward as well, and they're going to double up on this bottom lane fight. Might get the kill. No, just not enough. As both sides say, okay, we got what we wanted, but a nice pull under the tower. Cleave takes one tower shot, might take another, does not. So Projecki and Seawolf able to survive a gank at the bottom side.
quite nicely played there from Min-Max and Cleve. Again, you have to play into the face of this Blitzcrank to make sure that he can't just immediately pressure you off of every single wave. If you play very passively on this Vayne, oh, they're back, they're greedy!
Yeah, they are, but that's going to be an easy first blood, but pull under the tower immediately. Does have to flash away. Flash does mean he's now in damage range, but Seawolf goes down. Min-Max able to maximize the damage coming out with those silver bolts and is able to claim his second kill here just after 5 minutes.
I love seeing some top tier Vayne play. Being able to cancel auto attack animations with your Q roll and then being able to use your E as your last auto attack of a silver bolt proc is relatively difficult to do, especially when you're playing against a Blitzcrank who's under tower. That risk factor is definitely up there. They dodge out from Obelisk coming in on the play. They're able to get their Lulu out, and that's a 2,000 gold advantage already with 2 kills going over to your Vayne. Exactly where you want to be right now if you're on the side of OMG to come back in game number 2.
Yeah, absolutely. But again, we do have to think about the fact that this is pretty much how I think game number 1 started out. Min-Max getting a couple kills and then Projecki getting a few as well. This back and forth has constantly been there. Your Nurse getting a very nice chain route on the Obelisk and stopping that fight as quickly as it potentially started as we hit 6 minutes on the dime. That is going to be looking at the situation again. 1.5k in favor of OGR right now.
Ooh, really nice chain. Oh.
Yeah, nice chain through the minions, which is difficult to do as a LeBlanc.
Yeah, not to mention, he avoided the wind wall entirely with that chain as well, which is, again, really difficult to do. So he found it, kind of snaked it between a wind wall and a couple of minions there to land it onto Yasuo. Fortunately, Obelisk is there to bail his mid laner out. But again, Your Nurse, this is a counter matchup for the Yasuo. This is supposed to be Yasuo favored in the majority of terms. But in this game, Your Nurse is making it look pretty easy. He's up about 24 minions. That's 4 waves. He's up 4 waves right now over his opposition, about 600, 700 gold. That is a great place to be if you're LeBlanc. I want to see him spread that to the rest of the map as well. If he can get into this bot lane and continue to snowball for Min-Max, it's going to put them in a very good foot to take this game quite quickly.
Yeah, we see a little collapse onto that scuttle right now. Nice little jump. Supermark actually jumps over one of them, but that is going to be the unstoppable. Coming out, Supermark level 5, not having that lane of sight, and a flash forward is going to be there, but he pulls it. Oh, beautiful hold right there. Tanzo saving his jungler, and that is going to be a 1-for-1 though so far. Tanzo now fighting it out. Nice flash and getting the chain hold. Ult comes out, last breath, getting Your Nurse caught up. But he is going to try and dance around as best he can. Teleport, actually holding it in, and a teleport in from Tentakai as he throws out the Q. Gonna jump forward. That's gonna be the kill in an elongated fight coming out from the top lane section.
Yeah, the ultimate is still not there from Obelisk to try to set up any plays. And Tentakai, I don't think, hit it onto many people either. So that was a really well-played fight and a greatly timed there from the side of OMG. The other big thing is at the end of that, it could have been a trade kill for Yasuo 1-for-1 with Your Nurse and didn't burn the TP from Tentakai to get that one to come through. But Tanzo waits to Facebreaker until the dash through from Yasuo targets the LeBlanc, which consumes not only the dash timing, but also denies his ability to get on top. What is happening in this top lane right now?
Tentakai getting jumped on once again is what's going to happen. Supermark now getting a little hop in, gets the 3 proc down. Might get one more big chunk coming out. Tentakai has to walk away now.
Okay, tried that one. Doesn't have the damage to heal Tentakai. Does push him back out of lane once again. This time, his TP is not up to get back, so this wave stacked pretty well for Tanzo. He's going to be able to push this one. It does give up Mountain Drake, which was the problematic in last game, but certainly with the way the game has started here for the side of OMG, you don't mind giving up this dragon for some top-side pressure.
Not at all. It is a Mountain Drake. That is going to be a Cloud Drake coming in as a second dragon, so that does mean we will either have what is considered potentially the strongest souls coming up in the ocean as well as the Infernal.
Most definitely, yeah. Going to be the case. And especially when your weak side is actually 2 kills up and all you're giving up is a mountain and trading it for Rift Herald, you got to feel good if you're on the side of OMG. Not much pressure. The invade, oh, we saw this story last game.
Yeah, we did. Obelisk found out on the wrong side of the map here. You're running around as well to get the chain down. He does get ripped and stunned against the wall. Min-Max picks up his 3rd of this game.
Okay, so why Blast Cone back into the Vayne to give that kill back? Why give it to the Vayne? Why not just, like, blast cone over the wolf pit and try to give it to Cleave instead to force that one. Oh, Super Mark. No play the same play. Oh, what? Tentakai, what are you doing?
He got it. That
Pause
was...
the game. He's AFK, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, welcome to being a rock. You really don't see much.
Hyper, put the clown music on.
It is there, ladies and gentlemen. Tentakai not seeing Super Mark, and Super Mark gets away scot-free.
That he does. I don't... there might have been something funky going on with the bush vision right there.
Are you?
All right. Yeah, I think it's possible there is some funkiness going on with the bush right there because I don't think it was warded for Tentakai. So it's possible that like he was roaming down into the jungle to check whether the blue buff was gone, saw the blue buff. Oh, that pull.
Yeah, very good pull. That's going to be exhaust traded back and forth, and Minmax now does have the ultimate up. Seawolf getting chunked out. But Projecki, again, remember, this is going the lethality build, so it doesn't really have that extended damage output.
Yeah. Remember how I said when Blitzcrank pulls somebody against a Lulu, there's potential for engage on the opposite side? That's exactly what just happened. They denied that play with that big ultimate. I don't think this is going anywhere, but...
Ooh, very nice hold. True, actually flashing away, but Tanzo's here. Gonna try and dance under this tower and actually gets a pull under there. Super Mark picking up that mark. So happy about that for him.
Yeah, much better roaming here coming through from the side of OMG. Last game, it felt like they were kind of they like weren't roaming from lane to lane to generate advantage between themselves and try to get each other ahead. They felt like they were just more focused on getting their individual lane matchup ahead. And in this one, they're doing a much better job of spreading that pressure around. Nice, get away from Super Mark right there to deny the Blitzcrank pull in. Yeah, a couple of plates going down in the mid lane. They're grouping a little bit more. The Vayne is doing well. This is a really good early game.
Yeah, I mean, not just a really good one. I think this is a great early game. Super Mark is already on his 5th mark for the Kindred. That is absolutely huge. Again, 4 marks is the kind of baseline that you want to hit to get the extra bonuses on the passive. That's why Kindred has to get those marks down. It's very imperative that you do. And now sitting on 5, now it's just extra damage all over the place.
Yeah, that's the case. You get attack range every time you do it. You get Q range as well. Bottom lane, there's a play coming down from True, but it doesn't look like he's not able to get there. Those double exhausts. You always have those in your back pocket to come through with, and they make sure True can't go anywhere.
Yeah, he was also standing on a ward, so I don't know. I feel like Minmax and Cleave both knew that they could dance that a little bit longer. Which, again, draws that pressure down. That's huge. That's True. Now in that mid lane, gets a huge chunk taken out by your nurse.
Yeah, really rough play. Again, without that wind wall coming through, it's hard to deny Dana. He's forced back again. My goodness. Like I said, this is a matchup that I've seen in China. I've seen it in Korea. I've seen it in professional play. This Yasuo is a counter matchup, and your nurse is making me look like a fool right now because he is playing this so well. He has forced this Yasuo back so many times. He's missing constant minion waves. He's missing so much experience. He's down a level, but I would wager to bargain that's nearly about 2 levels of experience he's missed so far, just from the pressure coming through from Uranus, not getting kills, but denying him that farm and that gold.
Yeah, and I mean, that also has to go into the fact that, you know, when you roam, you have to get something out of it. If not, your lane opponent will punish you for that. And again, I think the whole reason that True is roaming is because he can't win that mid lane. He can't go with the farm. He can't do anything. So he has, he has to try and move on the side. So a very nice job from the squad, but here we go. Exertion trying to go all the way in. Chain of Corruption does land. That's going to be the lockdown, the hold, and that's going to be the damage as the shutdown comes out. Obelisk getting that one. Good teleport in, but Tanzo immediately gets exploded backwards from the Cask of Gragas.
The attempted fight was just a little bit late there, I think. Tanzo tries to collapse with another TP. I think if he's there almost initially, he can maybe make that play happen. But Minmax, I don't think, was expecting to get bursted quite that fast. Yorners is in the backline.
Oh, beautiful last breath. Seals the deal right there. Seawolf able to get that. Oh, good flash out of the Unstoppable Force as well. Tentakai coming in and making sure that summoners are burned on multiple people.
You see the strength now, what comes through from the side of Exertion's composition. It's that when you group these champions together, something like the Malphite, the Yasuo, the Gragas, the Yasuo, and you're able to get these, not just like tiny 2v2, 3v3 skirmish, but when you get the full 5-on-5, it looks a lot better right now because, again, they don't have these lane advantages. So you're playing a 2v2, you're probably down enough gold for it to matter, but in a 5-on-5, when you can land those ultimates on multiple members, you win a lot better. Your nurse gets punished despite taking down Obelisk. I don't know how many times I've seen Uranus almost kill Obelisk in this series already, and a stopwatch stops the aggression from coming through. Somebody should get a counter up on the screen, because I want to know how many times it is by the end.
Supermark tries to go in again. They are trying to punish True as much as possible, which I think is the right move. However, now it's becoming a lot less effective as the other lanes are starting to come into a little bit of a power spike here.
That they are. Ooh, this is an interesting concept. Whether or not they want to take the Vayne into the Malphite matchup, you already see how powerful it can be.
Uh-oh. Seawolf caught up on the wrong side of the foot, and he is just going to get burned down, slowed down, and killed. Supermark claiming that kill. No mark handed up.
Yeah, nice play though. Able to get that kill, and they have everybody rotated up to the top side, so it's still a 4v4 on the top side. Yeah, that chain nearly hitting, but the Rift Herald priority is still going the way of OMG. With Tonzo on the bottom side, he doesn't have TP, but could certainly split push well. So they have to slow play this on the side of OMG because they don't have to force. They can just take that first tower.
Yeah, True gets hopped on by Yorners, but Yorners not liking that damage straight back. That's going to be the knockup, as there it is. Last breath lands on the Supermark. Lancer sight does come out now. He's going to try and dance it, flashes over the wall, dodges the piercing arrow, so he's going to survive. There goes the exhaust on the Tentakai, and they're going to get the knockup as the flash on top gets recoiled back. Tentakai claims that kill. They're going to claim Cleave as well, and the bottom lane for the squad is down. Big grab right there. No, Hook does go wide as Yorners tries to get out of dodge. And they do claim the Rift Herald as well as 2 kills, but lose quite a bit on that bottom side.
That they do. Tonzo, I'm not sure how close he is to getting that second tower quite yet, but Malphite only just now backed. The health of that tower is under half, so he gets about a tower and a half's worth of damage. Not to mention, he's still going. He's not stopping right now. The Rift Herald response in the mid lane might get them tower equalization, but not damage.
Yeah, very big hold there. And again, this is kind of the swing back and forth that we've seen so far. OGR are willing to play that aggressive, go for the fights, get that skirmish kill. Whereas Exertion Gaming have really been about those global objectives. We see them almost every last game as well. They were head over heels going for those dragons and for those Baron and the Rift Heralds. So, this squad definitely has their priorities on how they want to play these games.
That they do. Again, I think OMG could have had a much better time there if they had given the space to the side of Exertion, which it sounds counterintuitive, but again, you don't have to fast play. You don't have to commit really hard for the fight or anything else coming into that one because Tonzo was punishing super hard on the bottom side. He got 2 towers himself there. So giving up the fight, giving up the Rift Herald, those just all gold and experience you've given back to the side of the opposition. You could have just given the Rift Herald. You didn't have to actually take it. You were getting more than enough on the bottom side of the map, especially now that you've gotten 2 for 1 tower entirely. But again, decisions like that, in the spur of the moment, it seems like they could potentially take that fight. It was relatively close. The more pressing fear in my mind is that Min-Max got engaged on by 3 members, and that's a tough play to make. So right now, when resources get burnt by Supermark, by Yorners, by anybody else on this team, and they are not around or setting up Min-Max for a front-to-back team fight, he's basically going to get jumped on and killed relatively instantly. And that's a lot of your kind of consistent DPS over the fights. In fact, most of the damage that's going to kill Malphite's coming from that Vayne.
Yeah, I mean, we said it before, right? Vayne spotting, when you... like, it just surprises me that you would pick a Vayne when you already see, the Yasuo, Gragas, and Malphite all picked on the table, right? It's just, that shows confidence as we see a Chain of Corruption dodge. So, I mean, yes, he has the skills, obviously, but I mean, at what cost, right? Do you really want to put that high-risk situation on a player?
Now, hear me out really quickly. So let's say you're playing this composition and you're on the side of Exertion. You see 4 members grouped up together, but then you see the Vayne to the side. Your Malphite, your Gragas, you think, we can kill the Vayne pretty easily. As long as everybody else is doing fine. They might just like, what is like Lee Syndrome, but towards a Vayne. I really hate it. Wow, okay, ouch.
Well then.
The question coming out afterwards too is making he did disappear. Projecti has no defense. He got blown up by Yornus right there.
Oh, but they just do the same. That is ADC for ADC, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, they did burn quite a bit there. It was the ultimate from the Malphite coming in for the ultimate from Yorners, so that is at least a little bit of trade coming through. And that does give
Exertion Gaming turning into Avengers here. Just straight up set. Alright, 1 for 1, guys. But that does have larger implications considering that the ADC that they did kill was the jungler. So that does mean 3rd dragon once again, almost only 2 minutes behind. their game 1 third dragon scenario, so very much on pace to still control this game and hold on to this lead.
Tanzo is very fed, and Projecki cannot step to him, and there's no support, so I would be terrified right now. Like, honestly, if Tanzo had flashed on top of him, I think he would have killed Projecki under his own tower right there. Don't do it, Projecki. Don't fall victim.
Oh, but in that mid lane, we have to... Oh, no.
Oh,
no,
he
tower.
doing it to him.
Oh, he got it.
Oh, no.
Sonya's off. Min-max very, very low, but here we go. Channeling Predator. Obelisk looking for that kill. He might try and just jump it, but says better think against it, considering Cleave does have the ultimate available.
Min-max has to feel how your nurse has felt all series with that. So yes, every time a kill is about to come through from your nurse onto Obelisk, it's been denied, and that happens right there as well. Seawolf was gonna get a executed by that E coming through from the vein. Nice Zonias for him, and no follow-up, which was also pretty nice from these two, not overextending under the tower to confirm the kill. Super marked now.
True, though, getting found out around this jungle bush as he flashes away. Almost gets taken out. Electrocute does a decent chunk of damage. D-Wolf now looking for a little bit of a poke here. Does miss the hook. However, your nurse, he's going to find the kill as True was recalling on a ward. That's going to be the kill. Your nurse very happy to take a life.
That he is. No ultimate up from your nurse quite yet, so had to burn that flash, unfortunately, but it's not a massive deal on the LeBlanc because of your distortion ability to kind of use that mobility to your advantage. So nice play, finally confirming himself another kill in this one. Oh my goodness.
Oh, but he gets the pull right back in. Projecti is still alive. He does go down finally, but Min-max taken very low, but they have built. Seawolf now getting chunked out, does flash away from the chain. Min-max taken down to about 150 HP, but no one else is able to respond. And I mean, you were talking about it before. We were wondering if they were able to do it, and this is it. Your nurse popping off on this LeBlanc.
The Blitzcrank pole just killed his ADC. He was out. Projecti was gone. Okay, another fight in. Looks like Tanzo's gonna be able to walk out. Nope.
Yeah, they go all the way in, and that's gonna be the hold as Tanzo gets a massive. Is able to survive. They're gonna try and keep running him down. The Predator is on, so we might get the kill here. Does get the board proc off. Obelisk does get the bounce in. That's going to be the shutdown. 750 gold for him. Nice rollout as Min-max able to dodge away, but it is going to be run down. Look at all the shielding and healing, though. Double ADC damage doing the work. Min-max gets the help from the Lambs of Sight as True dances hard in the back line, but he's going to go down again. Min-max so strong right now. Your nurse finally goes down, but the hook goes just a little bit wide. Tentakai still on the chase here. Projecti still has a bunch of piercing arrows. Q goes out, flash, and Cleave staying safe under that tower. Oh, huge piercing arrow almost takes out Min-max once again. And this is Exertion saying, all right, you got one kill earlier. We're going to pressure mid.
Yeah, the superior 5-on-5 comes through once again from the side of Exertion. Even without the big ultimates that they need to make a massive engage happen, they're still able to run down. Min-max was stuck at the very front of that fight. I'm not sure exactly how he ended up in that position, but he was way too far up in that one. And your nurse comes in quite late into the fight to make sure the kill onto Yasuo gets confirmed. The Kindred ultimate kept him alive for a little while, but he was waiting for an assassination on the backline. I think if he had played his cards a little better and been more patient, could have waited for Projecti and tried to assassinate Projecti, which he's already done twice in this game. So a little more patience from Yorners might have actually won them the engagement overall, but instead they're able to get the kill onto Yasuo, but lose the ensuing fight afterwards, and now they've lost a mid-tower forward as well.
Yes, they have, and we're starting to see the posturing around this Ocean, which for either squad that picks this up, this could be very drastic considering how much poke is on both sides, I feel.
Yeah, the Ocean Souls once again on the board here for the side of Exertion, so making sure they're not going to give this one up freely. Your nurse.
Your nurse is burning flashes off cooldown. That I think Projecti literally got flash right then and had to burn it immediately.
Yeah, phenomenal. We'll see if he can steal the red buff, because I know he's thinking about it right now.
Oh, he might get it. No, he did not get it. Projecti actually picked it up, which was kind of surprising there.
Yeah, not fantastic on the lethality verse, but certainly better than giving it over to the LeBlanc and getting another advantage. The dragon pressure is still here for the side of OMG. They have the interior pressure on the dragon, at least with their champions, and teleport on Tanzo as well. The game, though, has been defined by Tanzo really just staying in the side lane and split pushing. And honestly, if he kept to his guns here, they don't want to give away the Ocean Drake, but if they can buy him enough time to get that top inner tower before he has to TP, could be big. Now Warden getting pushed back.
Now, something to keep in mind, though, is Yasuo is going to build. You do see the Jarn's Fist in there. We see the teleport coming out now. Yorn is able to lay some damage down, and the Dragon has actually started up. Hook goes a little bit wide on the backside, though. Min-Max is actually caught out. He does get the wild growth, so he is going to stay alive. That's big ultimate burn, though, so Min-Max completely out of the fight. I don't know if OGR want to tempt this Dragon.
Only the Chains of Corruption burnt from Projecki too. They didn't even use the Malphite ultimate right there, so they still have all their massive team fighting tools. And it doesn't look like they want the Dragon. I think they want the fight. That's what they're looking for here. Yorners is in a great position to flank, and they're getting ready for something big.
Oh, found the poke. That's going to be the kill. Oh! Showstopper slams down on Projecki. He gets the huge haymaker as well. They Dragon for them. Lance Society is going to keep the rest of the team alive, and they might actually survive. That is going to be a bloodbath in favor of Tanzo. Does get a massive shield, but look at the cleanup coming out. Kills all around, and OGR wipe this fight in a 2-for-5 fight.
If they do, they win the battle, but I think they lost the war in this one. They have the Ocean Soul now on the side of Exertion Gaming. With such a powerful team composition means if you don't kill someone with some of the poke that comes through, if you're not able to get a pick to come through from Yorders or a individual one-on-one play for Min-Max to work, it doesn't matter. Now you're just talking about the pure 5-on-5, and well, yes, in the pure engagement, it's not going to matter all that much. All that poke damage, all the prior stuff that you would do before these fights means so much less for the team, for OMG's side. So now, Exertion, not the best Dragon to have, but certainly they've made themselves competitive with this sustain that they've garnered for themselves.
Yeah, and something to mention as well now, it feels like, you know, this squad of Exertion Gaming, they have literally the OP stalling tactic now. Because of the Ocean Soul, because of all this regen that they have, they are free to sit in the back line, just have Projecki farm up. They don't even care that they're behind this much. They have the soul, and they can just stall this game out for as long as they want to.
Yeah. The one thing they don't have for a good stall tactic is wave clear. Their wave clear is relatively low, even with the lethality bears and with the static shiv on the Yasuo. It's going to be tough to access a lot of the initial wave clear they do have, and even that isn't going to be super impactful as it is. Got a little bit of a siege on the mid tower here. They're going to walk back to Baron and probably get some vision controls. And now they're just going to break it. Their side lanes have been put in such a good position from Tanzo that they need to go push those out before they can even consider going to the Baron buff.
Yeah, they're looking for it. And again, now looking at this game, yes, you're 17 kills to 11. Yes, you are pretty sure you have a gold lead with 5 towers at 2. But OGR have to be feeling the pressure. What do they need to do to really push that advantage home, you know, that gold lead that they have?
Right now, their lanes are in really messy places because it feels like they've been clustering almost too much for a team fighting composition. This is a great example. Is their laves are now pushed out, so you can look for a TP play from the Malphite into this fight to set up a nice Yasuo ultimate. They can't just let this Vayne take this though. Oh, Obelisk!
That was a very clean jump that is gonna push Obelisk out. That is going to be a Baron attempt stalled, though. As you can see, the rest of the team positioning around. Both Tanzo and Yorners have moved to that top side to try and push out that tower, and the rest of Exertion Gaming just runs straight towards that mid lane.
But well played from OMG to be able to burn the TP from Malphite, so now you have to stay clustered. Again, these side lanes have been the strength coming through from the side of OMG, and Exertion has put a ton of effort into them. See a pause once again coming through from these teams.
Yeah, big technical difficulties, unfortunately, so we're going to have to see how that one plays out, but this will give us a time to actually take a look, I feel, at the itemizations coming out, because again, we had just pointed out that, yes, there is about a 6.5k difference between these two teams, but I want to take a look at the items here, because you see True, he definitely did not go the big power spike Yasuo that we normally see. He actually opted for the Jarn's Fist after he got that the static shiv.
Yeah, definitely needs that to make sure he doesn't get burst out in these fights by Yorners or even by Min-Max with just a single press the attack proc. You could potentially drop True plenty of health, so making sure that stays high enough in the fight to be that ultimate you need from Obelisk or Tentakai in these fights, because that is one of the most vital parts of these fights. While Tenkai and Obelisk have plenty of damage in their own right now, they actually have, I think, the most gold on their team by a substantial margin. It is the follow-up from True that really does allow him to succeed in these fights as well, sets up the projecti to throw in projectiles as well. So you got to appreciate that. He built some sustainability for himself to make sure that he can't just get bursted and they lose team fights because there is no Yasuo to follow up these big wombo combos.
Yeah, now looking at the other side as well, right? Tanzo sitting with 3.5 items completed. He has been very solid in that top lane. 5, 1, and 4 for himself, but we have seen him have a difficult time entering these fights. And I mean, it definitely feels like the side of OGR don't really have any engage tool to really start these fights off. Is their only win condition pretty much wait for an engage coming out of Exertion Gaming and then try and turn it around?
Like I said, they either have to bait out that engage where they don't land it on anybody, because once again, if Supermarket gets killed, they take whatever objectives on the board or they just push immediately. If Min-Max goes down, you basically immediately won anything you want. You go anywhere on the map you'd like. If your nurse goes down, you can pressure and pull in these low range marksmen, the Kindred and the Vayne. At this point, Supermarket probably has a ton of attack range, but not to worry. I get that range isn't super high. So as you said, no engage does harm this team. The other thing they can do is they can try to set up around objectives and then immediately turn. That requires snap decision making and great shot calling, and we haven't seen too much of that from this team. Not to say they've been bad at it, it's just that they haven't been the like superior all around like communicative team that we would like to see. I think Tanzo playing a side lane and consistently pushing with his TP up has been the most dangerous they've looked. So if they don't have the TP from Tanzo up, if they haven't won a fight off the back end of it, they got to wait until it happens. Right now, they're doing a good job of stalling until that TP is back up to let Tanzo re-access the side lane.
Yeah, you can actually see him. He is off on the side of the mini-map. You can actually see him. He did push that wave a little bit. He is recalling now to try and help his team out. We are looking down the summoner list as well. The summoner spells. Currently, everyone has their flash up, except for Obelisk on the blue side. So, this could be that one chance that they're looking for. But again, if it doesn't go off, if it doesn't pop off like they want it to, if the damage doesn't go out, I mean, that Ocean Soul will completely negate anything they attempted.
That's correct. Yeah, and that's the issue I think they're running into right now is while you don't want a full-on engage on the side of OMG, just because of the fact that a full-on engage means you're probably the one getting engaged on, you also can't just play the poke war because they don't have the ability to fight through that Ocean Drake. So that's the other trouble. And this is a really precarious place to be because OMG, they're sitting on like a 6,500, 7,000 gold lead right now for their team. They should be winning these fights handily, but again, with no great engage and without enough damage to burn through a lot of like the more bulky health bars. Again, as you said, the Sterix gauge on the Yasuo, you have a full tank Malphite to worry about. You've got the Gargoyle Stoneplate Blitzcrank. Like without the burst damage to burn through those quick enough, it becomes difficult to continue the fight afterwards when you've got 2-3 ultimates that can set the Yasuo up for success.
Yeah, again, we are having a play. Thank you so much for sticking with us so long. Again, this series has been absolute fire from the get-go. Game number 1 went back and forth like crazy, and I mean, this one, it does look a little bit cleaner. We have seen a few less kills coming through, 28 kills in 28 minutes, and just a little bit. It feels like a little less frantic and a little less hectic coming out from the teams. They're not scrambling so much for these kills and objectives. They're taking things a little bit slower this time.
That they are. It certainly wasn't what we saw last game, where last game I think we had like 43 kills at this mark. We have only the 28, so about 1 per minute, not too bad. The fighting has been a little more reserved. Again, I think that's partly due to the fact that Exertion has the better team fighting composition, but they've been down in gold until this point.
Yeah, as we do get into the game here, once again, 28 minutes and 20 seconds on the dime here. We will be getting a push from the squad of Exertion Gaming, but there we go. Nice knock up in that middle lane. It's able to get the kill on Super Mark. That's going to be the first kill, and immediately everyone else blocks off. Winwell on the back line. Uranus tries to jump at the back, but immediately gets exhausted. That's going to be a double kill for the Blitzcrank. That's going to be a pull as well. They are dancing this best they can. Min-Max is still about half health, so very happy to try and continue this fight. The rest of the team does not want to. Piercing Arrow finds its mark once again, and a pull!
Oh!
The third one, Seawolf is popping off in this base invade. That's going to be a jump in, a 4-for-1 so far. Tanzo, last one standing alive. We were just talking about how they can fight this off, and they could not. Exertion break the base in emphatic style.
That they do. It's wild to think about because they burn all their resources initially on the Supermark. So they use, I think, the Malphite ultimate, the hook from Blitzcrank, and the ultimate from Yasuo just for Supermark. So when the fight afterwards underneath the tower started to happen, I was like, okay, Minmax actually might have a chance here to turn this fight completely around, but they don't feel comfortable continuing to auto forward without a lot of the resources. Cleave had already used the ultimate onto him, so they didn't have a lot to follow up with. And really, most of this game, Seawolf has not looked phenomenal. That fight was fantastic for him, pulling multiple members in with those hooks, setting up his team for success, getting that middle inhibitor, now puts his team in the driver's seat. They're still down 6,000 or 5,000 gold, something along those lines, but this team is far superior at team fighting in every way, and you see why now.
Yeah, but something to keep in mind right now, which is very, very scary to think about, is the fact that, I mean, look at the kill spread coming out for Exertion Gaming. All of their kills are on their tanks. Pretty much. You see 6 kills on the Malphite. You see, 4 for Seawolf as well. Between their 2 carries, there's only 1 to their 10 deaths combined. That is not a good outlook. Whereas on the other side, Minmax sitting with 6 kills to his name, 2.5 items, potentially going to be 3 here. And on the LeBlanc, already 2.5 items, 3, 4, and 12. So very different score lines coming out for the carries of each of these squads respectively.
Yeah. The Elder Drake that's going to be coming up here in just a little bit, that is going to be a point that is necessary for OMG. Oh, nice ultimate. Oh!
Very nice stopwatch as well. Directly into a team fight as they catch off on the side. They are going to dodge all the way out, and they get the kill. Big jump in from Tanzo. He is going to try and break this fight out, and the Haymaker keeps him alive as well. What is this? OGR coming out with a massive win, a flash forward. Supermark does catch out Obelisk as well, and he's going to jump back in. Your nurse tried to make the fancy feet, but Supermark is able to clean that. Seawolf gets stunned up against the wall. And in a turnaround, as quick as we thought, it is going to be OGR coming out with a sick 1-for-5 ace.
What did I say? Every time this team fight happens, you have to keep an eye on where they put the resources for their team in the team fight. What happened there was they burnt everything trying to get an initial kill, and it didn't work out onto Minmax, and now you've got a Vayne who's able to walk into a team that's completely based around the fact that they're a knock-up and they're a Yasuo ult-driven fight. Minmax able to take complete advantage of that, combined with a great re-engage from Tanzo, cleans up the fight afterwards. You just gave up Elder Drake, you just gave up Baron. The only thing you got going for you are those minions currently taking the base off the side of OMG, but that's about it.
Oh, Minmax getting actually pretty low.
Outplayed by the Baron. Outplayed by the Baron!
Oh, that would have been so bad if Minmax had actually gone down. That was so close.
That it was. It's way too close for comfort right there. At least from our perspective.
Oh,
maybe
imagine if Elder Drake had gotten stolen at that exact moment.
Oh, man, yeah.
Because I don't know if everyone watching has seen this happen, but if you have gotten the Elder Dragon and the enemy team does Baron and gets low, Baron plays for you. Baron is completely on your side, and you will hear from like across the map that they have gotten one
of the entire team getting destroyed.
It is the best thing ever. It's so silly and it is hilarious, but again, as we said, OGR now in commanding fashion, sitting on 8, I believe that's about 8.9k in favor, and they are just barreling down this mid lane, hoping to close out this game as quickly as possible.
Yeah, I'm not really appreciative of the 4-1 right now. I think they need to split this even further apart. They need to play 1-3-1. I don't know whether it's your nurse or Vayne that needs to split into the side lane, but right now, you cannot group. You don't want this fight to come through. You've got Elder Drake, you've got Baron. Split them up. If they take an engagement in the 3v1, you use that Elder Drake and you try to take that fight immediately, but then they lose their entire side lane pressure from that. They're required at least 2 or 3 of these members just to take one engagement themselves. So force those tools into side lanes, make sure they can't take advantage of it.
Yeah, what I'm really sad about to see right now as well is OGR actually have absolutely zero Grievous Wounds items right now. They have nothing to be able to try and slow down this hyper-aggressive Ocean Soul team that's just regenning every time they get a little bit of poke down. So I don't know if that's going to play a little bit of a problem in there. You did just hear that the inhibitor is coming back up, 34 minutes on the dot right now, as the teams are prepping to make their final stands together. This could end up being one team fight away from disaster for either side.
And it could. I feel like we're already at that point with the inhibitor being down and a lot of damage being put onto the side of OMG. Not to mention on the other side, these buffs are going to be pretty nice to have. They're going to run out soon, though. They're not careful. They need to get something out of this, otherwise it was all for naught, and they still have to worry about this massive team fighting composition.
Oh man, if you ever had to be scared of either side, this is it. A Fed Vayne, 3 items in, did not go for another crit item, didn't go for the Infinity Edge, instead went for that GA, so a little bit more resilience on his side. We do see the Lethality Varus also throwing down 0, 5, and 8, but already 3 items as well, so his poke is actually very relevant right now.
Yeah, they want to make sure that if the Vayne gets insta-gibbed by this combo coming out from the side of Exertion gameplay, they don't just lose the game immediately. Because if that happens, they lose the game immediately. So they have this Guardian Angel coming through here just to make sure it's insurance policy, and it also buys a lot of space that they can use to set up an engagement because they have to follow up onto the Vayne. The only thing they could do is try a Blitzcrank hook otherwise, and that can be blocked by somebody in play. So not only does it buy another life for the Vayne to use in a fight afterwards, but it also gives you the place where you need to play around immediately. You say, okay, we go here right now and we take the fight right this instant in that position. They've already burnt their tools trying to get the Vayne. Now we take the fight afterwards.
And I just want to point out this, we didn't get to touch on it because I didn't really notice it just now. This is actually horrendous for OGR. They had Baron plus Elder Dragon. They have a Vayne, they have a Kindred, they have everything that they need. They only got one tower that wasn't even an inhibitor tower.
What's the problem with OGR's composition? They don't have range, man. They don't have range. They don't have engage. They can't take advantage of the Elder Drake. They can't push very well or siege very well. They're completely driven around the fact that right now, if they don't land an engagement on the side of Exertion, they win the fight afterwards because they've got the Vayne in their pocket. But that's about all they've been able to play to for the majority of the game.
Oh man. Yeah, that was, if you're wondering, only about 2,000 gold was actually earned from that. And I mean, at this point as well, 2,000 gold doesn't really mean anything. Already people are fully completing their items, and now with the Baron and Dragon come down, that is going to be the fight in. QSS does go down, but the GA is there. They get the knockup, they get everything in the kitchen.
Fight here now!
It's going to be the GA being thrown. This could be, and time he gets out, Minmax is able to survive. Tanzo, now in the middle of everyone though, flashes away, jumps right back in with the showstopper, able to get the multi-stun, and they find Projecki. Projecki in the backline is down. Your Nurse does get that kill, and they're going to complete this fight. Minmax very happy to clean this one up. Obelisk now running for his life, and Supermark chunking down the rock. The solid rock Tentaki is gonna die as well. That's gonna be Minmax as well, clean that kill from across the map. And that is it. OGR have found the miracle fight to break this game open. And that is gonna be the inhibitor down. That is gonna be the inhibitor tower as well. They have the minions, they have the wave, and then a miraculous turnaround. GA coming in clutch. OGR have won this game.
Yeah. What did they use to kill the Vayne, or at least pop the Guardian Angel? Everything. What did they do? They fought right there. That's exactly what I was saying. As soon as the Vayne gets brought down, they know exactly what has to happen. They burn too much. They used, I think, 3, if not 4 ultimates just trying to pick the Vayne, who didn't even burn the flash yet. And while the response was a little bit slow from the Kindred and from Your Nurse's LeBlanc, they get onto the backline initially. So there's no Varus anymore. True is the only person left that could do damage to Minmax on the front line, and he got brought down very quickly because he's been put down through majority of the game. Well played. The beginning of that game looked so rough from OGR. It looked like they had no clue how to play it, but by the end of the game, they figured it out. They figured out the recipe that they needed to follow to make sure the team fights went in their favor and not in the opposition's favor. They bring us to a 1-1.
Yeah, but to look at it on the other side as well, before we go into a quick commercial break, I do want to talk about the fact that it felt like Exertion, it was all in the palm of their hand. Right, they were in the base of OGR, they were ready to go, and it was just one bad team fight that messed them up completely. right in their base, they lost. And then now, looking back at this, what do you think needs to change for Exertion Gaming?
The mid lane matchup has been just phenomenal. Your nurse is a beast. They need to give a winning matchup over to True that he can take advantage of. Otherwise, they're going to continue to run into this problem. The other thing, Obelisk can be given a champion that has more central agency up against his opposition. I feel like Supermark has not been able to keep up with Obelisk at all in terms of ganking or jungle pathing in general. Give something to your mid jungle duo outside of the Yasuo, which again, your nurse, 8 kills, 14 assists, looks pretty good to me, able to respond into this duo pressure. Give them something both can win on, spread that pressure across the map, and then use that to team fight with instead of just relying on 2 ultimates and an ultimate coming through from the Yasuo to try to win these fights, all things said and done.
All right, well, we'll have to see if that can happen again. Series tied up 1-1 between these two teams on fire. It feels like don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with game number 3 between Exertion Gaming and Omega Gaming Resistance.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to game number 3. And honestly, this exciting series between Exertion Gaming and Omega Gaming Resistance, these two squads have battled back and forth, and no matter what, these games are not close at all.
No, they are not. They've been back and forth very heavily between these two teams. Even just fight to fight, it looks so different every single time. I'm waiting for one team to be able to clean up their mistakes really well that had come through and just kind of take advantage of what the other team had dropped.
Yeah, and I mean, we are talking about it, right? It's hard to say this, but it really doesn't feel like any team has really shown proactivity that's actually worked for them. Yes, the Dragons have been taken. Yes, certain things have been taken, but it's really off the back of major mistakes that have been made. Getting caught out in certain situations, getting, caught and maybe losing out in the laning phase, or just misplaying a team fight improperly. And it's these little things that are allowing these teams to really stack it up and get that win. So, nothing has felt solid from these squads.
I think Omega Gaming, their early game, last game was one of the best examples of what I would like to see from these two. Just the ability to kind of throw together, get scrappier fights, a little bit of skirmishing between lanes, but then be able to continue to farm, put pressure on their lane opponents, things of that sort, rather than just like these full extended like 4-on-4, 5-on-5 collapses where people are missing minions, people are pissing away, things of that sort. That's what's important in my mind, is just that like that early game from the last time from OMG looked like the thing that I would like to see from both these squads, but instead we're seeing more and more, a little bit less control coming through on both sides. And yeah, there are also things that we're missing in terms of like what the thought process is behind some of the stuff that we've seen through the games, but certainly it could be a little bit cleaner on both sides in my mind.
Yeah, and one thing as we're heading into draft year, the number of jungle invades that have seemingly not gone anyone's way, I think should probably stop a little bit.
The thing that neither jungler has been paying good attention to, or at least both times have not really paid too much attention to, especially I think Supermark is really, really guilty of this, is that neither one of them are getting lane pressure where they're looking to invade, so that you don't have the support from your laners in case they do get found out. That's the problem that they're running into. So they need to be a little more cognizant and a little more communicative to allow their team the space to come support them when necessary.
Yeah, I have to agree. We're hopping into draft here, and we're seeing a pretty, non-impressive ban phase here. Pretty much the same between all of the games. Misfortune, Silas, Cassiopeia taken off the table so far. However, it's going much slower. It seems like Exertion and OGR have both decided that, maybe we need to put a little bit more thought into what we take off the field.
Definitely the case. Once again, the Diana has been the ban. The Kindred has also been the ban. It looks like the Kindred's going to go out the ban house. They don't want to first pick it and don't want to give it over to the side of Exertion. And we'll see whether or not anything from last game gets banned out, or whether or not they stick to their guns and go with something like the Taric, which we've seen 2 games in a row now. It is the Taric.
Yeah, banned away here, and OGR immediately said, do you think we'll have the same type of team positions, or do you think we're going to get very different outlooks as these picks are going fast and furious? I don't think so. Never mind. Set, Born, and Varus all picked up immediately, and that is going to signal the Braum for OGR.
Yeah, right now the Set's already got a decent laning phase into the Ornn, not to mention, again, he plays a lot better when he's able to roam between lanes, so that's the style I'd like to see them play. They hovered the Braum for a second. It could be good into both the Varus and the Ornn, so I wouldn't mind it. I wouldn't actually mind both, honestly, just Braum and Trundle here. I think it's a couple of melee champions able to get on top of people, have some CC to work with the Braum, and have that ability to auto attack and set that passive in the right place. And to me, it's actually a really clean draft already from the side of Omega Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, they're happy to pick up the Trundle. Getting that Subjugate on does mean a lot less tanky and a lot easier to cut down. On the flip side, Exertion, now they have the Varus once again in their back pocket, but that mid lane is really under fire, as you had pointed out. Do they want to pick up that, that safe mid lane pick, or are they going to leave it for that back end? And it looks like they're going to go with the flex pick with the Echo.
They do. Able to get that between both mid and the jungle. I wouldn't be shocked to see it go into the mid lane, just because of the fact that, again, True's champion pool seems to hover towards some of these melee, more assassin-y type champions, but it seems like Obelisk is the one that plays it more, so I'd expect to be a jungler, especially since we see the Trundle come through, so it's not shocking to see them respond with a jungler of their own. The Leona gets taken off the board, making sure that aggressive support doesn't come through. The Vayne and the Ahri both get taken out as well, not having any of that on the side of Exertion.
Yeah, listen. We don't want to deal with these power picks that you just brought out. Please don't play it, is all I heard right there as we see the Nautilus also being hovered. Major engaged fighters coming out, not allowing them to be played. So it looks like the support role will definitely see a swap for Exertion Gaming.
That's the case. Both of the aggressive supports taken off the board here. I'm curious if Alistar is going to come out here because I know it's up on that as well. Rakan is another one of these like aggressive, kind of aggressive, but playmaking supports that match with this Leona and this Nautilus as well. Certainly a little squishier than he's accustomed to playing. I personally would like to see the Alistar come out, but I don't know if we're going to get that.
I mean, you've been pushing that for at least the last two games, I think, since the series even started, but it's not. It is going to be that Pike. So Exertion going a little bit more ham this time, which may or may not work to their advantage. Again, having that Pike does mean you have an extra source of income if he does get that death from below off.
Or does it? Is it a mid lane Pike? Are they waiting for the
Please don't play mid lane Pike. I will pull my hair out.
Yeah, I can hold out hope for the Alistar pick to come out here. Ashe comes in as well. I do like the Ashe pick. I think it's really good into the likes of Pike, not bad into Varus either. I'm curious if he wants to go into like there's like a Hail of Blades with Trinity Force built, but kind of floating around. We'll see if that comes out. I don't know if it will or not, but certainly like the possibility of that coming through. The Rise being hovered as well would be potentially we don't see the mid laner yet, so this would just be a blind Rise coming through.
Yeah, but I mean, this would honestly, I think, be very, very good for the side of OGR for once. OGR, they have done so well. Nurse has been amazing on his own, but this time around, he has much more. Okay, so we did just get information. Sorry, Rise is not the actual pick. That is going to be another LeBlanc pick. And Exertion gets his pick. Kassadin was left open. That is going to be LeBlanc versus Kassadin in that mid lane. The pure assassin versus the anti-mage.
And in my mind, this is the first real champion of True's pool that we're going to get to see here today. The first two games, he was stuck on things. Maybe he doesn't play as much. He had the Corki in game number one, didn't look particular. Outside of the one really nice package, he didn't look particularly comfortable on that. And certainly last game on the Yasuo didn't look fantastic. Either got bullied really heavily by Yorner. So in this one, has the Kassadin to scale up over top of the LeBlanc. Not a bad laning phase, but also super, super strong as well.
Yeah, and again, it is to me kind of crazy for the fact that they drafted something like this, because Echo in that jungle role against the likes of a Trundle, I think is very smart. You take away that one chance of him getting extra, that extra buff when he subjugates, 10% I think extra of pretty much all of the armor, magic resist, and health. So having that aggressive bruiser in that jungle will definitely hamper his side, but yeah, going to be pretty crazy coming into this game number 3, I feel.
That it will. I also really like AP junglers into Trundle because Trundle's Q is devastating against AD junglers. So like Lee Sin, Jarvan, anything like that wants to fight him early on, you're going to lose most of the time just because of the damage that gets removed from your pool from the Q coming out from Trundle. Very, very oppressive ability to use. In this one, of course, it's the Echo. Not going to worry too much about losing some of the AD. Not going to look for dueling for the most part in the early game anyhow. What's nice also in this game about the Trundle is he has the Ornn to be able to drain stats from, but also has a lot of lane seeking gank for it. You're talking like the LeBlanc can set him up. The Ashe Braum have CC for days between them, and the Sett and the Trundle can do quite a bit of damage in their own right, not only to champions, but to objectives. So if Trundle plays a top-side focused game, the Ashe and the Braum do have to be a little bit patient to get involved, but they can easily snowball the top side of the map because Sett and Trundle take towers very quickly.
Yeah, I feel, last game number 2, they put a lot of their eggs into the min-max and cleave bottom lane. This time around, it feels like OGR said, okay, we played to that bottom side this time. It didn't work as well as they wanted to. So we're throwing a utility bottom lane in now to allow for a little bit more flexibility. Because last time, one of the big issues is they had no engage. Well, this time you have Braum because of blows. You have a literal cross map ulti that if it lands, that's 3 seconds of you don't go anywhere, we get to play with you.
Yeah. My one fear about having this utility Ashe come into this lane is that you've got Kassadin, you've got Echo on the other side, so you have divers that can very easily get onto a relatively low mobility target, not to mention the Pyke, who can take advantage of any damage they put on as well with that ultimate coming through. So it could be a rough go being the Ashe in this game, the lack of mobility. I don't know if Phase Rush is a possibility here, but might consider it given the fact that there's a lot of threat in the Ornn ultimate, not to mention also that could put that CC down.
All right, if you want to take, in my popular opinion, as a gold player and probably a bronze ADC, what you do is, if you're going utility Ashe, you don't do anything except you build CDR and go full tank. And you just Ashe ult 100% of the time, and you will win. Again, that is from the mind of a bronze, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. As we get in here, though, taking a look at the lanes, is there a lane that stands out? Because I know, in my opinion, for the first time, I get to see True on a champion that I think he feels he could probably carry this game.
Yeah, now it is against Yorn versus LeBlanc, and we saw just how powerful that was last game. Was it flawless by any standard, but certainly was rather strong. But in my mind, yeah, True should be able... So recently, he's been on champions that need to do pretty well in the laning phase, or at least have some pressure in the laning phase. In Game 1, he literally got his tower pushed down by an Ahri, and in Game 2, he got slaughtered by everybody coming to his lane, back timings forced on him by LeBlanc. This is the one game where that's almost expected of him. Kassadin is supposed to lose this laning phase, and even against an AP champion, and can come back later on and come into the team fights and really provide a lot of damage, a lot of mobility, a lot of things that True definitely would like to have in some of the later game fights. So instead of saying, hey, win the early game or stay irrelevant till mid game, they're saying, okay, you can lose a little bit, don't lose too much, but come into the later stages being a little bit better.
I have to agree with that. All right, we know you're going to lose, but now you won't lose as hard as
I mean, it is a bona fide strength to be able to admit to yourself, I'm not winning this laning phase, so I'm not going to try. Like, that's fine. Like, if you're going to come in on Kassadin, if he gets through the laning phase relatively even, at least as well as he did in game number 1, Kassadin's going to wreak terror on this team. It's going to be impossible for LeBlanc or Ashe to live at all anywhere. You're going to have to rely on Set and Trundle to do a lot of work in the team fights.
Oh, I have to agree, and I wholeheartedly do, that these compositions look a lot more refined than in games 1 and 2 for both sides, right? I'm super excited to see what they can bring out onto the Rift, but before we do, we will go and talk about one of our amazing sponsors here, Midwest Esports. Midwest Esports has been around for many years, starting as a small student group out of Wichita State University. Since then, Midwest Esports has grown to be a veteran organizer to tournaments and events throughout the US. They host tournaments for games like League of Legends, Rocket League, Overwatch, and so much more. For more information, check them out at MidwestEsports.com. Now, once again, we will be going to a very short commercial break, but don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with game number 3 between Omega Gaming Resistance and Exertion Gaming. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to game number 2. Awesome teams right now. I'm super excited to see what they can bring to the table. Again, these two squads have battled back and forth through both games number 1 and 2, and there's no telling who's going to take this game number 3.
No, there is not. Another invade coming through here from the side of OMG. Looking to get some cheeky early summoners. Also, we saw that in the first game as well. This time, Projecki's in the river. Oh, Glebe wants some.
Very clean flash right there, and I gotta agree with that. Again, keeping yourself safe is very important, but burning that flash, and this time again, he's not going the lethality Varus, so he's gonna have to get up close and personal.
That he will. We also see double exhaust coming through from the bottom lane, and it is the Halo Blades Ash. Just for a little bit of explanation, the idea behind it is you have really, really good early damage from the Halo Blades, and in fact, actually, it's a really buffed rune given the fact that now it can charge even if you're auto-attacking minions. It only doesn't charge if you're attacking other enemies. So during the course of a wave, you can get it a lot more rather than having to stay outside of just attacking something, which is what it did before. So there's that. Not to mention, with this build, you typically go Trinity Force, so your Q reset does a ridiculous amount of damage and does a lot for yourself there. And then you go into Essence Reaver, which is also another good item, gives mana, gives crit, but that 40% cooldown reduction makes you so powerful. And there's the Halo Blades immediately, Projecki.
Hey, Projecki, how's it feel to not have flash anymore? It means you eat all of that, and Min-Max gets a beautiful start to the laning phase here. And, okay, very interestingly, we actually saw a swap here. So Tanzo is now in the mid lane, and your nurse is actually going in the top side. So I want to say a very smart trade to keep Kassadin down.
Yeah, the Q damage from Kassadin is not high early. You can't get into auto range against the set if you're Kassadin pretty much at all during the early laning phase, and that Electrocute's not doing you any favors there, bub. It's really, really not on the Kassadin early on. True, with the Ignite, looks like he was playing aggressive into the LeBlanc. Goodbye to those plans, because you're not touching this set during first 10 minutes of the game. You might as well sit under your tower and wait for the minions he lets you take. Notice also, not the minions you can take, the minions he lets you take, because that's all you're going to be allowed to have.
Very, very true. Ornn, the bully on the top side, is now being the bullied. Has to feel kind of bad there, but we'll see how that lane plays out. Hawkshot does go out for a little bit of scouting.
That it does. Pretty nice place to be. There's a potential gank coming mid lane, but I don't know what an Echo and a Kassadin can do to a set this early.
Yeah, they might not. There we go. Nice little push in there, but that's going to be a pull-in. First blood for Tanzo. He might get a double kill. Tanzo might just run train on them. Exertion are now running. That's a flash out. He predicts it. Tanzo gets a double kill on his own.
Hey, do you remember how I said I don't think Echo and Kassadin can do that much to a set early on? That's a little bit of the reason. Their CC consists exclusively of the bubble from Echo. That missed, so they have no CC. They throw the Ignite and the Flash at him from that. Obelisk, I think, could have flashed away very early there and broken that play, but chooses to conserve it, thinking, oh, maybe I can turn. Maybe there's a play that can be had a little bit later on, but there's not. He ends up dying, giving 2 kills over to an already advantageous lane. And now, Tentakai gets harassed by a LeBlanc. There's never going to be a chance for True to get into this game before level 11, and Supermark's going to get in on this train.
This is game 2 all over again. Gets destroyed in that mid lane. He is not having time.
This lane swap is already devastating. Supermark's on it again. Okay, they're just going to get the pressure. But again, look at this. Supermark in the jungle. Who's with him? It's Braum. He had an invade partner. Look at that.
I know, it's so nice to see that. He's not getting caught out on his own. It's amazing.
They're learning. It's like they're actually figuring out how to continue to play this game.
It's like someone may have yelled at them outside of the game.
Or inside of the game.
Yes, one of the two. We do see some poke going down on that bottom lane. Projecki taking down quite a bit. Almost gets poked all the way down, but Min-Max is actually dragged into the tower. 2 tower shots go out. This could be devastating right now. Piercing Arrow does not land, so Seawolf picks that one up for his team. Mid lane, that is going to be another trade on Tanzo. Tanzo getting chunked down to about 200. Bottom lane, Cleave gets taken out. Projecki picking up 1 there, and that's going to be a trade right back in. Trade 1 for 1 in the mid lane, but Tanzo does go down to True. So bloody battle across the entire Summoner's Rift.
No haymaker at the end. If the haymaker were up, he would have gotten another double kill in the mid lane, unfortunately. In the bottom lane, I'm really confused what Minmax was thinking, because he dodged in. He was like covering his Braum from tanking the hook from Seawolf. And I'm very confused why that was the case, because the Braum has exhaust. He can defend himself under tower, has the shield as well to protect himself from any damage. So Ashe steps in front of the hook. For what reason? You get pulled under tower, you take tower shots, you end up getting a lot of damage put onto you, and even with the flash, it's not enough to get away. So I'm very, very confused why Ashe would decide to make that play right there. Nonetheless, it's a tough position to be in. You still have decent kills. One of them went over to the Pyke, so you're not massively disadvantaged. But right now, it's a Sheen Ashe up against a Bilgewater Varus.
Yeah, so that is going to be, like you said, that Trinity Force build coming out here. So definitely going for a little bit more utility and pretty much I want to say like half assassin or bruiser type build here, which is a weird combination, right? But definitely going to have a little bit more utility in his back pocket. Nice little knock up there on the top side. Your Nurse gets chunked out, does get the chain down, and unfortunately Tentaki does not get that auto attack off, so loses out on a big chunk of damage.
That he does. Actually, so when you CC somebody, it actually does proc the brittle, so that Q at the end, barely nudging the LeBlanc, was actually enough to make that proc.
Yeah, there you go. So again, getting that little trades, but Supermax definitely on that dragon control. They've given up so many dragons in the past so far. I don't think they've ever gotten a soul so far in this series, so definitely good to see Supermark on top of that this time, not allowing Exertion a chance to start building any type of lead.
Yeah.
The
Cassidy just got ult though.
That was a very lucky level 6 hit right there.
That it was. Feels pretty bad to lose that one. It would have been a very easy gank, no flash on the Cassidon, so. Let's see, your Nurse coming here.
Ooh, nice little root there.
Yeah,
Yeah, your Nurse definitely showing that he can play this LeBlanc in any sort of setup. And you can actually see him weaving the auto attacks in, which I think is very, very important if you're in these types of matchups. Again, a lot of people tend to go the MR runes against on LeBlanc, but once you factor in auto attacks, that changes drastically.
Yorners actually has a cull in his inventory. You don't see that on mages all that often, but certainly something that can help him out with the gold generation up against a passive laning opponent.
Oh, that was so unfortunate. He actually flashed into that, so that I think is a kill. And Tentaki says, get out of my lane and screw your lane swap.
Yeah, that was pretty rough. The flash was burnt from him. I don't know where, because I feel like the distortion also came out. So I don't know if he flashed in position or what happened during the course of that little fight right there. And that's the fear of coming in, is that Tentakai just doesn't take all that much damage from the LeBlanc, even with no MR at the time, and he didn't have any, but he has only the Bomby Cinder. But it doesn't matter, because he has plenty of damage in the grass to get himself into those fights, and when LeBlanc is in that melee range, you're going to lose to the Ornn every time. So just a poor prediction, poor use of the flash right there to get himself out of that situation. He definitely could have gotten out of it. But burns those summoners unnecessarily.
Ooh, we see a teleport actually coming in here. Tanzo caught off on the wrong side of the map there, and they get stunned down. He is going to get rooted. There goes a Haymaker, but he still has the Ignite on, and True gets some revenge for what has been going on so far in this game. Rift Herald also goes over in favor of Exertion Gaming.
Rotation comes out much faster from the side of Exertion Gaming to get into the Rift Herald pit. This is something, again, they prioritize. I don't think they've given up a Rift. They might have lost one in the first game, but they certainly have had a lot of priority on these neutral objectives, if you said. They've got off, I think, one of both. One Rift Herald, one Dragon the whole course. Now 2 Dragons in this game. But certainly their constant grouping for these objectives is super indicative of how they want to play. Just get this gold that's ambient and sitting on the map. Here's Tanzo. Wants revenge.
Oh, and that Crystal Arrow has such a wide hitbox. Min-Max clipping True right there. Didn't even have time to flash. That is going to be his 3rd death of the game. And just like that, we are back to pretty much even 500 gold, keeping these teams apart.
That they are. Most of that in the plates that they had accomplished on the top side. Now, bottom lane also going to be picking up some plates for themselves. Tanzo, can you get onto Tentakai here?
Yeah, Tentaki says, all right, we're trading a little bit. Cool. You know what? Just back off. I don't want to do this anymore.
Seawolf. Let's get on to here. This is a tough one, though.
Yeah, it is. That's going to be the hook going out, but they get it and does dodge right back. The Ignite goes down now, but Supermarket's here now trying to trade. They are going to get the stun down. Did try and save it, but he does dodge beautifully. Projecti now trading it back. Gets a good set of damage. Distortion actually pulls the flash out of Projecki, and Cleave showing up late to the fight here. Does not get anything else down. Bottom lane trading some blows as well.
Yeah, interesting. That whole course of that fight, it felt like no one was actually in danger at any point, and yet there's an ignite, a flash, and a heal burnt by Projecki and Seawolf during the course of that. So that was like top level baiting here from your Nurse being able to do that. Oh, the ultimate, no.
Yeah, Crystal Arrow does go a little bit wide. But again, I love the attempt. This is why I personally love CDR builds on Ashe. You know, you get that Crystal Arrow, you get that utility down so often.
The case. Continue to see bottom lane. Tanzo swap back into the Ornn lane. This is something that we expected just a little bit ago. The lane swaps seem to work out decently. Oh my goodness, this is the negative part though. Once again, the Kassadin into the LeBlanc feels rather good, especially now that you have some items finished on the Kassadin, some AP done. It's going to feel a lot worse in the LeBlanc. Neither laning phase is good for your Nurse right now. I think it's just it's a matter of getting Tanzo his preferred lane state so that he can try to put some pressure on the map. Oh.
Yep. Tanzo coming out to chase, but nothing doing there. And I do want to go over the fact that actually in this matchup, your Nurse has significantly set himself behind by buying that coal. And I think it was because Exertion Gaming actually played it very, very well. They said, okay, he has the coal. That means his damage output is going to be extremely low. Force the lane swap, force him to stay on that coal for that much longer, and he pretty much sits in a winning favorable or in an unfavorable position as that LeBlanc. So I think a very nice job being done by Exertion Gaming to quell your Nurse, who very obviously is a PowerPoint there.
Yeah, I think the expectation coming through with this coal purchase is just that the laning phase was not going to go well for LeBlanc either way. So they put her into the Ornn lane thinking, okay, all she has to do is farm up, take the coal, get a more advantageous mid game where you can blow up Pyke, you can blow up the Varus, you can even blow up Echo if his ultimate is not up. That's not going to be happening. The Dragon, once again, the target of affection here.
Oh, very nice try to try and steal it away, but Supermark now caught on the wrong side. Ornhorn actually goes out, but is blocked right now, but that's still going to be the chase in. That's going to be Projecki. He picks one up. That's going to be a flash in, as True says, I want to dive a little bit too far, and he goes and dies on his own, but a dive under the tower means Obelisk is going to pick that one up. No, Seawolf claims that, an extra 300 gold for him, and they're just going to keep diving. This is a full-on tower dive double kill for Seawolf. He is so happy, but your Nurse now claims one back in return, but still, massive win for Exertion right there.
Yeah, I think it was a 2 for 3 after everything. The
Yes.
Dragon also going in their favor, really favorable. The one question is, can Tanzo get this mid tower? Because that would be the first tower of the game coming through there. And no, your corner is not going to get even close to... Oh, the chain.
Oh, that was rough right there. Your Nurse definitely looking like he's a little bit itchy right now. Didn't have a good laning phase. Usually he's winning that lane pretty hard. And so definitely got antsy, burned the flash there, and getting a little bit rough on all sides. Ooh, good dodge on the hook, and Seawolf still dueling your Nurse. Wow, your Nurse taken down quite a bit. So again, this bot lane duel between these two is getting pretty heated.
That is. The force this one out. I don't know if Seawolf continues to want the smoke, because all his damage is mostly loaded into this ignite at this moment, just because his ultimate isn't up. So if he doesn't hit the Q, or if he's not able to get into E range there, it'd be easy for the LeBlanc to play. That's why he backs out of this one, doesn't want to continue that fight for himself. The game's back and forth once again. It's a very competitive across the board. We see more collapses towards these neutral objectives, and outside of that, it's been relatively just focused on the laning phase for Exertion. The continued plays around the map from Supermark, from Tanzo have been coming through, but they haven't been sticking as well as they did in that earlier stage of the game.
Yeah, and unfortunately, True is going to be very sad as his ward and P both get taken out about 5 seconds after being placed. So not much gold compensation there. That is going to be the Crystal Arrow going just a little bit wide once again, as we do see the Trinity Force actually completed for Ashe now. So 20% CDR and a little bit extra oomph after every Q.
Yeah.
Or W, very sorry.
Absolutely.
Here we go. Nice little try in that mid lane, though, or on the top side, I should say, and that's going to be Obelisk going golden. Glacial Fissure does go out, and the Chain of Corruption did land as well. Going ham. That's going to be the knockout right there. Cleave going to be on the sacrificial block. He loses his flashes into that thick part of the wall, and that's going to be an easy 2 kills for Exertion Gaming.
Let's get easier to or much faster to the collapse. Again, there's a Rift Herald on the map, so you have to smell that that's coming on the side of OMG. They're able to get that one. Projecki doesn't get enough damage. Yeah, can't even get the chain to land, all things after this. And now the Rift Herald again going their way. Top tower is going to go their way. That's first tower again. And Talonzo might be able to respond with bottom tower, but it feels so well like Exertion is playing a lot more comfortably in this game around these objectives. They're able to take the fights that they want when they want, rather than just fighting whenever they feel like it, because that is what lost them game number 2. In this one, it's a much more controlled, much more passive game from them when there isn't a pure 5-on-5 fight coming through.
And I have to say, it also looks like this team is just not scared of your Nurse right now. He hopped all the way in, and Projecti didn't even burn Flash there, but that's going to be an arrow diving all the way out. Good dodge away, but that's going to be the showstopper. Obelisk now getting chunked out. He does get into his shield, but he doesn't have ultimate up and available, so he's just going to burn right down. And that is a solid kill for the side of OGR.
That it is, but once again, they burn a fair number of resources, including the Ashe ultimate, which just doesn't connect. Right now, the skill shots not looking perfectly on point for either Min-Max or your Nurse in this one, just because the chains keep missing as well. And those are two of your best pick tools. Hitting either of those CC moves on your carries are going to be nearly a death sentence if everybody else is around, but I haven't been able to make that one work.
Yeah, but I think for this style of Ashe, I'm really happy to see it, right? Because of the fact that it's just like, it's so low cooldown that you can spam it, right? It's so weird to say an ultimate is spammable, but here we go. Jump in. Seawolf tries to get the kill, but he gets immediately shut down. As Jorner says, all right, I'm tired. I want to get those kills. Now 3-1 in this game.
Yeah, the fight between those two, really, really well played. Jorner is able to get the damage off. I think he almost got stunned up by Seawolf, and he might have been able to be ulted if the damage comes through right there. That execute is not hit because Jorner is able to get himself out of that situation with the distortion, and that follow-up kill just shuts down Seawolf. So nice. The Dragon's coming up here in just a second as we are in a pause once again.
Yeah, and again, thank you so much for sticking with us through these technical difficulties. We should be right into game here, but again, for the second game in a row, we see the Ocean Soul coming out here, and again, that definitely helps both of these squads out. As you know, I think honestly, for the side of Exertion Gaming, I think True would be so happy to have that because that's so much extra mana coming back into his pocket.
That's correct. Would be nice for him to be able to have that one for himself. Across all things. Which dragon? You said it was an ocean drake? Is that what
it is? An ocean. That is going to be the soul, as we did have a mountain and cloud dragon taken. Mountain was taken by Exertion Gaming and Cloud, so 10% ultimate CDR going over to the side of OGR.
Like the ocean drake is always hard. Like the ocean soul specifically is like always really, really strong to have. But in this game, it feels much less important for both teams. It feels like if a fight breaks out, it's going to be a massive engagement, and it's not going to be this kind of pokey, test what your opposition is doing. The only ones that can do that are your Nurse and like True, and more so your Nurse because he can throw the chains, he can throw the Qs coming out, things like that. But outside of that, the poke damage really doesn't exist in this game. It's going to be a full-on engagement, so the Ocean Drake not going to have the same impact that it would normally. Now, obviously, in a fight, an Ocean Soul is going to do quite a bit of work in keeping you sustained, but all it takes is a little bit of that, the Executioners, the Morellonomicon coming through to get that, the healing reduction, and what is the use of the Ocean Soul? So in this one, it might actually be a bargaining chip that a team can trade away for a trade of objectives, an inhibitor, a Baron, something like that, to try to win the game off of.
Yeah, that is. It's like going back to, I think, like season 8 or so, when the only way to really win a game was to get the Baron and then just run it straight down mid lane. It was just like, all right, that's our win condition, guys. Yeah. Do nothing else except do that. It's like, all right, that's what we're gonna do. So again, very interesting thoughts coming out here, especially because, like you said, and as you pointed out, that Ocean Soul won't do as much. The question comes about, do you think these teams will still fight for it? And how much are they willing to sacrifice to even come close to getting that Ocean Soul?
You ever see the scene in Avatar where they were trying to figure out how to start a riot, and then the dude's just like, "Hey, riot!" and they start rioting? That's what you just asked me. How do they start a fight? Hey, dragon, let's start a fight. Like, that's what we've seen through most of it, especially from Exertion. Every time there's a neutral objective where they can take a 5-on-5, they are like, all right, we're raring to go. Doesn't matter if we're up or down in this game in terms of gold, in terms of composition. Doesn't matter. They're always willing to take that 5-on-5 because it does seem like their 5-on-5 is really strong compared to their opposition here, Omega Gaming. Like, I would say at least 60% of the time the fight's going to go the way of Exertion. That's how I've seen it. Despite the gold, despite the champions you've grabbed, Exertion seems to somehow always pull out the majority of fights, and that's why they keep forcing around objectives. Doesn't matter if the Ocean Soul isn't that effective. Doesn't matter if the Dragon isn't important. If they get the fight win, they get something else on the map. That's what they're looking for.
Yeah, I mean, both these squads going at it, and I think that leans itself towards the whole fact that these guys, their mental is very, very high. After game number 1 and 2, you would expect both teams to be slightly rattled, and in this high pressure situation to sit there and have to deal with the fact that, both games were very, very close and both sides were very close in, who was on that winning side and who made that one mistake or who made that proactive play. It's still awesome to see them still going for those objectives. I mean, do you think both these teams had that resilience to actually take it all the way through all 5 games?
It's definitely the case. It seems like both are unfazed entirely from what we've seen in the first 2 games. While I've seen a little bit cleaner play in terms of like the mac or the micro decisions of like walking into a jungle, throwing a ward down, things of that sort, we still seem to have this constant fight happening at all times. Like it's always like both teams are looking to brawl, they're looking to take some advantage. Some like you can win the game off the back of like objective taking, off the back of like not giving too much up, things of that sort. But these 2 teams don't seem to be in that mindset. They seem to be in the mindset of we have to kill the enemy to get what we want so that we can press that advantage rather than anything else. So when it comes to the full 5 games, if you've got one mindset, which is kill the enemy team, win the game, you're not going to be baffled or you're not going to be lost every time you lose a single fight. So I think it's possible we get to 5 games and we're not going to see the tempo slow down at all. So for the moment, it looks like we're going to be stuck in this break for a little bit. It looks like Discord is actually messed up for our team, so the communication is down at the moment. So we're going to cut to a short break really quickly to try to resolve the issues as best we can. Stick around. We'll be back with the continuation of game number 3 between Omega Gaming Resistance and Exertion Gaming.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for sticking with us through these technical difficulties. It should all be fixed, hopefully, as we do get underway. Back at 17 minutes into this game, these two teams once again have been battling for supremacy in this best of 5 series with Dragon just around the corner.
That is. Tonzo continuing his split pushing campaign from last game as well, though the Rift Herald gets dropped to split focus around the Dragon in the bottom side. I'm curious if Tonzo even wants to burn the TP to respond to this, though. He can easily get the top lane inner. They should just give it this Dragon, go respond to that Rift Herald, and just let Tonzo go to town on top lane.
Oh no, but there's a teleport. We do see it coming in now, but Nurse is not even moving at all. Superman down. Seawolf gets that kill. That's going to be the Glacial out. They're going to keep trying. Showstopper brings everyone back, but look at the backline. Seawolf, that is going to be another death from below, claiming another life. Cleave barely able to stay alive, but no, True takes him down. Tonzo now on the run. Double kill so far for Seawolf, trying to make it a little bit more, and that is just disaster for the side of OGR.
Again, they've been baiting these fights around. Okay, Projecti gets burnt. All right, Projecti's not all right. That's gonna happen every once in a while. But seriously, the fight doesn't need to happen there. It's not necessary. While you do see that OMG gets a massive top wave pushed into the tower, there's probably like 1,500 gold that was just lost just at the tower alone right there. It doesn't matter because they lose so much in this fight around the Dragon Pit. You don't need to take that fight, Tonzo. Keep pushing that top lane. Get that inner tower. You denied the Rift Herald take of the bottom lane tower, which is already almost broken. It would have been a big deal anyway. And you don't have to fight for the Dragon. Just give it up. You have no reason to give more gold over to the side of Exertion if they're just going to force your hand.
Yeah, absolutely. And now they are down a grand total of 3.4k, down 2 dragons as well. They're up in towers at least, but that is minuscule in terms of what they have lost so far. We're seeing 2 items completed for most of the side of Exertion Gaming. We're seeing, I believe that is a Bork plus a Wit's End for Projecti, so definitely going to be harder to burst him out. We do see the Rod of Ages at 7 stacks, plus the Archangel Staff being stacked up, so already Kassadin having the 2 big ticket items that he wants to be able to push through towards this late game.
Yeah. The Kassadin had a really kind of disastrous first few levels there up into the set, but he's been able to bring it back because of the combination with Seawolf's Pike. Seawolf's Pike has been a beast in these team fights, has 7,700 gold. He's only second to his own ADC at the moment, which is ridiculous to think about, but his access to the backline, his ability to execute targets means you don't need this massive burst damage on True right now. You only need enough to break their health bar until Pike can get an execution. Then you get kill gold, or at least you get gold in your pocket if you're True anyway. So that's a really great place to be right now. The more these fights get broken out and the more access to the backline granted to for Seawolf and True, the more he's going to get, the more leverage he's going to have, the more gold he's going to have. Most importantly, the less he's going to need Seawolf.
Yeah, absolutely. And just, it's a scary time right now for the side of OGR. Their ADC, yes, has been sitting on that Trinity Force for so long, has not got a lot of gold income. Your Nurse, yes, 4-1-0, finally finished up the coal, but feels drastically far behind for how hard he was trying to work to get that early advantage. Does have the Void Staff in pocket, and I mean, not having a whole lot of damage backing that penetration.
Yeah. The big thing about Yorners is he needs to find the right avenue of engage into this team. When you've got divers like the Pike, like the Kassadin, like the Echo, and you have to respond to them, what needs to happen from the rest of your team is they have to be able to pull away from those divers. You have to prevent the Pike's engage from coming in, prevent the Echo from diving into the back line. And once they've burnt their mobility trying to get onto your team, so long as your team has broken that point of contact, you can follow up then, and that's when Yorners can strike. That's when he can pop one of these carries and try to remove them, and the re-engage can come through from the rest of his team. That's the idea you're playing for here. You don't have to play aggressive and into the team. You have to dive really hard for Projecti. All you have to do is play to the disengage of one of these assassins that drive too far, and you can easily win fights.
We'll have to see if he is able to do that. Baron looking like it's on the table for multiple people. Crystal Arrow goes out, completely whiffs, but it was a long shot anyway. They're very happy to try and just keep firing that arrow until it works. And, you know, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take, so why not?
That's fair. The Krugs, they're looking for an invade onto this Echo right now.
Yeah, we do see channeling Seawolf actually gets a draw in on your... Good damage goes down onto your nurse. He is very unhealthy right now. Bot lane, Tentaki and Tanzo are going back and forth right now. Good trades being sent. Tanzo winning that trade pretty heavily.
That he is. Good little poke damage. Still only about a quarter of the orange health bar, so not feeling that too much is Tentakai. But certainly the side lane pressure being generated by Tanzo with the Blade of the Ring King set it's astronomical once again. This time building the Trinity Force once again. That's more of side lane pushing pressure that he's got, and more split push pressure might actually indicate that they're gonna play him in a side lane more, that they're not gonna commit him to fights as much as they did in the last game, which again, I've expressed this on a number of times where I don't think he needs to actually move. I think he's fine staying in a side lane, putting that pressure on, and giving away the minor neutral objectives that are going the way of the side of Exertion in that fight, instead of just teleporting in, dying, and losing a lot.
And oh, here we have a sneaky Baron attempt. So for those that actually see the wards down, they just spotted it out with the Scryers. It's down to about 7.1. They're burning it down extremely quickly. No one else is rotating around, so this might just be an attempt. Your nurse does find Seawolf on the side, so might be able to get some work, but that is going to be Baron headed over. Ooh, big kill coming out. That's going to be the Baron being taken and the Dragon on the other side. So OGR pulling a sneaky maneuver to keep themselves in this game.
Yeah. Now, the thing that they have to do is to make sure that they use this Baron to its absolute fullest. Right now, you still have a composition that's not bad in the 5-on-5, and you're playing against Assassins, especially the Cassin, who isn't insanely fed right now. So long as you play properly, you should be able to siege up under these towers against a lot of melee targets to work against. You can also throw Tanzo in a side lane, LeBlanc in a side lane, try to play that 1-3-1 strategy, but honestly, what they need to do is break more towers. They break more towers, get more gold in their pockets. They got to use this Baron, because using it as a stalling Baron isn't really going to be helpful now that the third Drake has been taken for the side of Exertion, now that they can force your hand at the fourth Dragon for that Ocean Soul.
Yeah, and that's so damaging already. And again, this has been Exertion's game plan. It feels like every single game. Get the 4 dragons, force the hand of the opponent, make them commit those mistakes, and then win off of that. Game 1, it worked spectacularly. Game 2, not so much, but this game, it seems that they're in the driver's seat. Yes, the gold lead has shrunk significantly currently. Again, only about 1.4 separate these two teams. So at about 24.5 minutes, that is not that much to break through.
No, it is not. See Tanzo once again in this split push. Now has the Cassin up against him. This is an out level, though.
Yeah, big damage coming out, though. True. Back and forth, and Seawolf is here now. But look at Tanzo. He's just dueling him. He doesn't care. He drew 2 members to that bottom lane. That does mean they get a free push on that flip side. That almost became a kill. One more auto attack would have done it. And Tanzo beefing up and flexing on this Exertion squad.
This is what I've wanted to see him do all game. Pull the pressure off to the side lane. In this case, he actually wins that. If they're able to siege up on this mid tower, they win this one too. The Ashe ultimate's up as well, so if they overextend trying to defend this, they could easily make a play back towards bottom lane or just push this mid lane even further.
Yeah, Chain of Corruption actually goes out, but there we go. They got the stun. They got Projeki. Projeki is down. That is the one that they wanted. That is all that they needed, and that is going to signal a mid lane push for this OGR squad. A beautiful play on a little bit of a forced engage from Obelisk.
That was the case. Really well played right there. They're going to be able to break. They break bottom tower. Now they have the inhibitor on their trains. They have mid tower broken now, so the mid inhibitor is exposed. This is what I wanted to see from the team. They apply pressure across multiple lanes, spread out this team fight as best as possible, and you take advantage of the Baron that you just snuck. Great play and great change up of what they've been doing all game from the side of Omega Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, when your Baron is not stolen by a Maokai ultimate, I think you're pretty happy to push in to the enemy base, and so they're very happy. They broke the base in spectacular fashion at 26 minutes, and now all they have to do is slowly allow the top lane, it seems, as that is their next objective, to just crash and end this game.
That's correct. Going to be able to get this wave in pretty easily with LeBlanc. I think their Baron buff is over now, so not going to have that boon to their pushing power, but only 2 coming up to respawn, the Pike and Projeki. So not going to have all that much. True, just trying to get around as best as possible too. But Mimnax and Cleve sniffed that one out. Again, they got plenty. They got a lot more than I thought they were going to be able to. Double inhibitor on the bottom side of the map means the next Baron is going to be almost definitely in their control. They could play towards the Dragon as well, push up their vision in that bottom side or that the rightmost quadrant there, just to make sure that the Dragon is at least contestable by themselves. Really, really appreciate their ability to push with this Baron and get everything they needed to.
Yeah, but also keep in mind, Orin, now level 14, is starting to upgrade those items. We do see 2 being upgraded right now for him. He does have the Abyssal Mask plus the Sunfire Cape. On his 3rd item that he did upgrade was for Projeki. So the carry for their squad is now going to be looking to do a lot more damage than expected. It pretty much nullifies this gold gap between the 2 teams.
That it does. We see also, again, they're pushing the pressure up here, but a nice thing is that Norners right now has a lot of pressure to take a pick onto pretty much the entire roster. I think maybe Cassidy with a good Q could deny it, and Echo with his ultimate might be able to deny it, but to be honest, anybody that jumps over is going to be under fear of dying from this massive LeBlanc, and so this pressure that they've generated, now they have 2 on the top side, that could be Dragon though.
Yeah, good Haymaker keeps the shield on, and Showstopper brings them all the way back, but the knockup is survive for a little bit longer. Ash Arrow does barely miss, and so they're going to try and give it over to Seawolf, I think, and get a little bit of extra gold. He misses it, so that is going to be the shutdown there, and that is going to be the kill, but at what cost? And it looks like they actually won't lose too much, as that was on that top side right there.
And it was. And the Dragon's going to be easily taken here. Projeki! Close.
If that QE had landed, that would have been Projeki's life.
Oh my goodness. This is the advantage I'm talking about. Having to control this entire top side jungle means LeBlanc can sit anywhere she wants in Fog of War and make sure they have to respect that from happening. Seawolf! Oh my god, that E lands, he's dead too. My goodness, this is what Uranus has been waiting for the entire series, trying to bait people out on this assassin to burst them in one combo.
Yeah, he just needed that Rabadons to really put it into perspective right there. 5th dragon of the game being taken. So that is going to stall out this Elder Dragon and the Soul just a little bit longer. And this is probably the most drawn-out global fight we've had over the Dragon so far in the series.
That we have. Pretty interesting to watch as this game has developed once again. I do like finally that the tempo has been lowered from the side of OMG. Is able to deny themselves. They have priority on the Baron. They're getting this vision a little more forward as well. Yorners in their jungle waiting for someone to show up.
This is the worst. It's even worse than a Garen sitting in a bush, it feels like, you know. Yorner's just sitting around. He will delete Obelisk if he gets too close. He will delete just about anyone outside of Ornn, I believe. It's just going to be a complete deletion. But look at Tanzo on the bottom side. He's forcing them to rotate through, but Yorner's about to pick him off. Does find in the backline. He is able to survive. But again, they're being routed. They are being routed right now. Yorner's going to jump right back in, get a little bit more poke off.
Tanzo!
Yeah, Tanzo just fully ending the game on his own. He just doesn't care right now. The rest of the team is just running interference, and he very well might. Good stop on the back. Tentaki does not get there in time, and Projeki is pulled right back. That's going to be a kill for Tanzo. He is able to claim 2 before he falls. Very, very strong play on his part.
Are you kidding me right? Like, this is what I've been wanting all series. Tanzo, stay in the side lane. He gets 2 kills on Projeki and Seawolf. That is a massive portion of your team fight. He breaks both Nexus towers, and the Baron is going to be free for his team to take. This is the pressure you needed in a side lane. This is exactly what I wanted to see the entire time. Phenomenal play from Tanzo. Great shot calling from Omega Gaming. And this is looking like the cleanness that we've been wanting all series. They're cleaning up their decision making. They're not fighting all the time, trying to get these fights to lead to the Baron, lead to the base. No, they play the split push game, pull pressure away, and they confirm it for themselves like that.
Yeah, it actually looks like they're waiting to not take this Baron just in time to allow Tanzo to get the buff as well. So you can actually see him stalling it out just a little bit. 3 seconds left on it to come back up. They do have just enough health to do it, and wow, look at Supermark getting all that health back.
Yeah, pretty nice thing. Gonna be able to get 4 back. Actually, did Tanzo come up just in time? Oh my, yes. Tanzo came up just in time.
So that's actually why we saw them waiting. They waited about 5 seconds to actually take the Baron down. Very smart play. They knew they had enough health. So very solid job to hold it off, allow Tanzo even more split push potential.
Yeah, can't appreciate that. And then again, my curiosity goes to whether or not they want to put your nurse in a side lane as well, because again, they could play the 4-man in the top side. I do think it's of benefit to try to put LeBlanc in a solo lane as well, because nobody can kill her at all. There's not a person who can catch her right now. To actually put her down and make sure that she can't continue to just be a thorn in their side. So 2 solo laners in mid and in bottom pushing in with this Baron buff with the 3 on the top side. They have enough disengage. The Braum CC coming through from the 3. Engagement on Supermarket.
Oh my gosh, True
Yeah,
dropping that damage, and the Crystal Arrow again. They do get some good damage down, but look at the rest of the team. Tanzo still pushing up the bot side. Yorners running interference. That is going to be a big win for them, as they're now just, again, chasing on the backside. Projecki throwing down the QSS is able to keep himself alive, but Tentaki now trying to keep his ADC alive. They have to get back to stop him. There they go. They jump onto Tanzo. He is now the subject of their eye. He gets a huge shield and is going to drop back with the showstopper, able to get himself alive, and the going golden is only able to keep Obelisk alive for so long, but it doesn't matter as their base is falling into shambles.
That is now 3 inhibitors down for this team. The Baron buff, they can just flood minions in slowly, let them trickle onto the Nexus. This might be the last stand.
Yes, it is 1-for-1 so far, but it just doesn't seem to matter as Tanzo has teleported back into the fight. The backline is dead for Exertion Gaming. Obelisk, the last one standing, as the Nexus falls, and OGR moved to 2-1 in this series.
And that's how you play side lane pressure. That is exactly what I've wanted to see all series. I said it time and again, and I'm going to say it till I'm blue in the face. They kept committing to 5-person fights when they don't need to. The superior team fighting from Exertion has shown itself time and time again. Don't play 5-on-5. You don't have to. Your nurse is doing great in the mid lane. Tanzo is smashing the side lane matchup. And Supermark, Minmax, and Cleave are doing just enough to keep themselves relevant and unkillable in the 3-on-3 that they have matched against. I gotta love the way they finally pivoted and realized how they can play this game to put themselves in the driver's seat.
They absolutely have, but again, yes, they look clean, but that was only towards the latter half of this game. They still have to do it one more time if they want to be able to clinch the UML playoff championship. We'll have to see if they're able to do that. We will be going to a very short break as we get ready for game number 4 to see if Exertion Gaming are able to bring it back to a 2-2 or if OG are going to take it right here. You won't want to miss it.
And I've been chillin', watching the ocean with you. Baby up with a slow motion crew. And we up in our cloudlands when people change, but not us. And we just chillin', kicking it, kissed by the sun. Could be soaked to the skin in the mall soon. I know she got the good vibes when seasons change, but we're the same. Even if I lost all my money, the zero runs deep, honey. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding. Even if my jokes aren't funny, my tongue tied up on it. And I don't need to speak a single word, 'cause you got me holding, holding.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Game 4 in this grueling best of 5 series so far. Right now, Omega Gaming is up 2-1 after a very hard-fought series so far. Again, none of the games has really looked clean specifically, but game number 3 we were talking about looked much better than the previous ones.
Absolutely. Like I said, I think finally we see Omega Gaming start to realize that their team fighting maybe, I don't know if it's not up to snuff or what it is that is the problem, but certainly they stopped taking the fights that are being baited in by Exertion, and they started playing the side lanes a lot better. Yorners and Tonzo have been winning their matchups pretty much single-handedly through the entire series, so I have to appreciate that they finally landed that for themselves.
Yeah, we absolutely love to see it. And on that note, I mean, looking at your nurse, second time he's played LeBlanc, second time he's, taken off. Yes, third game was a little bit sloppier, but due to the lane swaps and everything, do you think the LeBlanc is something to be thought of as a ban coming into this fourth game?
Yeah, I definitely think it was dominant in both games 2 and 3, and it has the 100% win rate in this series. So I would say at some point you have to remove it from your nurse's arsenal. The question that I have, though, is that they've been trading out the Cassiopeia, the Olaf, and the Taric have been consistent for them. So what do they lose if they're going to do that? Unless, obviously, like the LeBlanc was picked in first rotation in the second game, my apologies. And in this one, it was the second rotation that it was picked in. So I don't know if they can wait until second rotation to ban it, or if they're allowing themselves to maybe ban out those 3 champions and hope they don't take it in that first rotation.
Yeah, it'd be a very scary thought here, and excuse me. And deciding how to take that out it's such a scary thought, right? We talk about the meta picks in the current status. These picks that are just overwhelmingly strong, but you let through someone's that one pocket pick that they really want. Or that they just play really well on, and you let them have it, and all of a sudden you're in the same exact scenario, and it's a very difficult decision to make. We will be getting into champion select here very shortly, but looking at both sides, is there anything either side really needs to change aside from your nurse possibly being banned away from the LeBlanc? Do you think anything within draft needs to be changed for either of these squads?
I'm really shocked that Tentakai hasn't been put on anything that he could succeed with outside of just a tank. Again, I know that they're opting for the more 5-on-5 strategy, and they need like a front line, some engagement, that kind of thing to make that work. But they haven't done anything with it. They haven't tried anything else. It's been pure tanks all 3 games in a row. Maybe shift that to, GP, Aurelia, something that you can actually work with to try to combat the laning phase, because Tonzo's pretty much had free reign.
Yeah, and I mean, as we get into this pick ban phase here, immediately Set and LeBlanc both taken off the table. So Exertion Gaming have finally had enough of both these champions, have banded away, but that does leave quite a bit on the table. Misfortune, Silas, and Kindred left up. So, I mean, Tark is still up, Olaf is still up, multiple champions are still on the table.
That is the case. We'll see if the Olaf and the Taric are priority here. Obviously, the Olaf is. I think that's the best champion coming through here from Supermark. It's definitely one of his most played champions, and it's something he loves. Again, if it's been banned out a couple of times, they have to know that it's in his wheelhouse. It's a lot more aggressive than what we've seen him on the last few games, so certainly expect him to be pretty active. Is the Taric?
Oh man,
they really just did that to them. They really just made Exertion feel the pain of those 2 bans being swapped out.
Oh, that is the way to do it. I mean, like we were saying before, you ban it away for a specific reason. Now that reason is gone, you have to deal with the consequences, and Exertion Gaming have deemed it worthy that they will try and take on the Olaf and Tark in this scenario and try and pick it up. You see them ticking down to the last moment, and they go for Trundle. So opting for that, and the Tom Kench. So very heavy frontline coming in for Exertion Gaming.
Really not in love with what I'm seeing right now, just because of the fact that it's super, super defensive. There is nothing about this composition that screams anything. We are giving up the laning phase. Pike coming through. So another interesting thing we've seen from the side of Omega Gaming Resistance, they run Pike Taric bot lane. It's a combination that you can No, I'm not, producer. Please try to watch your language in front of the children that are watching on stream. Pike Taric Pike is insanely mobile, utilizes the stun from Tarek in a number of ways. Because of his mobility, you can set that up rather well. Now, I love this from Exertion because the last time they ran this, they had Ziggs mid, which is your tower pushing pressure entirely. There's nothing else that matches the tower pushing pressure of Ziggs. His wave clear, his ability to execute towers. With a Pike as an ADC, you're going to struggle to push those towers at any aspect. So the Ziggs was kind of the buffer, kind of the thing that would hold up that portion of the composition, not going to have access to it. So they've done their homework to some extent. This is a lethal combination if you're able to land the CC, and I love that they're going to try to play a lot more of an early game with these two.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely are. This is the way to do it. Bring it out now. This is the closing game. This is it. This is for all the marbles here. If you don't throw down all of your chips now, if you don't throw down every single trick to try and get yourself the best hand, what are you doing to yourself? And this is what they have opted for. And they're running a potential Darius in the top lane. No, they swap it up. They say, all right, we want to mess with you casters. They go for the Mordekaiser instead.
If they're doing that, right now they have decent magic damage. They're like, for the amount of AD they've got, they seem to still be lacking in attack damage. That's my problem with this team. Like, they have Olaf and they have Pike, but like, that doesn't seem like enough to me. So I'm a little surprised they didn't go for a pure AP mid laner with like an AD top laner. I'm curious if they're willing to play an AD mid laner to supplement that yet again. But oh, this is a protect the vein comp. Come on, guys. Come on.
They're running it. They're running it, boy.
Oh my goodness.
Oh man, and a Diana as well. So fully protect the vein, but primarily protect the vein.
They do get their hands on Diana finally, which is nice. I can appreciate that, but the composition they're running it into right now is just going to be a train wreck if everything goes the way it should at the moment. Because Vayne, if he doesn't buy a QSS early, that the Mordekaiser pulls him out, and then who's left? Fight.
Yeah. If they lock in this Azir here, this is actually going to be pretty heavy magic. And they do, so... again, very heavy on the Azir mid lane. That might be a point of contention because, I mean, if True is able to pop off on this Diana, Azir is gonna be so laden down and just pretty much dead weight, I feel.
Yeah, that's definitely possible. Like, Diana does have to overextend to try to fight the Azir. There's a couple of different paths for runes that you can take to try to, you know, kind of abate the laning phase that's going to come through here on the side of your nurse. So I expect to talk about that once we get into game and I see what his strategy is. But until that point, as you said, a lot of magic damage. The Azir, the Mordekaiser, they're also consistent magic dealers. The burst is coming through from the Pike primarily, which, like, that's true damage. So there's nothing you can do about that. So this is not a sieging. They don't have much siege, so they're going to have to look to fight a little more, which has been in Exertion's wheelhouse. But with this composition they've designed, it's going to be so hard to play if the Vayne gets behind.
Yeah, it really will. And again, not having much healing to really keep the Vayne alive, it's going to be a lot more on Projecki to really be like, okay, gonna protect myself. That's all I can really do here. Because again, you only have Tahm Kench. You don't have any healing. You don't have any shields. You don't have any, Mikhail's Crucible coming out. I feel it's pretty much Vayne going, all right, it's literally Vayne 1v5.
That it is, and like the composition that they've designed around it, they have Diana, which can do pretty well in a team fight, but it gets shut down also. The thing is, like, a Tarek ultimate that's well-timed can deny follow-up damage from the rest of the team. So unless a Diana is popping everybody in an ultimate, not really going to have much there. Not to mention, you've got a Zero Wall that can be thrown out. You got Mordekaiser ultimate that can be thrown out, and you still have Pike, who's hypermobile and could pull her out of a fight even though it comes through. So, like, there's so many options to disengage the Diana, or at least prevent the damage or follow-up damage from coming through. Like, what do you do if you're on the side of Exertion? Like, Trundle, who is he ganking here? There's no lane set up for anybody except for the Maokai, and you're playing that into a Mordekaiser. Like, there's nothing really great about the early game. You're praying that this Vayne and Diana get onto 3 items, and then you can start baiting team fights.
Yeah, but, and now, you know, because we've seen the last 3 games as well, we have to talk about the players, right? Players coming into this, who's playing it. True, over the course of this of the previous 3 games, has historically been shut down by your nurse. This Diana will need help in this mid lane, by far. There is no doubt in my mind that Diana needs help in this early game if True wants to be relevant. And if Obelisk is not able to make that happen, your nurse, I think, is just going to have free reign, and that's so damaging for Exertion Gaming's composition.
That it is. like I said, they seem to have put their cards entirely into the Projecti basket. He's been having himself decent games, and like Seawolf also has had some decent games, which is why I'm so shocked. Like Seawolf has been playing super well through the series. Projecti's been having good games, and Obelisk has been playing phenomenally. And they say, okay, we're going to put all of our cards into the Projecti basket, and we're going to hope that that's good. Like True will have to prove himself this game. He's taken Yorners off of the 2 champions that we've seen him super comfortable on, and got himself what, in my mind, is probably the best champion he could be playing. So if he's not performing in this game, it's just not going to happen in the series.
Yeah, that's where you type in mid diff and hit FF15 and just, all right, we're done. But you can't really do that when you're in the finals of the Upsurge Minor League playoffs here. This is where all the marbles. This is it. If this is over, there is no chance. You're second place and it feels bad. Yes, you made it to this spot, but falling short because, of consistent complications, it never feels good for that one player by any stretch of the imagination.
Yeah, not at all. It's tough to deal with, especially if you run into a composition like this where you put everything onto Projecti. Now you have to think about it from Projecti's point of view, where he's like, I'm on a champion that doesn't do great early game. Against a Pike Tarek, against an Olaf that can run me down, against a Mordekaiser, there is so much pressure to be put onto Projecti, unfortunately, and I don't want to put more on him by calling him out here, but seriously, this is the championship riding on the line, and you've put so much into the Vayne pick here. It feels strange. They haven't tried at all taking a more skirmish-heavy composition. They haven't tried giving Tentakai something that can match the split push. They've only gone to the team fighting. And, do you really want to leave that on the table? Do you want to leave that option for yourself to where, you could have changed anything else about your composition?
Yeah, I don't know. That's the thing is, looking at these compositions, and again, looking through. Yeah, I know, right? I got to answer. I'm in their mind. I promise you. Give me 2 seconds. But again, another thing to think about is, again, even though we might call it bad or anything like that, if they are confident in this composition, it will show on Summoner's Rift. We will see how they play and if they can pull it off, and that is all that counts. We can bash it, we can say whatever we want, but again, if they're able to make it happen, that's all that matters. And I mean, if you feel like you can pull off a composition like this, or if you have your own style of composition that you want to show to competition and prove that you can be better than others, go ahead, take a look at Upsurge. The Upsurge leagues currently, applications are open for these summer splits for And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to game 4 in this best of 5 series. We are looking at game point for the side of Omega Gaming Resistance. If they win this one, they have secured it. They are the champions of the Upsurge Minor League Spring 2020 split. If they do, that'll be amazing. However, it looks like Exertion Gaming are going to try and upset that and bring it to a game number 5.
Oh.
Very nice spot there by the ward Minmax this time around, running that sweeper very early for this early invade.
Yeah. Well done actually figuring out that was going to be the case. They're not going to get
No!
that. Feels bad, man. Not going to be the case. I do want to point out something very important, which is that Pyke has bought boots as a first item and 4 potions instead of any of the Doran's items or anything else that he could possibly build.
Yeah,
I think the only person I've ever seen do that is Katarina, and that was a while ago, and it's not current, and I still don't think it was that good even when it was a thing.
That, I believe, was actually the old Assassin's build. Season 3, Season 4, and previously it used to be that it was just that much more sustained. You saw it run on, I think, the likes of Zeds, Talons, some LeBlancs, I think, very, very minutely.
Yeah.
But it was pretty much the standard, while potions were much stronger back then, for sure.
Yeah.
And the game was a lot more volatile back then, so I'm glad we don't see it as often anymore.
You remember when Kennen used to take like 5 bots to lane?
Oh gosh, I remember when everyone used to do that if they wanted to, and it was just terrible. Now we have some sophistication coming in for the lane, so makes me feel okay.
Until now, Pyke has completely broken that apart.
Oh man, but again, trades in the bottom lane. We do see Cleave and Seawolf having the worst ends of those trades, but again, Cleave on this Tark is going to feel very happy taking those trades, being able to regen it back up with his Pyke in the bottom lane.
That he will. Pretty good place to be. Again, the early priority should go the way of the Vayne, so the Vayne should feel pretty good in this one, as opposed to anything else. I know Projecti trying his hand in the Vayne after what we saw in game number 2, where it was actually Min-Max playing that one, did pretty well on that, so let's see if he can match that performance.
Yeah, and something to also mention, we did actually get a mirrored start. However, the pathing was a little different for both junglers. Both junglers actually started on the top side of their jungle.
Mm-hmm. That they did. The red side clear is pretty common. The thing for Olaf that I note is that typically, like, if you're going to go full red side clear, you want to do blue first, so you maintain your mana bar, and then you take red afterwards. The reason why is because red will keep your health too high, and you don't want that. So you take your blue, you take the red side clear, so you have the red for ganking afterwards, because right now he's going to lose his red in just a few seconds here, and that's not good for ganking, as opposed to the blue, which is helpful for keeping his mana high so he can continue to use his Q, plus the red sustain isn't going to keep him healthy, and his clear is going to be faster. But, like, I guess that wasn't the intention here. Maybe the intention was just a pure full clear coming through from Supermark.
Yeah, that is going to be there. We did see Supermark get spotted out by Obelisk, and this time the rest of Exertion were there to try and help him out. So again, these junglers had definitely learned from the games 1 and 2. Don't trade that hard without the rest of your team backing you up.
That's correct. Tanzo back in this matchup.
Tentaki. Tentaki definitely took a very poor trade right there. Literally stood, I think, in the AoE for about 3 seconds without doing anything.
Sometimes it's deceptive. You think, okay, I can win a trade if I go in on this Mordekaiser, and then you remember, oh yeah, that's Mordekaiser that I'm trying to trade with. There's nothing you can do about that one for the most part. Once that AoE's up, there's very little you can do. You just have to try to avoid it as best as possible.
There were some small complications. It seems that the water actually hurt. We do see a jump in here, though. Great stun. Landing down on Seawolf here, and Supermark ready to go, but teleport, double teleport. This is it. This is how you play multiple global advantage, and that's going to be a twisted advance directly under the tower. Good Q, knocks everyone back, and that is going to be a kill. But on the top side, Obelisk gets that kill as well. Cross map kills, puts Exertion Gaming in control of this early game.
I think it was possible that like TP from Tentakai came out like mid gank from Obelisk, and Obelisk just chased him down after the gank. He's like, "You got this, you got this. I'm going bot lane right now." Like that was a really risky play though. Burning 2 TPs down to the bottom lane potentially. They get like 1 kill, which like early on in the game feels rather worth it, but that can't be a continuing trend here from the side of Exertion. They have to be a little more cautious with how they use both TPs. I don't think it was necessary either.
And a very beautiful combination play from Minmax and Cleve. Great stun against the wall as well, but Seawolf getting charged in here. Pull is there. Seawolf does try and flash away, gets the thick skin on, but he might go down. Does get a little stun under the tower. Might get a kill in return. No, doesn't get the actually does. So Projecki actually gets Cleve. A little bit overextension there. Projecki has to flash now. Might get another Silver Bolt proc, but is not able to. So a 1-0-1 Projecki. Very happy to take that trade.
That it is. Again, the bottom lane is a place where you have quite a bit of CC between the Q, the E, and then the second E coming through from the Taric for multiple stuns. And the Olaf's trying to take advantage of that, or at least trying to put the Vayne behind, because that's the focal point of this opposition. Not able to that time. They get too far back underneath the tower. More fighting topside.
Oh, and not just fighting. That was Tentaki definitely losing that trade. We're starting to see a little bit of fight coming out from both these squads. Infernal Drake being fought over. Obelisk not happy. Down to about 250. Does get devoured. Very happy to stay alive. And the Q comes out true. Trying to help out. Emperor's Divide does keep him away. And Supermark might be able to claim this dragon. Is able to take it. Infernal Drake does go over to the side of OGR. They are going to try and fight it back. But there we go. Moonlight falling down as True claims his second kill of the game. Flash away by Cleve. Flash follow-up as well. Jump in by True. He is going to get stunned up as Minmax gets his way back out in the Shurima shuffle to keep your nurse alive.
Yeah, pretty nice place to be. Again, later into the game, the Vayne is still going to be the focal point, but right now they still have early priority because of A, the Diana lane, B, the range advantage in the bottom side of the map. So taking this dragon actually super important for the side of OMG because of the fact that now you've denied Ocean Soul. If they're still going to want to play for the later game with this Azir, with this Mordekaiser, and even with like the Pike and the Taric late game, then they need to be able to stall the game out as long as they want. And in this one, they've set themselves up to do so because you just took 5 minutes off the clock that you don't have to play for anymore because you take the first trade.
Yeah, not only that, it's Infernal. Everyone's happy to pick up an Infernal. But I do want to take a look at the fact that True, we were talking about True, again, he's been not having a great game, right? Or a series to say the least. He's been falling behind in most of the lanes. This time around, yes, he's down in CS, but he has 2 kills to his name. The team has given him a very heavy advantage, in my opinion. He needs to step up now with these 2 kills in his pocket.
I agree, especially as the Diana, you can take advantage of these lanes really, really heavily, especially this bottom lane could be a place to try to snowball this Vayne further ahead, aggress against this tower, because, like I said, the Pike and the Taric are not going to siege this tower down anytime soon. It's going to take a very long time for them to break something. They have to group with their team instead, so if the Diana can isolate this lane from the rest of the map, keep them from roaming around and skirmishing, you can actually win very heavily through Projecki just like that. So it's about True getting out on the map with this advantage. You're not really going to be able to kill your nurse with this this barrier up, but you're certainly going to be able to impact the other lanes. Hanzo.
Yeah. Everyone playing very itchy right now. You can see it. Everyone probably being yelled at, told, hey, hold back, don't go crazy. We do see Supermark dancing on this bottom side, and everyone is actually dancing. We actually see your nurse going back in. Devour keeps Projecki alive. And that's going to be 4 members moving down to this bottom side. This could be the cleanup that they want. Wave has been set up pretty well, and there are no teleports available. They know the double teleport is not available to them. So they say, okay, we can pressure this as much as we want.
Yeah, Azir had walked down to the bottom side, now walking back up. The funny thing is, they give him the information that they had left, but the Olaf is still hanging around in this. They're trying to bounce the wave off the tower. And once that happens, they could try to bait out the engagement coming through from Projecki with his ultimate.
Yeah, Hook goes a little bit wide, and Supermark now finally shows. So they do know that he was down on the bottom lane. That does mean Trundle is going to try and invade an empty topside jungle.
Didn't have money in the camps left to take on the side of the Trundle. Oh, they're back to the bottom lane. Not going to be able to get anything, though. The ultimate was forced out from Projecki, though, so an engage could mean a dead Vayne in the right sense because the flash is also down at the moment. Trundle could come top lane, though.
Yeah, it could definitely be there. That is going to be the pull, and as Tanzo grabs it all right now, this could easily be the solo kill. It is Tanzo once again, the man. The myth, the legend, claims himself a solo kill in a 1v2 scenario.
It does. Might actually get a second one here if Obelisk continues to fight against him. The ultimate had already come out. He's going to get a flash. Burnt, though. Really well played again. Tanzo now on a champion that he can do some damage with in the right situation. And now, in the Maokai matchup, he gets to scale up relatively freely since most of this pressure is being put on the bottom side of the map. Oh, Diana's up on the top side, though.
Yeah, they're looking for it. And again, here we go. Little dance in this bottom lane. Minmax tried to do a little recall, but again, they see it. And there we go. Dashboard once again, the combo. Devour does land as well, but gonna keep him alive. Might be the trade that they want. Top lane, Tanzo getting jumped on again, but he is so dang tanky. He gets that kill. The Conqueror doing so much work. He might actually pull a double kill. You might know Q does miss, and that's going to be the draw in. Kill, but on the bottom lane, it is their OGR popping off. They get the kill on the Vayne. They're diving this tower right now. Min-Max tanking the tower as heavily as possible. They trade it off to Supermark. Good flash away by Seawolf. He is able to help and stall this out as much as possible. But again, everyone on the side of OGR on this bottom lane are alive. They're looking to try and dive this once again. They have a really good wave prepped, and they know the flash is down, so they're just going to dive right in. Good stun goes out. Cleave's turn to tank it up, and that is going to be a 2-0 teleport. Actually being channeled by Tentaki. They're going to try and clean this up as best they can. They do route Supermark. He is going to fall here. Who are they going to give it to? They do give it to Projecki, and an extended fight. True actually picks up a very happy portion of the plating on the top side.
That's correct. Interesting, like, little rotation right there from the side of Supermark. So I think when the play knew he knew it was dead, he was trying to pull attention away from Min-Max, because Min-Max was very low, and he definitely would have died from any chase whatsoever. So I think he tried to move down or back towards the opposite tower just to make sure that they wouldn't put any attention towards him, but unfortunately gives the kill over to Projecki, which is not what you'd like. Again, the Dragon at this point, not really that big of a deal. You don't care about the flat stats that are applied from it all that much. You really just tend to deny everything else. This is bad, though.
Oh, it is bad, but the Shurima Shuffle very easily taken out. And again, your Nurse, even though he hasn't really left the lane, he's been building himself a slow lead. He did have to go the Merc Treads very early on. So that has stifled his build into the Nashor's Tooth, but he is getting there as quickly as he can.
That he is. Looks like they've lane swapped potentially the Diana into the Mordekaiser lane, which, like, in my mind, it doesn't really help the Diana. It really only helps the Maokai a little bit, because the Zir can poke him out, but he can't really just pure all engage into him like the Mordekaiser can. But like I said, the Diana could roam around the map much more easily. Yeah, they're swapping back. I like this a lot better. Put the Diana in the mid lane, let her roam wherever she pleases to try to get pressure across the map, rather than just sticking her in the top lane, trying to isolate this lane on the top side to deny the pressure from Tanzo.
Thick Skin coming out of Seawolf here, able to dance it down, but there we go. Nice in. Min-Max does get a chunk taken out, as we do see the Bilgewater Cutlass being completed. So already Projecki happy to start pushing these trades as far as he can.
That's correct. First lethality items coming through here, though, for Min-Max. Going to be a lot better for him once he starts to utilize some of these abilities to get some damage out, especially on the squishy carries. Does quite a bit with that lethality. Also has the Umbral Glaive for a lot of potential vision control coming through here. Very strong item, and he gets that quite quickly. Again, the early lethality, also nothing to be scoffed at.
Yeah, and kind of scary to look at as well is the fact that tower plates are being taken heavily on the side of Exertion Gaming. They are happy. They took, I think, a total of about 9 so far. So, I mean, they're doing so well in the overall macro aggression game.
That they are. Again, Diana continues to push the Azir, although, your Nurse once again has been pushing in this wave constantly, got enough plates for himself. They push forward into the opposing blue side, and that does free up, I think there was some vision there, and they free up the bot lane for a potential dive here. So Obelisk is here, and Diana's coming down. This could be risky. The Taric ultimate has to be used wisely.
Yeah, there it is. That's going to be a big stun out, though. Tower's still not taken down. The Cosmic Radiance says claiming 1 kill on the map. That is going to be a trade. At Projecki, though, down. Flash out from your Nurse. He might be picked off here as well. The Silver Bolt's doing so much work. No stun going down. One more auto attack will do a double kill for the Vayne. He is so happy about the current change. That's going to be true. Dancing all the way down. Very good kill, though. Min-Max getting that ultimate off. He is going to claim only 2 in this fight so far. Seawolf is going to go down as well. True. Left between a rock and a hard place once again. Does get over the wall with the flash. Is going to survive. And Max misses that hook. Overall, though, first tower to Exertion Gaming. And I mean, a couple kills on a Projecki, about the best that you can make out of a bad situation.
That's the case. A couple kills on a Projecki, but a lot of kills here onto Min-Max as well, which is a terrifying prospect that you have a Pyke that, if he lands a single hook onto this Vayne, will likely kill her just off the back of the fact that his burst damage is too high. Has to require some good mobility and some good forethought of where you're going to put your roll from Projecki to make sure that that does not happen. Your nurse doesn't get anything, but fortunately doesn't matter all that much. He's continuing to scale on the Azir, and this Mordekaiser is still also very scary. So right now, despite the first tower going down, it's even gold, and you're still feeling that both sides have ways to win this game, which is nice. It's been consistent through most of the games like that. This is bad.
Oh no, good pull in Projecki. You're in the wrong place, my friend. That is going to be shut down. Going over to min-max as Seawolf. For the crime of trying to protect your carry in a bad situation, you will pay with your life. And Obelisk as well. What are you doing, my friend? Flash over the wall, double flash as Supermark chases, lands the axe, and that is going to be potentially all she wrote. Nope, dragging behind. And Minmax actually diving under the tower, doesn't get the execution though, and shutdown for Obelisk.
Feels so bad to not be able to get that one. Only took like 2 tower shots and a single Q from the Trundle to kill him. That is the deficit of playing something like the Pike. The fight's still dominated though. They get mid tower because of the constant pushing from Yorners. Well done by him, utilizing that triple soldier stacking for the extra attack speed. My apologies. Yeah, the Mordekaiser gets the top lane tower as well. They're going to get Rift Herald off the back of this. Like, this is a lot more proactive of a play than we've seen. Their bot lane is usually the second one to the fight, especially around the Rift Herald. This is the first time we've seen them be the ones to get there first and to take the fight ahead of time.
Yeah, great proactivity coming out here. And with that Rift Herald going down, it does mean that the dragon is being prepped by the side of Exertion, but a very nice stun. Once again, this combination is so powerful. True, getting caught under the tower, has to try and run away, but no help on his side. Does get the Moonfall. Great damage going down. Might get the kill. No, Min-Max is able to get just out of range, and a shutdown for Tanzo nets him an extra 150 gold.
That it does. Good play right there coming out. And now the dragon does go over once again, but we've talked about this before, and that it doesn't matter. Oh.
That combo is so devastating on the side. The dash forward with the stun coming out of Taric. It's just so simple and so easy, and it works so well. Seawolf dodging out on the hook there. Tentaki says hello to Tanzo in that mid lane, and the rest of OGR are just going to force down this mid lane, try and get another tower for themselves.
Rift Herald being thrown down here. Again, this is not a sieging team, so I don't really like this idea coming through here. They might be able to kill it before it even gets to the tower.
Nope, does land, but it is taken out immediately. That is going to be a little bit early. Wall hasn't gone out as well. Unstoppable Ragnarok has been used, and that's going to be a couple big ultimates being used on the side of OGR.
That is really well played right there. They're able to break that fight with the Taric ultimate quite nicely and doesn't lose anything off the back end of it.
Oh, but they pull in the wrong one. The tree has been pulled to fight. That's going to be a big jump in pit. Getting chunked out, and that is a front-to-back team fight that Exertion wants. They get the jump onto Tanzo. He has to flash away. They might chase him down to get another kill. No, they back it off, but 2 good kills onto 2 very important targets.
That is well played in the fight afterwards to be able to do that kind of thing. So getting that kill for themselves, or getting those kills themselves, now getting the mid tower, it's a good play. They're still looking to fight, still looking to 5v5. The same thing has rung true through pretty much every single game. Now, the game's relatively even, and the fight's going to get hard, especially when the Azir starts to scale up, but the Vayne is in a really good place. That's who you need, as well as True being well on the Diana. So the damage is there for this team. They're going to be able to use that in the team fights later on. It's just, can they resist the damage coming through? Oh,
good flash away. Seawolf not taking the chance with the Pike execution. Again, Pike is only level 9 right now, so not having that higher threshold available to him just yet. But still, not taking that chance means he is able to hold on.
That's the case. Now we're going to see, again, the Baron is a very real threat, especially with Projecki sitting now on the Blade of the Ruin King alongside the Diana. They both do really good damage. The Trundle actually does really good damage himself. The opposite team, I mean, you have the Azir, but that's about all you've got in terms of Baron taking potential, so it's very slow. So once again, when it comes to taking objectives, whether it be sieging or whether it be neutral objectives for the side of Omega Gaming, they're always going to have to win fights, which again, that plays super well into the side of Exertion. So it's all about min-max getting picks on this Pike just to make sure that you can even compete for some of these objectives that you want to win the game.
Yeah, and looking at itemization down the road, we haven't been able to as we get close to about 20 minutes, and dead even in kills, tower advantage only by 1 to the side of Exertion Gaming. I mean, we're seeing 1 to 2 items being completed. And I mean, these power spikes should be coming fairly soon, and these fights might be seeing a bubble being burst.
Yeah, that's the case. Rageblade for the Vayne is going to be here just about most momentarily. The one thing is, like, the Silver Bolt's passive, not super effective into this team. Like, Mordekaiser is probably the best, and maybe Tarek a little bit, but not a lot of bonus health being built on pretty much anyone, so that Silver Bolt's not super effective. So it's more about the damage. I wouldn't be surprised to see maybe a little bit of crit coming through from the Vayne, just so she can hit a lot harder, especially onto something like the Pike. But everybody else can be hitting those power spikes as well. It looks like maybe Luden's coming through from the Azir. Going to give him a pretty good boost. As long as that lethal tempo is up, having a bunch of AP is preferable in terms of pure damage output, especially in these team fights against squishy targets like the Vayne, or even into the tanks. Can be really helpful to have.
Yeah, absolutely. We see all of the lanes being pressured right now, dragging in 1 minute. And again, that is going to be the Ocean Soul for the 3rd straight game in a row. And a nice little drag in, but Min-Max not able to follow up with the stun. So again, Projecki being kept alive by Seawolf, and so far, it's worked out somewhat, I would say.
It's making me think, so they gave up the Tarek, and they had to, knowing the fact that they couldn't let the Set and LeBlanc through once again, and they banned it both in first rotation. It's possible that they were expecting that the Pike and the Tarek would come out, because I'm pretty sure Tahm Kench was one of their first picks. Like, before the Pike had been locked in, I'm pretty sure they had grabbed it. So because of that, they might have been planning for this. The Tahm Kench certainly has worked as a deterrent for this. They're on the Baron now with this massively fast Baron-taking team.
Yeah, you see the rest of OGR trying to rush it down, but I don't think they'll be able to get to it in time. Stun goes out, double teleport coming in from both of the top laners. They are going to try and follow it up. Blue team getting that Baron, but nice drag in.
Seawolf.
He does claim Seawolf, but that's not the target you want, as Cleave is now on the front line. Cosmic Radiance only lands onto 2, and they're going to keep fighting. Good kill goes over 1 for 1 so far, but Obelisk and Projecki are still alive. They're so happy to take this double kill for Projecki in this fight. Big win for them, as Supermark nowhere to be seen taking that dragon. Didn't want to give over that 3rd dragon status, and that is going to be a Baron taken at only 22 minutes.
That's going to be the case. Pretty rough situation now. Again, this is a really fast Baron-taking team, and they forced the hand of the side of OMG with this composition on the side of Exertion. They have the more standard composition. The Vayne needed to get ahead, and it's been ahead for a long, long time. Because of that, alongside True getting fed, which is a little unexpected given the way we've seen the games go, they're able to play towards this neutral objective that they take so quickly. The fight was also kind of just like, to be frank, half-assed. Like, let's be honest. They didn't commit the Olaf to it. The Mordekaiser came in after the Baron was already finished. Like, it was kind of sloppy, even given the TPs that we've been seeing from Tanzo through the rest of the game, and unnecessary, because yet again, you don't really want to take the 5-on-5 fight if they've set up for it.
Yeah, and for the first time, I feel the man on your screen there, he just hasn't had an impact yet. Usually we see him, on that LeBlanc, just flying around the map, applying pressure in every single lane. And this time he's been relegated to that mid lane. And I think doing that has allowed them to branch open and make plays like this onto Tanzo. They have sent everyone down to this bottom side except for True. They do drag. You see Seawolf getting dragged into that fight again once as well. But Tanzo getting stunned up against the wall, and that is going to be it. Easy kill for this squad. And I mean, Exertion Gaming look like a newly made squad in this game number 4.
They do. This is really the first game we've seen them really take a hold of the early game. Like, game number 1, they're kind of back and forth a little bit. They had some early advantage, lost some. Oh, wow.
Oh, that was a bad pull in, and that might mean the game for Exertion Gaming. The base, Projecki says, I don't care. Death from Below doesn't get the kill, and he is so happy to keep farming. Exertion Gaming are just destroying the business. Look at True. He's pushing on the top lane. We do see your nurse pushing that mid lane, trying to trade it out. It's just not going to work. We see bot lane and top lane both taken for Exertion Gaming. They might just look to try and end the game.
Now backing.
This could be so dangerous. The fight breaks out once again. Moonfall does cleave down, and he is going to fall Death straight back into the gray screen, and that's going to be it. Death staggered, health bars disappearing. Yorners finally gets a good shove in, but it's too little, too late, as the Nexus goes down, and in the fastest game of this series so far, Exertion Gaming force it to a game 5.
As we predicted, to start off the entire series, these two teams love 5 games. For some reason, they can't figure out how to close it in less time for whatever reason. And so now we get to see the quintessential game that everybody wants. Game number 5 between two teams that have been not only back and forth just in the series, but in every game, it has felt like both of them have had the opportunity to take the win. And we get to see one of them actually take the win.
And out of all the games, right? Game number 3 was fairly clean, like we said, about past about, I want to say, the 15-17 minute mark for the side of OGR. This time around, Exertion Gaming felt much cleaner. The fights weren't as close as they usually were. They weren't scrambling, and this time, full on push on the bottom side. And I think, with your nurse pushing in that mid lane, a very big team call to say, all right, ignore your nurse and just push down the side lanes.
That is the case. And he's been doing that through most of the series. And I think this was the game that it bit him the hardest because they were able to take advantage of the side lanes with the Diana, with the Vayne pick. This was, again, I think this was honestly the first game where we saw Projecki and his counterpart really take advantage of the 2v2. Despite pulling out one of those duo, again, this is like the Pyke Taric. This is something that they did in the last round and won with it. It's just shocking that strategy was so well prepared for by the side of Exertion Gaming. So what do you do coming into game number 5? Do you have anything more?
Well, we'll have to see. Again, these guys will have to pull out the best hand that they have hidden. As we do go to a very quick commercial break, we will be right back with the finale to this amazing series tonight here in the UML. Don't go anywhere.
Silver Scrapes, hit it. Come on. Hyper.
Da-da, da-da, da-da-da, da-da-da.
Loud though.
Yeah, because I turned it. Da-da, da-da-da, da-da-da, da-da, da-da, da-da-da,
And wee woo woo.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to what we know definitively as the end to this series, as Game 5. It all comes down to this wire as Exertion Gaming and Omega Omega Gaming Resistance are going into the draft here shortly. But again, back and forth for both of these squads. It has not been easy.
No, it is not. I do think we're starting to notice some trends, though. And over the course of the series, this is what I have to gather. Tentakai, he's been on tanks exclusively. I don't think they're taking him off that. It's been pure team fight from the side of Exertion, where they're relying on True or Projecki or Seawolf to put some work in, mediate, or whether or not he's able to get something done. So here's what.
Yeah.
It is.
Yeah, it is pretty insane to just see these trends emerging from all sides of the rift here. You know, we saw your nurse on that Azir not have as much impact, whether that's from the double teleport presence in the bottom lane or just maybe not having enough experience on the Azir. But as soon as he was off that comfort pick of, you know, the LeBlanc, it just seemed to all fall apart for him.
Yeah, when he doesn't have the ability to create those picks or use space for his advantage, it feels like he's a little bit lost in terms of what he needs to do. I don't mind that, though. There's plays to play around a play style like that where your Nurse and Tanzo can play 1-3-1 like that and then just collapse when it comes to fighting or collapse when you don't have TP up, things like that, where your Nurse can play those style of champions. Now, my question is, you know, they got to ban Diana again, I have to say. Like, they can't let it come back. True was only effective on that Diana and nothing else through most of the series. And your Nurse and Tanzo seem to be the win condition here from OMG. That's just what they've been succeeding with. So in my mind, you got to get comfort for Tanzo and for your Nurse in this game. And they're on blue side, so it might be a little bit rough.
Yeah, and immediately that Diana banned away, as well as the LeBlanc on the side. So again, both these teams giving great respect to their mid laners now, and I don't know. I have a gut feeling that we might see drastically different compositions come out this time around. Silas and Set both taken away.
Yeah, they do give the Taric over yet again. I'm curious if they pull back out the Pike. It really wasn't that bad. It was pretty good last game. They just played around it super well on the side of Exertion.
Mm-hmm.
They might have a chance to. So they give the Maokai. They also give Kindred over. So the two champions they've been playing pretty consistently throughout most of the series. Not shocking to see that come through. The Kindred is the one question mark to me because, again, feels like Obelisk needs to be out on the map ganking a lot, and without gank assist or without CC, they might struggle a little bit.
Yeah, the Olaf being left open again, so OGR might be grabbing that one as quickly as possible. They do, and the surprise pick lock-in is that Gangplank, I believe, going in the top side for Tanzo.
This is questionable. Again, the reason why is because this is actually a lane that Maokai does fine into, at least the laning phase. Gangplank outscales really well. Like, Maokai turns into an amazing tank, but Gangplank becomes this absolutely unbearable carry in the later stages when those barrels hit. Now, the thing is, the way they've been winning on the side of OMG is just through Tanzo's ability to split push and through his lane dominance. Gangplank doesn't do that, which is why I'm a little confused why out of nowhere they seem to shift towards the Gangplank instead of anything else.
Yeah, now as we get into the rest of the pick ban phase, Ezreal was locked in, so we might see some kind of fractured bans here coming out. Ziggs banned away just to negate that potential of the Taric and Pike bottom lane. Kassadin banned away as well, as even though it didn't perform amazingly, it was still a high priority champion for True, so not wanting to give that one back over.
Yeah, and it was doing relatively well in that game. Like, it brought itself back into the fray when they had come through. In that early laning phase was a disaster, but the Kassadin and the Diana were both relatively effective. The Diana obviously stomped. The Kassadin wasn't quite at that level yet, but certainly these two champions worked best. So banning this guy out to make sure your nurse gets a good matchup, lane matchup is priority here for OMG. I'm glad they're spotting that. My question is, now that they've got the priority, what are they going to do with it? Because last game, if I recall, they banned out the Ahri, and Ahri is available.
Yeah, that is very much available. They are looking for the last ban here. Galio banned away. So definitely I feel smart if you're trying to play the Protect the Kindred.
That's correct. Not to mention, again, that's solid, just a complete mediation of anything you'd want to do if you want to get aggressive or you want something like the Pike, because the Galio throws the taunt out, throws the E out, and you deny a lot of space.
Yeah, Tahm Kench locked in, so that bottom lane is going to be a little bit fractured. Tahm Kench and Ezreal, I don't think, are the greatest synergy bot lane. So we'll have to see how that one works. Senna being hovered here in the ADC role. This might be a starving Senna pick as well. We'll see. It is fully locked in, so that is going to be Senna Taric in that bottom lane.
Sorry, producer, Senna isn't that fast. I don't know what you're talking about, but yeah, the double healing and the defense coming through from these two is rather nice. The one fearful thing is that you've got Braum and you've got Tahm Kench to be able to protect the Senna. Taric doesn't have a lot like that. It's a lot more low range, a lot less pure protection based. It's more healing, shielding, things of that sort, which is a little harder to execute on in certain matchups. If they get very aggressive, like we saw last game, could be rough. The Orianna comes in.
So this is... I feel this is definitely your nurse and the rest of OGR kind of saying, okay, we don't know what they're going to throw at us. This is the time to throw out a blind pick here. And Orianna does have the utility plus the damage output to potentially cover all their bases that they have. And Exertion Gaming actually decide for the Lissandra. So definitely some team fighting potential coming out from both of the mid laners right now.
I actually am very much in love with the way that OMG have built this composition. So the only thing that I don't like about it is that there's not a Yuumi on this composition, because of the fact that you throw a Yuumi onto this Olaf with a Senna and an Orianna behind it with a Gangplank to throw an ultimate down, and that Olaf has a heyday. You could run into this composition all day too. You throw the ult on. Lissandra doesn't have ridiculous burst damage past a few minutes into the game. A little bit of magic resist will do Olaf fine here. Kindred, Ezreal, not phenomenal burst ADCs either. You don't have a lot of burst damage in general on the side of Exertion. So Olaf, with a ton of healing, is going to be near impossible to kill. So if they're able to set that up for themselves, he could run a muck in this early, this mid, even into the late game. Not to mention, you've got burst damage coming through from Gangplank, from the Orianna ultimate, from Senna with the ultimate in the Qs as well. So, like, in my mind, they're playing very heavily around Supermark in this one, something we have not seen in the series at all. And I wouldn't have expected that coming into game number one, but the way he's played the last few games, I will say, I'm willing to see it.
Absolutely. And now turning the script over to Exertion Gaming, you know, it does seem like their composition is a little bit fractured. Number one, on that bottom side, Ezreal, Tahm Kench, not exactly the greatest, but it does feel like Kindred has a little bit more security this time around, so I don't know if that's an improvement or if that's just kind of like the red herring to their composition, giving them false hope.
I'm not sure about that either. It certainly... I thought you were talking with Set talking.
When my voice sounds so much like a League of Legends champion, I feel honored. I thank you for that. But again, break down these compositions, as you said, on OGR's side. I mean, does that mean Exertion Gaming have pretty much no chance of winning this, even if they have this amount of like CC and protectivity?
The thing is like, they have a lot of CC protectivity, but most of it's going to be used on the Olaf. So the problem with this composition is, like, if you're able to engage past the Olaf and you get onto the backline, onto the Orianna, onto the Senna, it's pretty rough. The only protection they've got is the Taric ultimate from that, but that's not usually enough to keep them alive entirely. So the struggle becomes, if Olaf isn't able to get things done on their backline, so if the Kindred, if the Ezreal escape, which is difficult to hang on to either, they're very mobile ADCs, if neither of them go down to the Olaf, or if they get to escape, or they even kill the Olaf, the backline is Maokai, Lissandra onto these squishy targets, and it's not going to be easy to work into that if you're the Senna, if you're anybody else. So the Gangplank, in my mind, is another. So it's Olaf and Gangplank. Gangplank has to protect the backline. Olaf has to be the front line to kill the carries that are necessary. If you can set that up for the side of OMG, they have a pretty good composition. But on the other side, if Lissandra gets ahead, if Ezreal is slippery, if Kindred is slippery, it's going to be near impossible to execute on.
All right, and getting your final thoughts here before we do go to a very quick break, I do want to get your thoughts, with the win conditions laid out as you stated, do you favor one side or the other in terms of easier execution and easier calls to make throughout this entire game?
So what I saw last game was that the side of OMG, they are willing to play a difficult to execute composition, which is nice because they had the Pyke, they had the Taric, they were trying to play it. Didn't work out, but at minimum, they've been practicing trying those specific things. I've seen this composition run. It was with a Yuumi. I think pretty much identical champions across the board except the Yuumi. The difference was it was being played in UPL and it was being played by Hyper. Hyper is nuts. Like, he's nuts across the board. This is not Hyper is my problem. Is that this is an Olaf that doesn't have that level of skill. And he's obviously a good Olaf player, but I don't know that he has that. So I need to see that from him first. If he comes out and he dominates some of those first few plays, I'm all for it. I think they can execute on this one. But if Supermark plays more passively, doesn't have that early game he needs to, I think it's just an easier execution here on the side of Exertion.
All right, well, we'll have to see because, again, both these teams have battled back and forth. Neither side has given an inch, and we are in the deciding game number 5. And once again, stick around. We will be going to a very short break to see who is going to be crowned the UML champion between Omega Gaming Resistance and Exertion Gaming. Don't go anywhere.
Incineration. Da 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 da.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This will be the last time we do an intro at the beginning of Summoner's Rift, because at the end of this game, we will have our champion. This is game number 5. They have done it. All of them have battled so hard, and we will get to see the thrilling conclusion directly in front of your eyes.
That we will. Finally getting into game number 5. We knew there was no other alternative in a game number 5 here, so I don't know why we played the first 4. Should have just played the first one. But
I am. It's so true, but again, I still love that we're seeing that aggressive tendency, because again, this has been a long series. To those that have stayed with us throughout the entirety of every single game, I mean, you have been with us for, I think, approximately 4 hours and counting right now, and you also have to think that wears on the teams as well. 4 hours of constant play can really draw on the mental, and to see them still being aggressive, still trying to make those, proactive movements without fear of failure is a really good sign for both these squads.
Definitely. Obelisk actually just had a red ward, and he was able to sweep out the red start ward there that had been put down from the interior pressure from Supermark and Tonzo towards Lissandra. So pretty nice little start off there for themselves.
Yeah, and we do see a little, what I consider a little bit interesting. Your nurse actually started with the Corrupting Potion, and this just signals and screams heavy aggression on the auto attack side. Also, why you see the phase rush usually done on Oriana, so just a little bit of a little different trade there, I feel.
Yeah, definitely could be much more aggressive in terms of both mana usage for wave clearing and for trading, as well as you said, the auto attack trades. Can use the Corrupting Potion passive to get some more trade damage on Lissandra. Nice E.
Ooh, big damage actually going down on the Projecki, so definitely Exertion not having a fun time in this bottom lane.
Yeah, clicking Tahm Kench into a Senna is never going to be a fun time, because you're just kind of a target of her affection to be able to stack on freely for the most part. So Ezreal. This is actually a really old-timey composition. I completely missed this in the draft. The Ezreal Tahm Kench used to be very standard for its protection, but at the moment, I mean, it's kind of fallen out of favor just because it's a little bit of overkill in terms of the defense department.
Yeah, you usually see, I think Ezreal's usually run like most commonly is that Yuumi. Not only that, usually something like an Enchantress, so, you usually want to see it. Maybe in solo queue, you might see like the Lux, I think, added in there, just constant aggression, so... Again, Seawolf here, probably not going to have a great time.
No. He did play really well in the Tahm Kench last game, being that protection up against the Pyke and the Taric. But certainly will be difficult in this game. Not that same Pyke who can dive forward and you just eat somebody out of it. Instead, it's going to be much harder to try to predict when Cleave is going to maybe flash in on top of somebody for the play.
Yeah, and to those that might be wondering why Senna is not CSing as much as you would assume, this is the fasting Senna build due to the fact that her souls drop much more often. She doesn't kill the minions and would rather be laying into the enemy, trying to get those auto attacks down and get those trades. You do see her running that supportish way, and it's a weird tactic because pretty much she is being played as a support, but still as a carry, as we do see Obelisk roaming down here. However, they are under tower and does not get rooted under tower, which is very lucky. Does take one tower shot, and as a... Ooh, that is not a good trade back and forth, as Obelisk takes a very unfortunate trade and now has to back away.
It's just kind of running in like that. Once again, there's no CC on the bottom side to help the Kindred out. Kindred has no CC to set up the Ezreal to get into position to continue to punish that. And again, as you said, they're under tower with a Senef Q and a stacked Taric Q for defense and for health regeneration. Like I think they might have walked out of that with more health than they started with.
Probably. You're very, very correct. And not only that, they are very happy to stack up this wave and force it under tower. Again, Projecki on this Ezreal might have a little bit of a difficult time trying to farm it all up, and they're looking to try and force that hand and make sure Projecki stays behind. If he stays behind, he is not that powerhouse that Exertion Gaming might be looking for.
Correct. Not to mention Cleave, of course, as he farms on this Taric instead of the Senna, you're going to feel really good about the later game itemization, as you said, of the Enchanter more than anything. So you're going to be able to get that on. So like the Enchanter build is already really low because it's intended for support, so you get very low income. But in this case, he's getting full income, so his itemization is going to come through very quickly. So things like, I don't know, maybe not Ardent Sensor, but certainly things like Shirelias that could set him up, Locket of the Iron Solari, things of that sort are going to come through very quickly into the inventory of Taric, and that provides a lot of team fighting utility that otherwise wouldn't be there if it weren't for this type of build.
Yeah, absolutely. Taking a look at the rest of the board as well, we are seeing a Cole come out for Tonzo on that top side. Feels very happy farming up. Looks like he did take a very early back if he got that only at 5.5 minutes. So, or actually earlier than that. So very much playing towards that top side, farming up very heavily. We do see the Cloud Drake being started up by Supermark, which is pretty much a standard with Olaf players in between levels 4 and 5.
That's correct. We'll be able to get that one relatively freely. I'm not sure if Obelisk is going to be able to roam down and find that one for himself and see if he can contest it. But even if that's the case, unless the Olaf is demonstrously low, should be a relatively free dragon here. So now, Olaf actually, so he's running into the jungle, has pressure of the bot lane, and actually mid lane. Yorners is there too. I'm going to see if he can take the fight against the Kindred now.
Oh, but the Shockwave being down does signal that he does have to back away. And so that was just used because, again, it is a very short cooldown with the Shockwave. So, again, having that available is very happy for them. Hop on the wall, though. Obelisk actually chunks out Supermark pretty heavily here. This might be the chase that they want. Flash away and a flash follow-up as well. And a free first blood for Obelisk. He is so happy on this Kindred right now.
Why did no Qs come out? Supermark could have thrown one Q at Obelisk, slowed him down. That would have been the end of the play right there. But instead, the consistent play from Obelisk kept running at him, and Supermark just kept running away, thinking that he was going to get out. Had the blue smite as well. I believe he had it at the time as well. So like, he didn't turn at all. This is an Olaf that could take the fight into this Kindred early on. He could try to apply some sort of slow, do something. Instead, just opts to turn around and run away, and that cost him his life. That's just a big mistake from this Olaf to die this early on an invade that just probably shouldn't have happened.
Yeah, we were talking about it, right? We were giving such big praise to both these squads for still holding their kind of nerves at this point, but I think that is the first crack we're seeing in this game 5 here. Very big crack, like you said, Olaf able to take those trades, but just Supermark thinking he can't and draws out not only first blood, but the first mark for Kindred. Such a big win for Obelisk right now in game number 5 where it counts the most.
That it does. Both these junglers, I mean, at the beginning of the series, the Kindred and the Olaf were both banned out, and by game number 3 or game number 5, we're seeing both of them on their preferred jungle picks.
Oh,
guy coming in here.
Yeah, big gank coming in. Tonzo does try and lay down that cannon barrage, but it might not be enough as Obelisk is going to hop over the wall and claim that kill. Ooh, Tentakai almost goes down, but no, again, Obelisk having a great start to this game number 5.
But he is. Already found the one invade, was able to get a kill for himself, then comes top lane and gets a gank into the gangplank to set this Maokai up with some additional armor for the laning phase, hopefully. That'll come through. And again, Tonzo has a relatively free farming lane, not a free laning phase because you can get aggressed on as you saw right there, but the farming has come through for him. He's 10 ahead of the Maokai at this point, but his contribution to teamfights come in multiple forms in either the ultimate or the teleport coming in, and both of those are now down. So if a fight comes through in the middle or the bottom side of the map, it's going to be rough to make it
Yeah, big fight on this bottom side as True pulls off a gank, but a good stun roots down Projeki, and that's going to be a flash away. They might try and turn around as Minmax gets the stuns out. These stuns are amazing from this bottom lane. And look at that, Minmax and Cleave holding it steady for this OGR squad.
That was his flash, waiting to see if the Dazzle flash comes through.
There it is. Very nice hold there. Bottom lane going in favor of OGR, but top lane definitely going in favor of Obelisk as he picks up his 3rd kill on to Tonzo.
Yeah, top lane too far up right there for Tonzo. Just can't be that way. Now, they are punishing mid lane with multiple tower plates. Might even get a couple in the bot lane as well, so plenty of gold back in their pockets. And the Rift Herald not drop top either. I guess they just don't think they're able to. Oh, that was Rift Herald was taken by Olaf. My apologies, I thought it was Kindred that got that because he was on top side.
No, that is going to be there, and Teleport still being held by Tentakai and True. That's going to be a huge gold influx coming in, and is going to be taken down, so 1 plate remaining for your nurse to come knock down, hopefully within the next about 4.5 minutes.
Yeah. really well played. He's really good about being able to get turret plates on his own, and while the Rift Herald helped him out in this one, in all these games, I think you could probably count maybe even to the 10 digits how many turret plates he's taken pretty much on his own. That's been the major benefit of Yorners. Now, back to that bottom lane play as well. The Lissandra came in and bursted out as best he could into the Taric, who had thrown the ultimate down. So after the fight was done, all the damage was basically mitigated because of the heal, the Q coming through, and then Taric almost, I think actually over the course of the entire fight after the flash and the dazzle came in at the end, 1v1 Lissandra because of his ability to use that passive so well. And once Lissandra runs out of that ultimate, doesn't have the damage anymore, and can't beat the sustain coming through from the Taric, even at the support role.
Yeah, and for the first time, something that it may sound foreign and I might be overreaching, excuse me, but for the first time, it feels like Exertion Gaming, all their eggs are currently on Obelisk. You know, bot lane not going exactly like they want, and it's not meant to be an aggressive bot lane. Mid lane, 0-1-0, true, not having a great time. And Tentaki, yes, he's 0-0-2, but again, Tanzo will get stronger later. This is all on Obelisk to be able to carry these fights, I feel.
Yeah, and goes for the Blood Racer as well. So an earlier game build would be going something like Warrior into Black Cleaver, sometimes even the Blade of the Rune King. That was very close to Q almost. The spike came through, thankfully. But yeah, instead ups for this Blood Racer, could actually still go into Blade of the Rune King. I'm not sure. That is a very hyper carry style play that's really good against tanks, but it's also very effective against carries because of how much damage you can do with that much attack speed. But either way, it looks like Obelisk is not playing for this early game. He's not playing to get aggressive, get his lanes ahead right now. He's playing to win this game for his team right now. And I gotta say, with 3 kills on a champion that he feels comfortable on, you gotta give him some respect that he's willing to make that willing to make that decision.
Yeah, and not only that, again, having Lissandra, we were kind of harping during the intermission and during the break is, you know, the damage output from the Exertion Gaming squad is quite low. Lissandra, yes, has a CC, has the damage, just not as great as an Orianna, who, honestly, at this point, 30 CS up in this lane. Very happy about the current state of the game. It's just very much set up for Kindred to really take over the game, as we do see on the minimap, a gank came in. Yorners was shoved off just a little bit. See a trade possibly coming out here. A little dance up once again. Yorners throwing down the damage. Look at how much damage that does.
Yeah, gonna push Lissandra and Kindred both out of this mid lane, and TP is up for True, but they might be able to push this wave fast enough to maybe get on the tower. Yeah, Lissandra has to stay, which means Olaf could be in position to try to punish this or just escort the tower in as well to make sure that they can get this last tower play, get the first tower of the game. Yeah, this is a low True. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and this has been happening game in game again. It's True being the weakest link on Exertion Gaming squad. They have constantly either put him in a deficit or they've been made to have him at a deficit, and he is drastically holding his team back in this game number 5 as well, as much as I hate to say that.
Yeah, I mean, the initial gank onto the bottom lane did not do anything and ended up costing his team by baiting them in and buying time for the Senna to get a couple of kills. And that play right there, again, he stayed. If he's going to leave, just give the tower and leave. There's no reason to stay there because you can't fight against both of them. There's no reason to do that. Ends up losing his life.
Yeah, and Seawolf now has to flash away. Does get the tough, rough skin. I believe thick skin going on. Another note, True actually died with his ultimate up. That's the saddest part, I think. When you have an ultimate that allows you to have stasis and you don't use it, it's very unfortunate.
It just shows he wasn't expecting for the flash to come through from Yorners. And yeah, maybe it was a little bit kind of unexpected coming through, but it's certainly not something you shouldn't see potentially coming. If you know you're low health under a tower that's already low with a wave crash, at least you have to know to pull out of that situation if you are True. And again, I don't want to flame him all that much. He's gotten hit enough, more than enough during this series alone. But man, like that is a costly mistake when you're playing into an Orianna.
Yeah, absolutely. A little lax in judgment. Nice little tag there. Oh, but that means Cleave is now possibly going down. Cosmic Radiance is able to hold him steady. Stun goes out, doesn't land on anyone. Cleave might just try and turn it around. That's possibly going to be the kill as they don't. They tried to give it over. They tried to give it over, and that's going to be the hit. A huge mistake coming out, and now on the top side, that means that they can aggress on Tentakai. They're going to fully jump in. Shockwave does miss, but it doesn't matter as Ragnarok is on now. He's going to be chased under the tower. One more auto attack will do it. He does go golden as Supermark hits that stopwatch, and they get a clean kill. This is why you never try and give kills over. Obelisk trying to dive under and between the two bottom towers. One more auto attack does do it. Pulls the flash out of min-max. But massive blunder coming out from Exertion Gaming.
What? That was nuts. They tried to give the kill over to Projecki. He has no damage. Like, you gotta follow. Who cares if it's Lysandra or if it's Kindred or if it's Ezreal that gets the. At this point, it doesn't matter. Take the kill and walk away. You spent so many resources trying to get the Taric, and he gets out. Like, they get the tower in response, but they just lost top tower. They lost a kill top. They lost, like, Ritual. Like, what are you doing? Come on. Like, that's nerves or that. I don't know if that's nerves or just miscommunication or what that was, but my lord, that was a misstep.
I feel like this is a general rule. If the enemy is getting close to their tower, don't give the kill. Take the kill, move on, get the gold, let's go.
It would be different if this were last game where it was like, it was Trundle, Tom Kench, and like Vayne. And you're like, oh, obviously we're giving it to Vayne. And then it's like, okay, he got away, he flashed, she has low range, that's fine. This is an Ezreal, a Lysandra, and a Kindred. Doesn't matter who's getting the gold. They can all use it effectively, especially Kindred. Why not give it to Kindred and let Obelisk continue to scale here? Like, that is... Like, not only did they try to give it away, they give it to the wrong person, and they don't get the kill, and they lose more on the top side. Like, that is as bad a play it could have developed.
Yeah, and now Dragon being started up, but the rest of the squad is here. This is going to be OGR coming in. He gets the flash steal. He steals it away. Payback for game number 1. And that is going to be Lanzersight popping up. But look at the health bars being cleaned up here. Min-Max and Tanzo on the bottom side, laying down the deeps. Your Nurse taking on 2. Gonna be 3 here. But the huge healing comes out from Min-Max, able to keep his mid laner alive. Flash forward from Tanzo, picks up that kill. And Nurse is completely outplaying him. The kiting is real. One more barrel chain is going to claim it. That's a double kill for Tanzo. And Tentakai, just as with the other games, he is the last man standing on this Maokai, trying to stay alive. He will be slowly burned down, whittled away, as Min-Max claims a second and an overall 2 for 4.
I'll be direct. Exertion just looks a little bit rattled. Like they look like that fight is one that they've won in 4 games before this, where they take a pure 5-on-5. They have a tank. They don't get Tentakai in the right position. Obelisk gets blown up early on. Yeah, they get the trade kill into Supermark, but they lost the Dragon too. They had burnt the ultimate from Your Nurse, and it didn't get a kill, and they couldn't follow up. Like their focus is so scattered right now. It's ridiculous. The one knock against OMG in that fight I have to make is that Min-Max should have ulted during the course of the Kindred ults, because it gives a shield over, does damage to execute, and probably would have kept Supermark alive long enough to take that fight afterwards. So, well, yeah, they might have been able to protect him, but that's splitting hairs more than anything. It was an ace for the side of OMG for a composition that's bolstering. They have a Senna, and they've got an Orianna. They probably should be winning fights in 17 minutes.
Definitely not. And again, it's now coming back. Your Nurse looks so comfortable. And when Your Nurse is in the game, focus is ahead as well, 3-0-4, he is able to lead his team to victory. It's pretty much their hallmark trade move. Trademark, very sorry. I screwed that line up. Very sorry. But again, 3-0-4, sitting with the Ludens in his pocket, as well as building into that Morellonomicon. He is a behemoth to be reckoned with.
That he is. And the way this game likely should have played out is they should have been waiting for the scaling while Supermark makes the early place. The funny thing is the side of Omega Gaming, like Senna has taken over this game. He's ridiculous. He's so strong right now on this Senna pick with the double lethality items about to be completed alongside the fully stacked support item. His Taric has the redemption and what will be a Locket of Iron Solari completed rather quickly. And the Orianna, that also, again, shouldn't be winning this early, especially against a Lysandra as a lane opponent, has nearly 2 completed items. Like, this is a late-game composition that somehow found their carries winning their lanes.
Absolutely, and what we thought was going to be an excessively close game feels more like a blowout. 9-5 right now, 5 towers to 1, and a 7K lead with 2 dragons to their name. Omega Gaming Resistance have come to play their hearts out in this game number 5.
Obelisk did end up going for the Black Cleaver as opposed to anything else, which again, if he's going to be the damage, he's got to be the damage. He can't be opting for Black Cleaver. And who's going to use that outside of Ezreal? I don't think applying it to multiple members with the Q and anything else like that is as valuable as Blade of the Ruin King or any sort of crit itemization whatsoever would be for this kid. I think more damage is the way to go because you have frontline. You got Maokai, you've got Lissandra. You got to play more forward. And so building the Black Cleaver, I mean, yeah, it helps out the Ezreal, but it doesn't really do much else for your team fight.
No, they do catch a little bit of true right there. And again, 0-3 and 2 right now, just finished the Merc Treads and his Luden's Echo. I mean, he has had it rough. And to be fair, he has been punished pretty much every single time he's left lane. Look at the CS difference. And they definitely targeted him after that game number 1. I feel like they have put him with a giant bullseye on his back, front, just about everywhere you can imagine.
Like I said, this doesn't feel comfortable for him. When I did research to try to find out what it is that he was playing, it felt to me like when he was playing Diana, Cassidy, any of these melee assassin-y type champions, that was what he was comfortable on. That's what he wanted. And yeah, they put him on Yasuo and Diana and Cassidy. In all of those games, he was relatively competitive and not obscure whatsoever. But the 2 games where he's been on something other than that, he's felt relatively unimportant in terms of the context of what's happening.
Yeah, Baron being started up here, but it might be sniffed out quite possibly. Tentaki trying to run away, bait them out, but no, you see Cleave moving over to that Baron pit. They only got it down to about 5k. This could be very damaging. They make the call to switch over, but Cosmic Radiance and the Cannon Barrage zooms them out, and their health bars are bleeding all over the place. Lamb's Respite is only going to keep them alive for so much longer, and disaster has struck at the Baron pit. As Exertion Gaming are running to the hills, they are now pulled into the gray screens as OGR have routed them. Root comes out as well onto the Maokai. They're still finishing out the Baron, which has not reset. A massive win for OGR. They feel so happy. Tanzo styles just a little bit as he is now 6-2 and 2. Happy to clean up the last few kills. And in a completely clean ace, OGR take the Baron and the resounding fight.
My goodness, I don't know if that was an unofficial Penta or an unofficial Quadra, but I know Tanzo picked up a lot of kills in that fight. The big thing about this is this was what I've been wanting to see also from the side of Omega Gaming the entire series, which is if they're gonna team fight, be very prompt about it. Tanzo teleports in, not as the fight starts, but before the fight starts to be there for the fight start. Then they utilize the ultimate from Senna to put Cleave in a position where his ultimate, they bait in this team, try to burst him out before the Cosmic Radiance comes down, but they don't get it because of the Senna ultimate, which is yikes for Obelisk. Oh
man, Obelisk taking down with just a few spell reels from your Nurse. And Dragon taken as well. This is 3 dragons as Tentakai says, hello, I'm going to teleport in. The double teleport might be able to help them get a very small compensation as your Nurse has literally nothing to be able to work with, gets ulted down. And they finally get something back, but I mean, they lost so much already.
Did they just burn 2 TPs and 2 ultimates for a manaless Orianna? Is that what they just did? You can see, you call that a win if you want, but they just lost so much on the map that burning double TPs doesn't feel nice. Yeah, shutdown gold, obviously. The producer, great, they got shutdown gold. They just lost all of their global pressure across the map for 1 kill on an already likely dead mid laner. It's unnecessary. Like I said, this just feels like they're rattled again. I hate to keep harping on it, but this is a team we've seen be so competitive through 4 games, and in this one, it's like they're just rolling over.
Yeah, I do have to agree. However, looking at it, when you're down so much, your win conditions aren't working for you. You default to the one thing that that works. Get the kills, get the gold back, and maybe scrape something from there. They get that 1 kill. They did give it over to True. So, he has at best at least an extra about 400 gold, I think, in his pocket. So he's trying to make his way back. I don't even think he's working on the Zanyas. So it looks like he is going for either a Morellonomicon or a Leandries. Yeah. I'm not exactly happy about that output probably, but again, he is working on what he can best. That is going to be an immediate Morellonomicon buy. So cutting through some of the healing coming out, but I mean, too little too late as mid lane being hammered down as the inhibitor tower falls.
Exertion needs to find a way to engage a fight. Like they can't keep getting engaged on, poked at by Orianna, fought by Terry. Like there's nothing that can happen. They need to be the ones fighting into this team. Here's True trying that. Oh, True.
Yeah, True. Thinking about it, but again, the damage is too far gone. Bot lane being focused down. Tanzo happy to trade this down. His GP is so strong on its own, and they just have to watch Exertion, their base crumbling in front of their eyes. Their playoff championship dreams crumbling just before their eyes as well. It is melting as quick as the towers. And OGR are looking to close this out in commanding fashion. Grasping Roost does go out, latches onto 2. Stun goes down as well, though, so he has stopped the track. Big shockwave! Lands the sight, keeps him alive, but the health bars are dealt. That is going to be Cosmic Radiance followed up as well. This layered healing and protection is huge. OGR cleaning up this fight, min-max untouched. Double kill for Supermark, and they say that is it's no one left to stand in their way. They have slogged through multiple hours of this championship series. They have fought their way to game number 5, and they are ready to be crowned the champions of the Upsurge minor leagues. They're going to play with their food just a little bit longer, pad the stats, toss the emotes, say everything as well. And there it is, ladies and gentlemen. GG Omega Gaming Resistance.
First things first, Omega Gaming Resistance, where was the Gangplank, the Orianna, and the Senna the entire rest of the series? None of those were contested picks, and all of them dominated. So you maybe bring them out a little faster next time so this doesn't go to 5 games. Just saying. I'm done harping on what happened with Exertion Gaming, but the reason why it just feels so disappointing to me, this team, even in their losses, game 1, game 3, were so competitive. They were so strong. They were so good as a team, playing that team fight style, playing that 5-on-5, winning when it seemed like maybe they shouldn't, when they had a gold deficit, things like that. It was so impressive to me that they're playing the standard tank style, couple of carries, play the engage, that kind of play around neutral objectives. And they come into this game and it just completely flops. Like, this is a game I would expect in game 1 or game 2 when they've messed up their composition, not a game 5 in a competitive series. And it feels so bad that this is how it ends for them. It's super happy for Omega Gaming Resistance. They are so hard fought in every game. To come out on a win this dominant has to feel great for them.
Yeah, not only that, again, they went back and forth, right? I believe it was games 2 and 3 that they won. They were so close to finishing it off, and then game number 4 they lost in what felt like dominating fashion from Exertion. To draw yourself back, to draw yourself back and say, okay, we can make this work, and then to come out with that clean of a game number 5. I have to give props to whoever was making those calls and, keeping their heads level. But, overall in the series, I do want to ask you, Rebel, we do have to pick over 5 games. Who is our MVP from this OGR squad, the champions of the UML?
I think that, there's a ton of candidates, all of them are candidates, to be 100% honest. But if I had to give it to the one who is the most consistent, I think Your Nurse was the most consistent through every game. I think it didn't matter what was happening. If he was winning lanes, even when he was losing, he was doing well. Tanzo is another one of those champions where he felt like an absolute rock up there, but in their losses, he felt less important to the way that they come back for a win. That's the idea. Your Nurse in every game felt like he was the major reason why this team would be winning. And in games where he went quiet or he went more split push style, that's when they were losing. Those are the games that they would fall off on. When Your Nurse was involved on the map, when he was the one that was fighting, when he was taking all these fights, that's when it was there. That's when this team felt like it was complete. And so Your Nurse gets the MVP by the slimmest of margin. And I know Tanzo is going to hate me for this because I've done this to him before. But Tanzo, he was a beast. Don't get me wrong. He dominated the top lane matchup. But I think Your Nurse was more pivotal to the team's success.
I mean, I have to agree. There were points where we didn't think that OGR were going to be able to pull it back through. But again, Your Nurse making the plays, making the picks wherever he could. Absolutely showing off his steady gameplay. And again, that will do it, as the Upsurge Minor League champions are going to be Omega Gaming Resistance. Congratulations to them in a grueling best of 5 series. That is going to be it from us here at the casting desk for the UML. But tune in tomorrow for UJL action as Figure 8 Esports and Team World Class Orange clash for the finals of the UJL. But from all of us here at excuse me, at Upsurge Esports, my name has been Orbital, and I was joined here by Rebel Fox. Thank you so much for tuning in, and have a fantastic night.
Hit that sweet victory.
Going no silver.